Marxism and Socialism with Chinese Characteristics. Jin Huiming. About the author. Jin Huiming, born in Shaanxi Province in 1934, is an academician of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, professor, and doctoral supervisor of the Academy of Marxism. He has high attainments in studies of the history of the development of Marxism, Marxist philosophy, scientific socialism, and other related fields. He has made great contributions to research on the theory of Marxism and in constructing the discipline of Marxism in China. Contents. About the author. V. Preface. 11. Chapter 1 Marxism and its great significance in the contemporary world. 1. 1.1 The emergence of Marxism brought about a great transformation of human thought. 2. 1.2 The development course and stages of Marxism. 13. 1.3 The basic tenets and scientific system of Marxism. 18. 1.4 The theoretical value and contemporary significance of Marxism. 22. 1.5 Several principles for the study of the basic tenets of Marxism. 25. Chapter 2 Marxist outlook on epochs and features of the contemporary epoch. 29. 2.1 The ideas of Marx and Engels on epochs. 29. 2.2 Lenin's outlook on the epoch of transition from capitalism to socialism. 35. 2.3 Communists' understanding of the epoch after World War II. 42. 2.4 Peace and development as themes of the present epoch. 51. 2.5 Features of the contemporary epoch. 58. Chapter 3 Origin, defining features and contemporary development of scientific socialism. 71. 3.1 The creation of scientific socialism. 71. 3.2 The defining features of socialism. 79. 3.3 Contemporary development of scientific socialism. 94. Chapter 4 Exploration of building socialism in economically and culturally backward countries. 105. 4.1 Debates on building socialism in economically and culturally backward countries in history. 105. 7. 8 Contents. 4.2 A theoretical basis for economically and culturally backward countries to take the lead down the road of socialism. 117. 4.3 Historical and realistic basis for building socialism in economically and culturally backward countries. 128. 4.4 Practical exploration of economically and culturally backward countries on the road of socialism. 135. Chapter 5 The Sinicization of Marxism and the theoretical system of building socialism with Chinese characteristics. 151. 5.1 Essential requirements and historical process of the sinicization of Marxism. 152. 5.2 Scientific connotation and essential features of the theory of building socialism with Chinese characteristics. 163. 5.3 Theoretical value and practical significance of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. 175. Chapter 6 The Marxist class theory and new changes in the current condition of Chinese social classes. 185. 6.1 Comparison between the scientific system of Marxist class theory and other Western social stratification theories. 185. 6.2 New changes in China's current class structure. 196. 6.3 Theoretical problems concerning new changes in China's current class situation. 208. Chapter 7 Characteristics and development patterns of a socialist market economy. 219. 7.1 Socialist market economy as a new form of modern market economy, 220. 7.2 General features and laws of a socialist market economy, 227. 7.3 Institutional features and laws of a socialist market economy, 235. 7.4 Important issues in establishing and improving China's socialist market economy, 246. Contents 9. Chapter 8 Socialist Democracy and the Dictatorship of the Proletariat, 261. 8.1 The people are true masters of the country, 262. 8.2 Essential guarantee of a socialist democracy, 277. 8.3 The dictatorship of the proletariat with Chinese characteristics, 289. Chapter 9 Marxist theory on political party and party building in China, 301. 9.1 The general nature and characteristics of a proletarian party, 302. 9.2 The Marxist theory of a proletarian party in power, 311. 9.3 The ruling party of contemporary China, 323. Chapter 10 The situation and strategy for socialist ideology, 339. 10.1 Reconsidering the basic principles of socialist ideology, 339. 10.2 Scientific analysis and historical mission of the socialist core values, 347. 10.3 Fundamental measures on how to strengthen socialist ideology, 349. 10.4 Strengthening socialist ideology in an all-around way, 362. Chapter 11 The scientific outlook on development and a harmonious society, 369. 11.1 Historical background and practical basis, 370. 11.2 The creative application and development of Marxist theories, 379. 11.3 Developing scientific socialism by building a harmonious socialist society, 387. 11.4 Dialectical relationship between the scientific outlook on development and a harmonious socialist society, 395. Chapter 12 Human emancipation, freedom, and all-around development, 405. 12.1 Marxist doctrine of the proletariat and man's liberation, 406. 12.2 The basic principle of communism, 415. 12.3 Socialism with Chinese characteristics and man's free and all-around development, 425. Postscript, 435. Index, 437. Preface. It has been more than 1.5 centuries since Marxism was born. During this historical period, tremendous changes have taken place in the world, resulting in many unprecedented new events. The emergence of socialism in the world in the 20th century opened a new epoch in human history, demonstrating the profound influence of Marxism on social development. The global financial and economic crises triggered by the U.S. subprime mortgage crisis in 2007 diverted once again the attention of the world, especially of the younger generation, to Karl Marx, whose masterpiece Das Kapital became a bestseller, bringing about a fever of Marxism around the world. Marx is immortal and the contemporary world needs Marxism. The scientific truths revealed and the social development trends predicted by Marxism have been proven by more and more social practices. The truth of Marxism is ever more powerful. China's great achievements are closely linked with the impact of Marxism. The combination of Marxism with China's specific reality has gone through a long and arduous journey. We have traversed several historical stages, from the new democratic revolution to the socialist transformation and construction, and now to socialist reform. An opening up. China has experienced two historical leaps, resulting in two great theoretical achievements. The theoretical achievement gained from the first leap is Mao Zedong thought, a body of theoretical principles concerning the revolution and construction in China, and a summary of experience therein, both of which have been proved correct by practice. The theoretical achievement gained from the second leap is the theoretical system of socialism with Chinese characteristics, under the guidance of which the Communist Party of China led the people of all ethnic groups in scoring the great achievements that attracted worldwide attention. These two theoretical achievements are the crystallized, collective wisdom of the Communist Party of China, CPC, and the people of all its ethnic groups. The achievements are the result of Marxism adapted to Chinese conditions. The theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics is the theoretical summary of the essence and law of China's socialist reform and construction. It not only follows the general principle of scientific socialism, but it also has the characteristics of China. It is the innovative application and development of Marxism in the specific historical conditions of contemporary China. This book focuses on the study and interpretation of the basic principles of Marxism. The exploration of the theoretical results of socialism with Chinese characteristics from various angles, as well as their correlation. These chapters are both topical and logically interrelated. The author hopes that the publication of this book will promote more in-depth study in this theoretical field, resulting in more and better innovative academic achievement. Chapter 1. Marxism and its great significance in the contemporary world. Since its birth about 1.5 centuries ago, Marxism has scored glorious achievements in its combination with labor movements and socialist revolution and construction. It leaves a deep imprint on world history in the 20th century, and is bound to have a greater impact on human history in the 21st century. It can be said that the profound influence of Marxism on human history is unparalleled by any other theory or doctrine. In March 1983, more than 1,000 people participated in a grand meeting held in China to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the death of Marx. The author delivered a speech entitled "The Great Change Made by Marx in the Conception of History," which began as follows. The depth and breadth of the influence of an ideology on history is proportional to the truth it implies. As time goes by, many prominent theories have lost their past brilliance, but Marxism keeps advancing with the times. The truth it embodies has gained even greater vitality and power. During the 100 years that Marx has been sleeping in Highgate Cemetery, Marxism has spread from Europe and the United States to the whole world with the force of a majestic thunderbolt. Today, we still want to use these words to express our belief in Marxism and our reverence to Marx, the man of the millennium. At present, although the world's socialist movement is at a low ebb, we firmly believe that Marxism is still full of infinite vitality, and that the cause of socialism in the world will usher in a new revival. Marxism can be summarized as the scientific truth that reveals the essence and development law of the objective world, the ideological weapon of the working class and the laboring people to transform their world and world outlook and methodology to guide 1. 2. The liberation of mankind and the realization of communism. Marxism is a scientific system composed of a series of fundamental principles and basic points of view, including its founder's thoughts on Marxism, as well as the principles of his successors in answer to the issues of the times that have been tested and proven correct in practice. Marxism is a coherent scientific system as well as a developing theory. A fundamental characteristic of Marxism is that the system, as an organic whole, is scientific, revolutionary, ideological, and true. Therefore, Marxism is destined to have an arduous journey in the course of development. It can only advance in struggle and open up a new road for itself in debating with all sorts of erroneous ideological trends and in addressing various questions of the times. 1.1 The emergence of Marxism brought about a great transformation of human thought. 1.1.1 The emergence of Marxism is a response to the rise of a modern workers' movement. As a new mode of production, capitalism has developed gradually from a feudal economic structure and social relations. It first originated in Italy in the 14th and 15th centuries. According to Engels, the first capitalist nation was Italy. The close of the feudal Middle Ages and the opening of the modern capitalist era are marked by a colossal figure, an Italian, Dante, both the last poet of the Middle Ages and the first poet of modern times. In the 18th century and the first half of the 19th century, with the development of a capitalist economy, some capitalist countries had completed the political revolution and then carried out an industrial revolution. At the same time, the inherent contradiction of capitalist society, that is, the contradiction between capitalists and wage workers, increasingly intensified. Just as Engels pointed out, from its origin, the bourgeoisie was saddled with its antithesis: capitalists cannot exist without wage workers. 1. With the development of capitalism and advent of the modern industrial machine age, the proletariat, especially industrial workers, continued to grow, and the bourgeoisie. 1 Collected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 3. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 525. 3. Produced their own grave diggers. The intensification of the inherent contradiction of capitalism and the economic crisis will inevitably result in the sharpening of the class contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, which will swiftly become the principal societal contradiction. The three large-scale labor movements that occurred successively in France, the United Kingdom, and Germany in the 1830s and 1840s marked the beginning of a new historical epoch of proletariat opposition to the rule of the bourgeoisie. The first labor movement refers to the two uprisings staged by silk workers of Lyon in 1831 and 1834 for better working conditions and pay. The workers shouted revolutionary slogans and proposed political demands that would allow them to defend the right of association and to establish a democratic republic. Engels said this showed that the proletariat no longer only fought against their enemies but strode onto the historical stage as socialist soldiers. The second labor movement refers to British Chartism, which existed for about 12 years from 1936 to 1848. London workers published the People's Charter with aim to win the right to vote and set up their own organization, the National Charter Association. Petitions signed by millions of working people were presented to the House of Commons. Lenin called the movement the world's first extensive, political, revolutionary movement of the proletariat. The third labor movement refers to the Weaver Revolt in Silesia, Germany, in June 1944. The dominant ideology of the revolt, namely, explicit opposition to private ownership and the exploitation system of capitalism, profoundly reflected the nature of the proletariat struggle. It marked the awakening of the German proletariat with its distinctive theory and consciousness. Where should the newly rising proletarian movement go? What theories and strategies must be employed to arm the proletarian fighters, so that their liberation can move forward along the right track? These are the serious historical tasks posed by the times. The existing theories related to the fate of the early proletarians, especially the utopian socialism theory, were unable to answer these historical questions. Marx and Engels answered the call of the times with their theory and ideology as the era and social practice called for revolutionary theory and the appearance of giants of the times. The profound historical background of the birth of Marxism also determined its distinctive class nature. 4. 1.1.2 Marxism is a direct continuation of mankind's excellent ideological achievements. The development of the human spirit provides a wealth of ideological materials for generating Marxism. All valuable ideological achievements in human history originated in Marxist theory. Lenin concluded that Marxism had three main theoretical sources: British classical political economics, German classical philosophy, and the utopian socialism of Britain and France. He said, the genius of Marx lies in his answer to various questions raised by the advanced ideas of mankind. The birth of his theory is a direct continuation of the theories of the greatest representative figures in philosophy, political economics, and socialist ideology. 2. We will elaborate this point from the following aspect. 2. Collected works of Lenin, on Marxism. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, pages 66 to 67. 3. Collected works of Lenin, on Marxism. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 67. 2.1.2.1 British Classical Political Economics. British Classical Political Economics was created by William Petty, 1623 to 1687, during the British bourgeois revolution in the second half of the 17th century and was accomplished at the beginning of the 19th century after the Industrial Revolution, with Adam Smith, 1723 to 1790, and David Ricardo, 1772 to 1823, as its major representatives. Since Ricardo created British classical political economics and was its last outstanding representative, Lenin called his work excellent fruit created by mankind in the 19th century. 3. The main theoretical achievements of British classical political economy. ICS are as follows. Classical economists developed a labor theory of value and stated that, labor, therefore, is the real measure of the exchangeable value of all commodities. Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations. Their suppositions on the characteristics and origins of surplus value. Their economic analysis of class relations in capitalist society. Marx wrote in his letter to Joseph Wade Meyer, "Now as for myself, I do not claim to have discovered either the existence of classes in modern society or the struggle between them. Long before me, bourgeois historians 5. had described the historical development of this struggle between the classes, as had bourgeois economists their economic anatomy. 4. Adam Smith divided the capitalist society into three major classes: landlord, capitalist, and worker according to their income sources. David Ricardo studied the contradictions of the interests of the three classes. Marx wrote that, Ricardo exposes and describes the economic contradiction between the classes. 5. Marx said his work had scientific merit, a high evaluation of the theoretical value of British classical political economics. Pound. 1.1.2.2 German classical philosophy. German classical philosophy can be traced back to the second half of the 19th century, and reached its peak in the first half of the 18th century with Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, 1770 to 1831, and Ludwig Andreas Feuerbach, 1804 to 1872, as its representatives. If British classical economics enhanced the understanding of the society with its economic theory, then German classical philosophy enriched the philosophical thinking of mankind. Despite the fact that Hegel was an idealist, he was a master of dialectics, who expounded with his objective idealism the basic laws of dialectics: law of the unity of opposites, mutual change law of quality, and the law of negation of negation. Marx and Engels had both spoken highly of Hegel's great contributions to dialectics. Marx wrote in an afterword to the second German edition of Das Kapital, The Mystification, that dialectic suffers in Hegel's hands by no means prevents him from being the first to present its general form of working in a comprehensive and conscious manner. 6. Engels also pointed out that in Hegel's system, and herein is its great merit, for the first time, the whole world, natural, historical, and intellectual, was presented in process, i.e., as in constant motion, change, and transformation, and development. He made an attempt to trace out the internal connection that makes a continuous whole of all this movement and development. 7. Moreover, Hegel also tried to describe the law of historical development. As Engels pointed out, Hegel had a strong sense of history. Another famous representative of German classical philosophy is Ludwig Feuerbach, an outstanding materialist philosopher and fighting atheist, who established a materialist philosophy characterized by humanism in his struggle against religion and idealism. 6. Feuerbach takes nature and human life as the supreme objects of philosophy, emphasizing the objectivity of nature. He believes that nature is the non-occurrent eternal entity, the primary entity, and the perceptual existence that can be directly perceived with the senses. Human beings are not pure self-consciousness, they are the unity of subject and object, body and soul. Body is the basis of spirit. Without body, especially the brain, an organic part of the body, there is no room for mind and spirit. From the perspective of the unity of humans and nature, he clarified the point of view of materialism, with which he criticized Hegel's idealist philosophy that turns thinking into an independent spiritual entity. He also criticized theology and said that God is nothing but the alienation of human nature. Although with the features of metaphysics and intuition, and with idealism in the view of history, Feuerbach's materialism broke through the dominance of Hegel's idealism and restored the authority of materialism, like a gust of fresh wind blowing into the boring German ideology circle and making possible the reform of Hegel's idealistic dialectics on the base of materialism. 1.1.2.3 The three utopian socialist theories of France and England. British classical economics and German classical philosophy were both trying to reflect the desire and requirements of the capitalist class to develop capitalism. The utopian socialist theories, however, exposed and criticized the capitalist system instead of praising and safeguarding it. Utopian socialism, which came into being and developed along with capitalism, has a history of about 500 years, dating from the publication of St. Thomas More's Utopia in England in 1516, followed by Tommaso Campanella's The City of the Sun in Italy, Thomas Mainzer's Millennium Kingdom in Germany, and The Law of Freedom in a Platform by Gerard Winstanley, one founder of the English group known as the True Levelers or Diggers. Utopian socialism was still in its infancy at that time. And it was, in the words of Engels, a gleam of communist ideology. By the 18th century, utopian socialist theory had undergone major changes, with the appearance of works theoretically demonstrating socialist ideals, such as by Jean Meslier, Gabriel Bonnat de Mably's argumentative works, and François Noël Babeuf's speeches and essays. At this time, the utopian socialists broke through the literary form of utopia and began to discuss and prove its important socialist principles, such as elimination of private ownership of the means of production. In Engels's words, the gleam of communist notions finally shed light on communist theory. At the beginning of the 19th century, the theory of utopian socialism developed to its highest stage, and produced three great utopian socialists: Robert Owen of Great Britain, and Comte de Saint-Simon and Jean-Baptiste Joseph Fourier of France. They inherited the critical spirit of early utopian socialism and the results of the exploration of the ideal future society, making the theory of utopian socialism a more complete ideological system. Their major theoretical ideas can be summarized as follows. Dialectical elements in the view of history. Although still within the realm of 18th century French materialism on the idealist view that the world is dominated by rationality, the utopian socialist view of history contains historical dialectics. Utopian socialists believe that human society is in a development process, in a series of stages of development. They believe each stage of development is not fixed, hence the capitalist society can not be eternal. Fourier holds that the civilized system, referring to the capitalist system, is nothing but one stage of social development and therefore should be suspected of its necessity, superiority, and permanence. 8. Ruthless exposure and criticism of capitalist society maladies. Comte de Saint-Simon called the capitalist system a new form of slavery, a topsy-turvy world, and attacked fiercely the egoism in the capitalist system. Fourier made a profound critique of capitalist private ownership, calling a capitalist society based on private ownership the resurrection of slavery and social hell. He said that such a society moves in a vicious circle, that is, moving in the contradictions it constantly creates and cannot overcome. Owen called private ownership, religion, and marriage of the capitalist society a trinity of evil, with private ownership as the culprit, the root cause of countless crimes committed by people and numerous disasters suffered by mankind in both past and present. Private ownership turns man into a monster and the world to hell. Theoretically, it is not justified, and in practice, it is equally unreasonable. 9. They called for abolition of capitalist private ownership, which can be considered the most bitter criticism of the capitalist system by the utopian socialists. Concept of a future society. Utopian socialists believe that a future society that replaces the existing capitalist society should be an industrial and harmonious society. Owen advocated 8. The establishment of communist labor communities based on public ownership. Property is owned by the public, production materials by the community, and living materials by individuals. There will be no difference between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, to each according to one's needs, and countries must be abolished. Many utopian socialist ideas are mere fantasy. The problems they raised and the valuable ideas they put forward, however, provided very important ideological material for the creation of scientific socialism. Engels once pointed out that they belonged to the most significant heads of all time and whose genius anticipated numerous things the correctness of which can now be proved in a scientific way, including ideas on a future ideal society and its defining characteristics, for which Marx and Engels provided a materialistic foundation. 10. While talking about the influence of Hegel's philosophy on scientific socialism, Engels said that without German philosophy, particularly that of Hegel, German scientific socialism, the only scientific socialism extant, would never have come into existence. 11. Human understanding of society is constantly deepening, and even more so of understanding natural phenomena. In the first half of the 19th century, when significant achievements had been made in politics, economics, philosophy, and in the theory of socialism, natural sciences, facilitated by the Industrial Revolution, had also achieved major breakthroughs, especially the discovery of the law of energy conservation and transformation, the theory of biological cell structure, and Darwin's theory of evolution, known as the 19th century's three major scientific discoveries in natural science. These mark a new height of human understanding of nature, that is, to reveal the laws governing the objective and dialectical movement of nature as a whole. From these discussions, it is obvious that Marxism, as a scientific truth, was not produce in a vacuum. It is the result of the development of thought and culture in the past few hundred years. Without these advanced ideas, the creation of Marxism would be impossible. It is also the reason Marxism is a scientific truth able to withstand heavy battering. 1.1.3 Great discoveries in natural sciences. 9. 1.1.3.1 Discovery of biological cell structure. European scientists discovered and started to study animal and plant cells through a microscope as early as the 17th century. Matthias Jacob Schleiden, a professor of botany at the University of Jena, developed the first systematic cell theory in 1838. He stated that the different parts of a plant organism are composed of cells, and that the process of plant development is a process of cell formation and growth. Theodor Schwann, a professor of anatomy at the University of Liege, extended cell theory from botany to animal science in 1839. He pointed out that not just plants of various types are composed of cells, animal organisms with more complex appearances are also made up of cells, and both follow the same law to come into being and develop. Engels highly evaluated the significant scientific value of the birth of cell theory. This discovery for the first time gave a firm basis to the investigation of the organic living products of nature, both comparative anatomy and physiology, and embryology. The origin, growth, and structure of organisms were deprived of their mysterious character. The hitherto incomprehensible miracle was merged in a process which takes place according to a law that is essentially identical for all multicellular organisms. 12. 12 Collected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 2. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 526. Cell theory reveals the dialectical laws governing the constant movement, development, and transformation in the biological world. 1.1.3.2 Law of Energy Conservation and Transformation. The basic idea of the law of energy conservation and transformation was put forward by René Descartes from the perspective of philosophy as early as the 17th century. In 1644, he wrote in Principles of Philosophy that there is a fixed amount of energy in material movement, which can neither increase nor decrease, although it is sometimes increased or decreased in some parts of the material. Since the end of the 18th century, a series of discoveries made in mechanics, physics, and chemistry have proved the transformation between different forms of motion, providing favorable conditions for the establishment of the law of conservation and transformation. In 1840s, the law of energy conservation and transformation was proposed by several scientists at almost the same time. The mechanical equivalence principle was first stated in its modern form by the German surgeon Julius Robert von Meyer in 1842. He found that his patients' blood was a deeper red when they were consuming less oxygen, 10, and therefore less energy, to maintain their body temperature in hotter climates. Thus, he drew the conclusion that mechanical energy, heat energy, and chemical energy are equivalent and can be transformed into each other. In 1843, James Prescott Joule independently discovered the mechanical equivalent in a series of experiments, building the law on the basis of science. Meanwhile, several scientists in England, Germany, and Denmark drew the same conclusions in independent and different studies. The discovery of the law of energy conservation and transformation not only proved the unity of matter and the diversity of movement in nature with scientific facts, it also demonstrated that different forms of energy can be transformed into each other under certain conditions. The unity of all motion in nature is no longer a philosophical assertion, but a natural scientific fact. 13. That is to say, what the law reveals is a dialectical law, governing the constant movement, development, and mutual transformation of various material forms in nature. 13 Selected works of Marx and Engels, Volume 3. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p.526. 1.13.3 Darwin's Theory of Evolution. Charles Darwin developed the theory of evolution through field investigation, making a more scientific demonstration of the origin of the species. In 1831, the 22-year-old Darwin boarded the warship HMS Beagle and began a voyage around the world that lasted nearly 5 years. Prior to the voyage, Darwin was a creationist who believed that matter was constant. On-the-spot geological investigation turned him to a disciple of Charles Lyell's geological gradient theory. The surface of the Earth is ever-changing, rather than stationary. His belief that species are changeable was reinforced by research. With the large amount of materials he had gathered in South America and the Pacific Islands. First, when he found that the huge fossils of prehistoric mammals in South America were very similar to smaller-size modern animals, he realized the link between ancient and modern animals. Second, the geographical distribution of some closely related species in South America demonstrated a trend of successive substitution from north to south, with species at the two ends completely different. This phenomenon reminded him of the successive substitution of different species and the production of new species. Third, while most creatures in the Galapagos Islands have the biological features of South American species, the species on each island have unique characteristics. He was convinced that there must be an internal connection between the differences of the species and their different living environments. With these facts, Darwin concluded that species on the Earth are the outcome of evolution. After he returned to England in 1936, he continued his research using the huge collection of materials and finally developed a systematic theory of evolution. In 1859, he published Origin of Species, full name, On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection, or the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. With rich evidence, the work proves how species gradually evolved into new species in the struggle for existence and through the choice of nature, hence establishing the theory of evolution, with natural choice as the core. The publication of this great work strongly supports the theory of dialectical development, and it gave a heavy blow to idealist teleology and the metaphysical theory of the immutability of species. It was partly due to the rapid development of natural science that Hegel became a master of dialectics. Marx and Engels gave special attention to and researched in person the new achievements made in natural sciences. Marx wrote Math Notes and Engels wrote Dialectics of Nature and Anti-Diering, the Encyclopedia of Marxism, a book in which he studies a large number of problems in natural sciences. In speech at the graveside of Karl Marx, Engels wrote, "Two such discoveries would be enough for one lifetime. Happy the man to whom it is granted to make even one such discovery." But Marx investigated every single field and he investigated many, none of them superficially. 14. Marx regarded the discoveries in natural sciences also as huge driving forces of productivity and social progress. Science was for Marx a historically dynamic, revolutionary force. However great the joy with which he welcomed a new discovery in some theoretical science whose practical application perhaps it was as yet quite impossible to envisage, he experienced quite another kind of joy when the discovery involved immediate revolution, changes in industry, and in historical development in general. 15. From the above analysis we can see clearly that the development of human thought and scientific progress provided sufficient and necessary conditions for the creation of Marxism. It can be said that by the first half of the 19th century, the time was ripe for a brand new scientific outlook on history and the world to reveal the mystery of human history. Marx had a genius mind, was remarkably talented, incredibly diligent, and 12. Expressed selfless dedication to the working class. Moreover, he resolutely abandoned his original class and chose to be a member of the proletariat, a hard choice that few people would make. On this point, it was said, his real mission in life was to contribute, in one way or another, to the overthrow of capitalist society and of the state institutions that it had brought into being, and to contribute to the liberation of the modern proletariat, which he was the first to make. Everyone conscious of its position and its needs, and conscious of the conditions of its emancipation. 16. Having finished a transformation from revolutionary democracy to communism, from idealism to materialism, and having critically inherited all valuable ideas and achievements created by its predecessors, the founders created Marxism and realized a great revolution in the history of human thought. Marxism is a great revolution in human thought. First, it is the first theory that really builds human understanding of the social and historical phenomena on a foundation of materialism. It is true that a great number of achievements have been made over time in studies of social and historical phenomena, including some genius speculations. On the whole, however, the field of history has been dominated by idealism, which interprets the social and historical phenomena with God, human, or concept, regarding something spiritual as the origin of social history. The founders of Marxism applied materialism to the field of social and historical research, analyzed and studied social phenomena with the viewpoint and method of dialectic materialism, hence taking off the mysterious veil that had covered human society for thousands of years. It revealed the nature of social phenomena and the secret of human history, and it discovered the laws governing the development of human society. Engels shared that Marx's discovery in social science was as important as Darwin's theory of evolution for biology and the law of energy conversion for natural science. Lenin called Marx's historical materialism the greatest achievement in scientific thought, and the synonym of social science. 17. It is self-evident that there would be no social science without this viewpoint. 18. These are the most succinct and accurate evaluations of the scientific value of the historical materialism of Marxism. The second reason Marxism is regarded as a great revolution in human thought lies in the fact that it sets philosophy and social sciences free from studies of the scholars, and turns them into a spiritual weapon for the majority of the working class to understand and transform the world. Lenin said, Marx's philosophy is a consummate philosophical materialism that has provided mankind, and especially the working class, with powerful instruments of knowledge. 19. In the past, philosophy and knowledge of social sciences were either the tools of the ruling class or the objects of study for literati and scholars. But the founders of Marxism openly declared that their theories are for the working class and the majority of the people to be used as a spiritual weapon to understand and transform the world. Armed with social sciences under the guidance of Marxism, the workers' movement has developed from an unconscious stage to a conscious stage. The working class is consciously devoted to the transformation of the world, the struggle for the liberation of mankind, and the great cause of communism. Marxist theory keeps developing. It has experienced a long process of constant enrichment, improvement, and development, consisting of a series of successive stages. characterized by the social problems and social contradictions of the time, as well as the historical tasks of the working class and its political party. Marxism was produced to answer questions posed in different historical stages, and keeps enriching and developing in its theoretical summarization of experiences in socialist revolution and construction. Generally speaking, Marxism has gone through three major stages of development, each for about 50 years. 1.2.1 The first stage of Marxism. The first stage of Marxism dates from its birth via the publication of Manifesto of the Communist Party to the death of Friedrich Engels. In this period, capitalists seized political power, established a capitalist system, and embarked on a rising period of stable development. With the outbreak of three great workers' movements in Europe, this was also a period of their vigorous development. The historical task of world socialism is to explore the essential characteristics, basic contradictions, and the development law of the 14. New social form of capitalism to provide a theory for socialism. During this half-century, after continuous enrichment and development, Marxism, in the form of a theory, had become the universally accepted guiding ideology of the working class, defeating various opportunisms in the workers' movement and other socialist theories. Engels once said that Marx participated in the proletarian revolution with his creative theory. It is because of the genius, creativity, and arduous theoretical exploration of the founders of Marxism that turned socialism from utopia to science. The workers' movement would no longer wander in the dark and instead embarked on a path of healthy development, from the unconscious to the conscious stage of development. During this period, Marx and Engels made a great deal of very fruitful theoretical research and theoretical innovation, critically inherited all the most valuable ideological achievements made in human history, and summarized the experience of the modern labor movement, advancing the human spirit to a brand new historical stage. Marxism synthesizes the development of human thought. It created historical materialism, revealing the general law governing the development of human society, founded the theory of surplus value, and uncovered the secret of capitalist exploitation and the special law governing the development of capitalist society. With these two great discoveries, the founders of Marxism accomplished a theoretical demonstration of socialism, building socialism on a sound scientific foundation. These great ideas and this profound theory were written in their great works, such as the German ideology, Manifesto of the Communist Party, a contribution to the critique of political economy, Das Kapital, Anti-Darin, Socialism, Utopian and Scientific, and the works and letters of Engels in his twilight years. Marxism is the greatest wealth of human mind and spirit. At the turn of the millennium, Marx was evaluated by Western mainstream media and scholars as the number one thinker in the second millennium, the greatest thinker of the millennium, and the man of the millennium. These horrible titles are the best proof of the theoretical contribution of Marxism. Marxism and the theory of scientific socialism have exerted a profound and far-reaching influence on human thought, the world socialist movement, and the development of human society. 1.2.2 The second stage of Marxism spans from the end of the 19th century to the mid-20th century. In this stage, capitalism developed from laissez-faire capitalism to monopoly capitalism, with the features of the epoch turning from stable development to war. 15. And revolution. The 20th century of human history began with an imperialist war. The historical task of world socialism was to transform socialist theory into socialist practice and a realistic system. The Russian Communist Party led by Lenin defeated the Zionism of the Second International, advancing Marxism to a new stage under imperi. A list conditions. There will be no revolutionary practice without revolutionary theory. In an extremely difficult revolutionary environment, Lenin had studied a large number of philosophical problems, including major problems in the history of philosophy. With the viewpoint and method of dialectical materialism and historical materialism that he had enriched and developed, he analyzed and studied the essential characteristics, basic contradiction and development trend of capitalism in the stage of monopoly, that is, imperialism, and sized up the complex domestic and international political situations, providing powerful ideological weapons for the revolutionary practice of the Russian Communist Party. Like Marx's Das Kapital, Lenin's critique of imperialism is an epoch-making masterpiece in the history of Marxism. He led the Great October Revolution, the victory of the Russian Revolution and the establishment of the first socialist system in human history transformed socialism from theory to practice, ushering in a new era in history. From then on, human society entered a new era of the coexistence of and competition between socialism and capitalism. The great theoretical contribution of Lenin to the development of Marxism is multifaceted in, among other fields, philosophy, political science, sociology, and economics, greatly enriching the theories of Marxism. In particular, through the study of the economic and political characteristics of monopoly capitalism, he revealed the nature of imperialism, expounded the rule of uneven economic and political development of world capitalism, and put forward the theory that socialism can be realized first in one or several countries. Under the guidance of this theory, Russia achieved the great victory of the October Socialist Revolution, promoting Marxism to a new stage of development. After Lenin's death, under the leadership of Stalin, the Soviet Union realized industrialization in fewer than 20 years, an economic miracle that people are still agog with curiosity today. While Stalin had made serious mistakes in leading the socialist construction of the Soviet Union, they were mistakes made by a great historical figure in the pioneering stage, and could not be used to offset his outstanding historic feats. Not long ago, while talking about the recent re-evaluation of Stalin in Russia, Khrushcheva, granddaughter of Khrushchev, said that Stalin ranks third, sometimes even second, only after Peter the Great, in surveys on the historical contribution of the Russian historical 16 figures made by various organizations. He is still regarded as a great figure in the history of the Soviet Union. 20 Without the strong leadership of Stalin, it would have been impossible to build the first socialist system in the world, to complete industrialization in so little time, and to defeat the German fascists to win the great victory of World War II. 20 Journal of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. May 15, 2007, p. 2. 21 Collected Works of Lenin, on Marxism. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 158. After World War II, with the development of the world's situation, socialism was practiced in not just one country but in a dozen, and Marxism has won one victory after another. The victory of the Chinese Revolution, in particular, has significantly changed the world balance of power between socialism and capitalism. There are more than 10 socialist countries in Europe and Asia, accounting for about one-third of world land area, economic output, and population. The emergence of a strong socialist camp greatly shocked the opposing capitalist world, and forced some developed capitalist countries to follow a socialist planned economy and welfare policy for reform or improvement. In this situation, U.S. Secretary of State Dulles put forward a policy of the peaceful Evolution of socialism in an attempt to build a fence to prevent the expansion of red communism in the early 1950s. President Kennedy still lamented that capitalism had become islands scattered in the Red Sea of socialism at the beginning of the 1960s. No matter what happened in later years, it is an indisputable fact that socialism had exerted a significant impact on the world in the middle of the 20th century, a climax of the communist movement. All this was attributed to the direct influence of Marxism. 1.2.3 The third stage of Marxism. The third stage of Marxism dates from the beginning of the 1950s to the end of the 20th century. This was a stage of socialist construction, reform, and exploration of development models for the socialist countries. Marxism is a rigorous scientific system, composed of three parts, one of which may be given priority in certain developmental stages due to the changes of situation and task. Lenin said, but the aims of immediate and direct action changed very sharply during this period, just as the actual social and political situation changed, and consequently, since Marxism is a living doctrine, various aspects of it were bound to become prominent. 21 In the 20th century, particularly in the second half of the century, world socialism was faced with great challenges and problems posed by the changing international situation. For further development. 17. Marxism must answer the questions of the new era and solve major problems in the face of contemporary socialism. As is known to all, after World War II, socialism made remarkable achievements as well as accumulated social problems and various contradictions, including the sharpening contradictions between socialist countries and among communist parties. After serious reflection, exploration, and reform, many socialist countries began to abandon the single development model and dogmatism to explore their own models of socialism. In the process of exploration, some succeeded in consolidating and developing the socialist system, while others ended up in failure and slipped to the capitalist camp. The disintegration of the Soviet Union and the drastic changes in Eastern Europe led to a huge setback for world socialism and brought the international communist movement again to a low tide. In the international situation, capitalism is obviously stronger and more aggressive than socialism, and the international monopoly capitalism led by the United States is more outrageous in pursuing hegemonism and unilateral policies around the globe. In short, world socialism had experienced a process of development from low tide to high tide and back to low tide in the 20th century. The stage of 20th century socialist development can be subdivided into four periods. In the first, socialism was transformed from theory into practice with the victory of the October Socialist Revolution, the establishment of the first socialist country, and the theoretical and practical exploration of building socialism in the Soviet Union. In the second period, the sharp and extensive social and national contradictions caused by World War II led to the founding of a number of socialist countries in underdeveloped capitalist countries and in colonial and semi-colonial countries. With the emergence of a socialist camp, socialism was no longer practiced in only one country, but in many. The third is the period of exploration of socialist construction. With the development of socialism, social problems began to surface and the differences between the socialist countries were exposed, triggering fierce debates among the communist parties that severely damaged their image, weakened their forces, and fostered a socialist crisis. These lessons show that socialism was still in the primary stage. It is urgent to explore, in theory and in practice, the correct model for building socialism. The fourth is the period of overall reform of socialist countries. By summarizing both Practical experience and theoretical innovation. China, Vietnam, Cuba, and other socialist countries initiated a policy of reform and opening up, and explored the road of socialism with their characteristics, hence advancing the cause of world socialism and Marxist 18. Theory. On the contrary, reform in the Soviet Union and the socialist countries of Eastern Europe changed the socialist system, resulting in the evolution of capitalism and a low tide of the global socialist movement. The main tasks and practices of the working class and its political party in the 20th century are war, revolution, construction, and reform. Socialism, as a brand new social form, has experienced an extremely arduous and tortuous process of development in the past 100+ years. It has made brilliant achievements, but also suffered serious setbacks. It demonstrates a strong vitality, yet bears obvious marks of immaturity. Therefore, we must apply the viewpoint and method of historical materialism to study how to develop socialism in the 20th century, summarizing its basic experience and lessons, and enriching the theoretical treasure house of Marxism. This is a work of great significance to the working class and the great cause of world socialism. 1.3 The basic tenets and scientific system of Marxism. What is Marxism? This question can be answered in different ways from different angles. We define Marxism from three aspects. Marxism is a theory about the law governing the development of nature, human society, and human thought, the world outlook and methodology of the working class, and the theoretical system for the realization of communism and the liberation of mankind. The combination points out not only the scientific connotation but also the class attribute and practical function of Marxism. Marxism is a rigorous scientific system composed of a series of basic concepts and 10 ETS. Therefore, to master the scientific system of Marxism, we must correctly understand its basic tenets and their internal logical connections. Marxist classical writers interpreted the basic tenets of Marxism in different terms in different periods. For instance, Marx and Engels expounded their theories with general principles and basic ideas, Lenin with basic theories and basic principles, Mao Zedong with universal truth and basic points of view, and Deng Xiaoping with basic principles and fundamental viewpoints. The terminologies mentioned above, belonging to the same category, are used to expound the basic tenets of Marxism or, as the founders of Marxism put it, constitute the basic thought. The term the basic tenets of Marxism is a universally accepted scientific concept developed in the history of Marxism, an accurate and scientific concept used to expound the core of the basic thought of Marxism. 19 Chapter 1, Marxism and its great significance in the contemporary world. What are the basic tenets of Marxism, and what is the basis or criterion for it? This is a question of principle that is worth in-depth research. We must reach consensus on this issue, otherwise, there will be ambiguous and contradictory understanding of the question and very different answers. Of course, it is extremely difficult to determine a specific criterion to standardize the basic tenets of Marxism. But at least we can make tentative efforts in this respect with scientific research methodology. The author holds that the basic tenets of Marxism have the following features. They must reflect the fundamental nature and overall function of Marxism. They must have a world outlook and methodology that reflect the high degree of unity of the scientific and revolutionary nature of Marxism. Compared with the individual principle and the special principle, the basic tenet is a generalization of the nature of things and the law of development. The basic tenet is more stable and effective, irrespective of the change of specific conditions. The guidance of the basic tenet for human activities is more general and fundamental than the specific principle. As an abstract generalization of the essence and law of objective things, the basic tenet is abstract in theory while concrete in practice. Only in close combination with concrete reality in different areas at different stages can it play the guiding role. As Marx and Engels said, the practical application of the principles will depend, as the manifesto itself states, everywhere and at all times, on the historical conditions. 22. However, we cannot negate the truth and universal significance embodied in the basic tenets of Marxism with the change of the times. Here we must guard against two tendencies: the dogmatic tendency of mechanically applying the basic tenets of Marxism to solve the problems in a changed condition, and the erroneous tendency of advocating that Marxism is out of date with the change of historical conditions. 22. Collected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 2. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 5. Moreover, we must correctly grasp the multilevel characteristics of the basic tenets of Marxism, that is, the time, space, and historical conditions for the existence of these tenets. Generally speaking, the main levels of the tenets are as follows. The tenets at the highest level reveal the most general laws of the objective world, usually known as the basic tenets. 20. In dialectical materialism, the tenets at the second level reveal the laws governing the development of human society, including societies with and without class. The tenets at the third level are those integrated with the concrete realities of different countries. For instance, the sinicized Marxism that includes the basic theories and principles with Chinese characteristics created in the concrete historical conditions of China. They are not only suitable for China, but also have significant reference for the socialist revolution and construction of other countries with backward economies and cultures. Since its birth, Marxism has been widely and profoundly studied. Some are holistic studies of the whole system, while others research a specific basic tenet in a certain field. Scholars from both home and abroad have provided a great deal of interpretation and generalization of the basic tenets of Marxism according to their studies and understandings. All their contributions are beneficial to the exploration of the basic tenets of Marxism. In general, however, there are few comprehensive and complete studies and generalizations of the basic tenets of Marxism. Here we make a comprehensive study of this topic from the above-mentioned viewpoints and according to our understanding in an attempt to promote the research in this important field. We have summed up 14 basic tenets of Marxism as follows. 1. The tenet of the interconnection, interaction, movement, and development of the objective material world. 2. The tenet of the law governing the evolving development of human society from a lower to a higher level. 3. The tenet of the nature of epochs and developmental stages. 4. The tenet of the dialectical unity of the productive forces, production relations, economic base, and superstructure. 5. The tenet of the class struggle, and class analysis. 6. The theory of the proletarian revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. 7. The tenet that the people are the creators of history. 8. The theory of surplus value and the basic and principal contradictions of a capitalist society. 9. The theory of the historical inevitability and historical missions of the working class. 10. The theory of the defining features and development law of scientific socialism. 11. The theory of laws governing the socialist revolution, including reform and construction. 21. 12. The doctrine of the proletarian party and the theory of building the Communist Party. 13. The tenet of all-around human development and communism. 14. The tenet of the guidance of Marxism in ideology. Systematic analysis shows that these basic tenets are not isolated but are closely connected with an inherent logical relationship. The theoretical system of socialism with Chinese characteristics is the most important 10. Theoretical achievement of the Sinicization of Marxism, and the basic principle and the most fundamental guiding ideology for building socialism with Chinese characteristics. It was stated in a report to the 17th National Congress of the CPC that, in contemporary China, to stay true to Marxism means to adhere to the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. As long as China is engaged in socialism, it must be socialism that is integrated with China's specific national conditions, that is, socialism with Chinese characteristics. The realization of socialism in China will require a long historical period during which there will be only one banner, one theoretical system, and one guiding ideology: the theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics. The basic principle of socialism with Chinese characteristics, or the fundamental principle as Deng Xiaoping put it, is to adhere to the four cardinal principles. Specifically, it can be summarized in the following 9 theories. 1. The theory of the predominance of public ownership and distribution according to work. 2. The theory of the adherence of the leadership of the Communist Party of China and the rules of party building. 3. The theory of class struggle in the socialist society and the people's democratic dictatorship. 4. The theory of strengthening mainstream socialist ideology under the guidance of Marxism. 5. The theory of the primary stage of socialism. 6. The theory of reform, opening up, and a socialist market economy. 7. The theory of building a socialist democracy and legal system. 8. The theory of scientific development and the building of a harmonious socialist society. 9. The theory of international cooperation and maintaining close ties with the political parties of the working class in other countries. 22. The theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics is the outcome of socialist practice in China, the theoretical summary of socialist construction in underdeveloped countries, and the Marxism developed under the specific conditions of China. Therefore, the universal truth it embodies will have a positive impact on and will be a significant reference for the realization of socialism in underdeveloped countries. 1.4 The theoretical value and contemporary significance of Marxism. Since its birth, Marxism keeps developing and has had a tremendous impact on the development of human society. The fundamental reason for its unrivaled vitality and impact is that its scientific truth has revealed the nature of complex social phenomena and the laws governing the development of human history, and has made scientific predictions for the future development of society. Lenin pointed out that the Marxist doctrine is omnipotent because it is true. It is comprehensive and harmonious, and provides men with an integral world outlook irreconcilable with any form of superstition, recession, or defense of bourgeois oppression. 23 Deng Xiaoping also said clearly, Marxism cannot be defeated. That is so not because there are so many big books, but because Marxism is the irrefutable truth. 24 As an irrefutable truth rather than an immutable and frozen dogma, Marxism as a theory keeps developing with the development of social practice. One of the most important principles of Marxism is adhering to the truth, correcting its mistakes, and constantly improving itself with the development of social practice. Such a theory is always new and will never be obsolete. This is also the secret of the success and constant enrichment and development of Marxism, which has suffered many attacks, setbacks, vicissitudes, and revisions from enemies both inside and outside the communist camp. The theoretical value of Marxism also lies in the fact that it has not only inherited the valuable thoughts and achievements of its predecessors, but also surpassed them, promoting human thought to a new stage. 23 Collected works of Lenin, on Marxism. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 67. 24 Selected works of Deng Xiaoping, Volume 3. Beijing, People's Press, 1993, p. 382. Human history has produced countless thinkers, such as Confucius, Mencius, Lao Tzu, Chuang-Tzu, and Zhuxi of China, Plato, Aristotle, great thinkers of the Renaissance. Classical economists, philosophers, and the utopian socialist thinkers in the West. Their invaluable thoughts constitute a treasure house of human thought. Undeniably, however. 23. They inevitably have historical and class limitations. As part of the superstructure, their thoughts are the reflection of the economic base of their times, representing, in various degrees, the interests of the exploiting classes. Their theories contain only elements of truth, more often than not, mixed with dregs. In this sense, Mao Zedong is judicious in his attitude toward the historical and traditional culture, that is, we should inherit the traditional culture critically, absorbing its essence and rejecting its dross. Marxism is able to surpass the previous ideology and culture because its founders stood in the height of new era. They represent the fundamental interests of advanced productive forces and a single class, the proletariat, in line with the correct direction of the development of human history. They realized the internal unity of the nature of science and class in their theory. The more profoundly it reveals the nature of the world and the law of social development, the more conducive it is to the realization of a communist society and the interests of the working class. A Western scholar called Marxism insurmountable. It is insurmountable because it is a scientific truth that keeps developing with the development of social practice. The theoretical value of Marxism lies in its practicality and effectiveness. We study Marxism for the sole purpose of applying it. We must apply the Marxist stand, view, point, and method in our serious study of China's history and reality, then draw theoretical conclusions to direct our practice. Mao Zedong had the most profound insight in this regard. He severely criticized the bookishness and empty talk when studying Marxism, stressing that we must integrate Marxism with the concrete reality of China, and use the Marxist stand, viewpoint, and method to study and solve practical problems. Moreover, he summarized the history of the Communist Party of China simply as the integration of Marxism with China's specific revolutionary practice. Deng Xiaoping also pointed out that a true Marxist-Leninist must understand, carry on and develop Marxism Leninism in light of the current situation. Anyone who fails to carry Marxism forward with new thinking and a new viewpoint is not a true Marxist. 25. Through applying Marxism to the practice, we have not only won the success of socialist revolution and construction but also enriched and developed Marxism. Therefore, it can be said that the theoretical value of Marxism is reflected more prominently in its application to and development in practice. The vitality of Marxism comes from the need of the epoch and social practice. While the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the drastic changes in Eastern Europe once again brought the international communist movement to a low ebb, this does not mean that the study of Marxism is also at a low ebb. On the contrary, enthusiasm for Marxist studies has grown worldwide in the past 20 years. Thousands of international conferences on Marxist and socialist studies have been held, including scores of ones with more than 1,000 participants. The largest was the Marx Conference held at the University of London in 1996, with its more than 6,000 participants. In New York, the World Socialist Scholars Conference, renamed the World Left Forum in 2003, is held once a year with at least 2,000 participants. In Paris, the International Marx Conference is held every 2 years, and a grand gathering is organized for the discussion of the Marxist theory on every anniversary. In addition, there are many activities in Latin America, such as the World Socialist Forum and the São Paulo Forum. Popular slogans raised at these conferences include "Marx will always live in the hearts of the people," "Marx is not dead," and "Marxism is needed in the world today." It is worth mentioning that, at the turn of the millennium, Western media and academia more than once named Marx the #1 thinker in the second millennium, the greatest thinker of the millennium and the man of the millennium. In July 2005, in a survey of more than 30,000 audience members conducted by the Fourth Channel of the BBC, with the topic "Who is the greatest philosopher in human history?", Karl Marx, founder of communism, won first place with 27.93% of the vote, far more than David Hume second place with only 12.6%. Other great philosophers, such as Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, and Kant scored below them. Hegel didn't even get into the top 20. Prague, the host, said, "Marx won first place for many reasons, but the most important is that his theory can explain everything." What he called the theory that can explain everything is Marx's historical materialism, his world outlook, and his methodology. In addition, a survey published in Der Spiegel on September 5, 2005, shows that 66% of the people in East Germany and 56% of those in West Germany believe that socialism is a good idea but has been implemented badly so far. A Der Spiegel reporter interviewed Professor Rudolf Hickel, director of the Labor and Economic Research Institute, University of Bremen, and Professor Paul Nolte, a historian at the Free University of Berlin, on the theoretical value of Marxism. They answered, "As a social theorist, Marx revealed the law governing the development of historical materialism, produced the material basis versus superstructure model, and laid out a historical perspective of the development of modern society. These achievements were very attractive in the past, and are still fascinating today." Both professors believed that Marx has changed the 25th world, and at the beginning of the 21st century, we urgently need thinkers like Marx to analyze the current situation of capitalism in a convincing fashion. History is ruthless but impartial. Although Marx has suffered, in his lifetime and after his death, all kinds of persecution and vilification, he has been evaluated many times by Western mainstream media and people of insight as the greatest thinker of the millennium and the greatest contemporary thinker. He enjoys respect and a great worldwide reputation after more than 100 years. The fundamental reason is that, as a man with great personal charisma, he made a tremendous contribution to the thought of mankind, and conquered the world with the scientific truth and logic power he revealed. The global economic crisis triggered by the financial crisis of 2007 has once again proved the truth and scientific predictions in Marxism. Das Kapital has become a best seller, from which the scholars as well as politicians in the West research the answer to the capitalist economic crisis. All these, from the other side, have proved the theoretical value and contemporary significance of Marxism. 1.5 Several principles for the study of the basic tenets of Marxism. Marxism is a scientific truth that we need to study carefully. We must follow the Marxist stand, viewpoint, and method, that is, the method of dialectical materialism, when studying Marxism. Otherwise, it is impossible for us to correctly grasp and fully understand its basic tenets. To study Marxism, we must attach great importance to the following principles. 1.5.1 The principle of the unity of adherence and development. As is analyzed above, Marxism is a rigorous scientific system that keeps developing. Development is an inherent feature. Adherence and development are integrated in an organic way in the development of Marxism, with the former as a prerequisite for the latter, and the latter as the outcome and continuation of the former. It is wrong to separate them. Deng Xiaoping once pointed out that we cannot forget the ancestors, the founders of Marxism-Leninism, but we must create new theories. Marxism always keeps up with the times, neither neglecting the basic tenets of Marxism nor discouraging development is genuine Marxism. The correct principle for the study and application of Marxism must be adherence, development, study, and innovation. This is the basic method and attitude toward Marxism. 26. 1.5.2 The principle of the combination of theory and practice. Mao Zedong once stressed that we study Marxism for the sole purpose of applying it, and it would be useless were we to divorce it from reality. Therefore, in studying and exploring the basic tenets of Marxism, we must start from current social practice and combine the tenets with features of the contemporary epoch. Otherwise, our Marxist studies will deviate from the right direction. To this end, we must guard against dogmatism and pragmatism. On the one hand, we must avoid drawing incorrect conclusions by applying a dogmatically individual principle of Marxism to current reality, and on the other hand, we must prevent jumping to the conclusion that Marxism is out of date just because it cannot explain bits and pieces of fact. 1.5.3 The principle of the unity of the whole and its parts. Marxism is also a unity of whole and parts. As Lenin said, it is a complete piece of steel composed of three parts. Therefore, we cannot only study its scientific system as a whole, but also a particular part or a principle of it. However, no matter how we study it, we must combine the whole with the parts, grasping the whole from the study of the parts, and studying the parts and some individual principles with the whole always in mind. Only in this way can we grasp Marxism completely and accurately. It is correct for us to conduct categorized studies of each part of Marxism, which deepens our understanding and promotes the studies of each branch discipline of Marxism. A problem is neglecting to study Marxism as a whole, which is exactly the characteristic of the discipline of Marxism. We must stress holistic research of the Marxism's basic tenets. That is to say, we must study the basic tenets as well as the scientific system composed by these tenets. Holistic study is not only the requirement of the development of Marxism and the construction of the discipline, but also the requirement and the trend of developing contemporary studies of philosophy and social sciences. 1.5.4 The principle of the unity of the scientific nature and ideological function of Marxism. The truth of Marxism is indisputable. Marx revealed the nature of social phenomena and the laws governing the development of human society, and he made scientific predictions of the trend of future social development. In the current global capitalist economic crisis, people become more aware of the truth and foresight of Marxism, and more 27. Impressed by its power of truth. The scientific nature of Marxism refers to the revelation of the nature and laws of objective things and social phenomena, a reflection of objective truth. Natural sciences and social sciences are all scientific, only different in the form of knowledge. We cannot deny objective truth in philosophy and social sciences just because the objects of their studies are human beings with thoughts and feelings, active ideas in real life, and their existence, demands, and social relations. This point of view is totally wrong. The research object of social sciences is social existence relating to human activities, interests, and social relations. This shows the particularity and complexity of the social sciences, but does not mean that social sciences are not scientific. An important reason the scientific nature of Marxism is often questioned is that it is closely related to ideology. Marxism is both a scientific truth and is an ideology that reflects the fundamental interests of the working class, and it is an ideological weapon for them to understand and transform the world. One of the most important characteristics of Marxism is the combination of its scientific nature and ideological function. Engels said the more reckless science is, the more it is in the interests of the workers. Some scholars in the West put the two in opposition and argued that any theory that serves the interests of a particular class is not scientific. The opinion also has certain influence in China. Misunderstandings of this problem are mainly caused by the simplification and vulgarization of the relationship between the scientific nature and ideological function of Marxism. As a guiding ideology, it goes without saying that Marxism must serve reality and guide our practice. To transform a theory and scientific system into realistic policies and practical active ideas, we need to go through a series of complex intermediate links involving research, argumentation, and recreation. Therefore, we cannot directly equate Marxism with the realistic policies. Mao Zedong once said that, Marxism is the theoretical foundation of our guiding ideology. The simplification and vulgarization of the truth and ideology of Marxism will inevitably undermine its scientific nature and arouse skepticism about the correctness of Marxism. Therefore, we must study further to produce a convincing explanation of the relationship between the two characteristics of Marxism. Chapter 2. Marxist Outlook on Epochs and Features of the Contemporary Epoch. What epoch is the contemporary world in? How does one understand the nature and theme of the contemporary epoch? What is the historical trend of the development of this epoch? These are important and heatedly debated questions in the current discussions about this epoch. Marxist ideas about epochs provided us with a key to the scientific understanding of the contemporary epoch, the history of capitalism, and the inevitability of the victory of socialism and communism. Research on the trend and law of the development of human society, especially that of the capitalist society, to reveal the historical inevitability of the replacement of capitalism by socialism and communism, is the core of the Marxist idea on epochs as well as its essential difference from other ideas. The contemporary world is complicated and changeable with the coexistence of socialism and capitalism. In the new situation, an accurate grasp and judgment of the nature and theme of the contemporary epoch is extremely important for the cause of socialism with Chinese characteristics, and for China to formulate irreasonable domestic and foreign policies and strategies. 2.1 The ideas of Marx and Engels on epochs. Marx and Engels' understanding of epochs laid a theoretical foundation for us to study the present epoch and provided a guide for us to scientifically grasp its trends and features. 29. 30. 2.1.1 Basis and Standards of Marx and Engels for the Division of Epochs. Marx and Engels divided history into epochs from different angles. Marx believes that the development of material production is the basis of all social life as well as of all realities. Take history. Based on natural science research, he has put forward many epochs according to different tools of production, such as the stone epoch, the bronze epoch, the iron epoch, the steam power epoch, and the electricity epoch. In preface to a contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx used hunting and fishing society, agricultural society, and industrial, or commercial, society to express different stages of the development of human society. This is the division of epoch according to the forms of social technology. In The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, Engels divided the history of human society into three epochs, namely, savagery, barbarism, and civilization. Savagery is the period in which man's appropriation of products in their natural state predominates. The products of human art are chiefly instruments that assist this appropriation. Barbarism is the period during which man learns to breed domestic animals, to practice agriculture, and to acquire methods of increasing the supply of natural products by human activity. Civilization is the period in which man learns a more advanced application of work to the products of nature, the period of industry proper and of art. This epoch division is made mainly according to the ability of mankind to use and transform nature, improve production tools, and develop productive forces. Marx also divided the history of human society into three successive stages from the perspective of the development of mankind's subjectivity. He said, relations of personal dependence, entirely spontaneous at the outset, are the first social forms in which human productive capacity develops only to a slight extent and at isolated points. Personal independence founded on objective dependence is the second great form, in which a system of general social metabolism, of universal relations, of all-around needs and universal capacities is first formed. Free individuality, based on the universal development of individuals and on their subordination of their communal and social productivity as their social wealth, is the third stage. The second stage creates conditions for the third. 26. The division of epochs by Marx and Engels from the forms of technology and civilization reflect the objective process of the development of human society from different perspectives. However, Marx's understanding of an epoch doesn't stop at this level, it carries a deeper scientific connotation. Marx provided a scientific standard for the scientific and comprehensive grasp of the changes of the epochs. His outlook on epochs took the contradiction and unification of productivity and relations of production, that is, the mode of production, as a standard for the division of epochs, rather than using some kind of ideology or moral and ethical principle, or simply the level of productivity, to distinguish the characteristics of this or that form of society. Marx's theory about the development of human society from primitive society, slave society, feudal society, and capitalist society to the communist society eventually revealed the stages of development of human society and the laws governing the evolution and development of an epoch on the basis of the basic social contradictions and their movement and changes. Marx said, science, too, is among the productive forces. He pointed out that science is a revolutionary force driving the development of history. However, he had never neglected the importance of the workers, the means of production and social system. In regarding the science, technology, and knowledge as the decisive force of social and historical development, let alone using them as the standards to divide social forms and historical epochs. He wrote in the Capital, "It is not the articles made, but how they are made, and by what instruments, that enables us to distinguish different economic epochs. Instruments of labor not only supply a standard of the degree of development to which human labor has attained. They are also indicators of the social conditions under which that labor is carried on." 27. 27 Collected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 5. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 210. 28 Selected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 1. Beijing, People's Press, 1995, p. 257. We cannot fully and profoundly understand the changes of the epochs only from the development of science and technology, or from the perspective of productive forces. He stressed that the contradiction between the productive forces and production relations, economic base and superstructure is the driving force of social development and the changes of social forms, and is the most profound root cause of the transformation of the epochs. Engels also pointed out that in every historical epoch, the prevailing mode of economic production and exchange, and the social organization necessarily following from it, form the basis upon which it is built up, and from that which alone can be explained the political and intellectual history of that epoch. 28. 32. These arguments have provided us with a theoretical basis for the understanding of the epoch in a scientific way. It is in this sense that Marx defined and expounded the nature and characteristics of the epochs in the development of human history, especially those of the epoch he himself was living in. In his introduction to Critique of Political Economy, Marx roughly divided the development of human society, until the time of his life, into 4 historical epochs according to the development and change of the mode of production or social and economic forms. In broad outline, the Asiatic, ancient, feudal, and modern bourgeois modes of production may be designated as epochs marking progress in the economic development of society. 29. The Asiatic mode here is generally understood as the primitive society. Thus, by now, human society has roughly experienced 4 social forms, or great epochs. Namely, primitive society, slave society, feudal society, and capitalist society. Today, we are living in the epoch of transition from a capitalist society to a socialist and communist society. This is the significant inspiration of the Marxist outlook on epochs. Based on historical materialism, Marx and Engels' outlook on epochs is scientific. Marx pointed out, just as one does not judge an individual by what he thinks about himself, so one cannot judge such a period of transformation by its consciousness, but, on the contrary, this consciousness must be explained from the contradictions of material life, from the conflict existing between the social forces of production and the relations of production. 30. The studies on the epochs by Marx and Engels have revealed the objective law and the inevitable trend of the development of human society, that is, the development of human society from a lower level to a higher one, driven by the movement of productive forces and the relations of production. Marx's idea on epochs has revealed in a scientific way the development and evolution of human society, especially the nature of the historical epoch of capitalism and the inevitability of its transition to the historical epoch of communism. 33. The nature and characteristics of the studies of the capitalist era and the position of capitalism in the development of human history reveal the occurrence, development, and extinction of human society, and proletarian revolution and socialism replace capitalism's historical inevitability. This constitutes the important content of the Marxist ideology of the times. It is the most important content of Marxist thought on epochs to study the nature and characteristics of the capitalist epoch and its status in the development of human history, to reveal its occurrence, development, and destruction, as well as the historical inevitability of the proletarian revolution and the replacement of capitalism by socialism. Marx and Engels experienced the upsurge of the workers' movement and the socialist movement, as well as the relatively stable development of capitalism. They both believed that they were living in the historical epoch of capitalism, modern capitalism. Our epoch, the epoch of the bourgeoisie, they wrote explicitly in Manifesto of the Communist Party, a great work that expressed their understanding of it. With a lot of space in the work, they described a series of specific features of the epoch of capitalism, expounded on the productive forces, production relations, and class relationships, discussed the history of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, evaluated their merits and demerits, and clarified their historical missions. The work also revealed features of the epoch of capitalism that are different from any previous epoch. Our epoch, the epoch of the bourgeoisie, possesses, however, this distinct feature: it has simplified class antagonisms. Society as a whole more and more splits up into two great hostile camps, into two great classes directly facing each other: bourgeoisie and proletariat. 31. Selected works of Marx and Engels, Volume 1. Beijing, People's Press, 1995, p. 273. This is an unprecedented development of human society, with the Industrial Revolution as its technological origin. Machinery featuring speed, regularity, precision, and tirelessness had tremendously improved the productive forces, triggering corresponding changes in production and class relations and bringing human society into a new epoch. Capitalism is an extremely important stage and social form in the development of human society. Compared with previous epochs, it greatly promoted the development of human society, and it raised the social, economic, political, and ideological progress to an unprecedented new height. Marx gave a high evaluation to the progressive role of capitalism, the bourgeoisie, during its rule of scarce 100 years. 34. Has created more massive and more colossal productive forces than have all preceding generations. 32. Capitalism is a social system based on private ownership of the means of production and the exploitation of hired labor. On the one hand, it has promoted huge developments in science, technology, and social productivity. On the other hand, it has brought about numerous social problems, global issues, and ecological disasters. Various inherent and social and economic contradictions and stagnating production relations hindering the development of the productive forces are fundamental causes for a proletariat revolution. Marx said, "A similar movement is going on before our own eyes. Modern bourgeois society, with its relations of production, exchange, and property, a society that has conjured up such gigantic means of production and of exchange, is like the sorcerer who is no longer able to control the powers of the nether world that he has called up by his spells." 33. On the basis of in-depth research on the development and change of the capitalist productive forces and production relations, Marx revealed in a scientific way the objective law of the development of capitalism and drew a scientific conclusion that the capitalist epoch is not eternal. Due to the existence of an insurmountable contradiction in the epoch of capitalism, namely, the contradiction between private ownership of the means of production and the socialization of production, and as a result of the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat, the capitalist society will inevitably devolve into a socialist and communist society. Marx's study on the epoch is by no means a simple description of world phenomena. It is a revelation of the development trend of human society and prospects of a future society, as well as an inspiration for the revolutionaries' will to struggle and have confidence in victory. There was a time when Europe was burning with revolutionary flame. For a time, Marx and Engels eagerly and optimistically expected the advent of a proletarian revolution, stressing that the bell had tolled for the death of capitalism. However, reality has proved that they underestimated the development potential and the self-adjustment capacity of capitalism. But this does not harm the authority and guidance of Marxism, because Marx and Engels had repeatedly stressed that their theory was not a dogma, but a method of observation. 35. The application of Marxist theory must depend on a specific time, place, and condition. For instance, when we study the contemporary epoch, we must grasp and adhere to a Marxist position and methods, research the new phenomena and new problems in the contemporary epoch under its guidance instead of applying and copying blindly some particular conclusions. The scientific analysis of Marx on epochs embodies his scientific attitude and revolutionary spirit, guiding us in the scientific understanding of the nature and characteristics of our own epoch, as well as the inevitability and complexity of developing to a higher epoch. 2.2 Lenin's outlook on the epoch of transition from capitalism to socialism. Lenin's outlook on epochs is the product of his combining Marxism and the international situation, the proletarian revolutionary movement, and Russian reality. He has made in-depth analyses on the changes of the relationship in different stages of the epoch of capitalism, the nature and characteristics of imperialism, the path of transition from capitalism to socialism, and the conditions for a socialist revolution. He made the conclusion that the world was in an epoch of transition from capitalism to socialism, and pointed out that the main features of the present epoch were imperialist domination and proletarian revolution. These insights mark a new stage in the development of the Marxist theory on epochs. 2.2.1 The rich connotation of Lenin's ideas on epochs. In the late 19th century and early 20th century, a series of major changes had taken place in the development of human society. Lenin further expounded the nature and main characteristics of epochs in light of changes in the new era. He pointed out that we cannot divide the epoch according to particular and partial movements that sometimes move forward and sometimes backward, or various trends separated from the general movements or their speed. We must determine the movement of which class might be a major advanced dynamic in a specific context. Lenin said, "We cannot know how rapidly and how successfully the various historical movements in a given epoch will develop, but we can and do know which class stands at the hub of one epoch or another, determining its main content, the main direction of its 36. development, the main characteristics of the historical situation in that epoch, etc. Only on that basis, i.e., by taking into account, in the first place, the fundamental distinctive features of the various epochs, not single episodes in the history of individual countries, can we correctly evolve our tactics. Only a knowledge of the basic features of a given epoch can serve as the foundation for an understanding of the specific features of one country or another. 34 Collected works of Lenin, on capitalism. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, pages 91 to 92. 35 Complete works of Lenin, Volume 7. Beijing, People's Press, 1986, p. 222. Through analyzing his own historical epoch integrating the social form and international revolutionary situation, he drew the conclusion that bourgeois revolution and imperialism constitute two remarkably different epochs. 35 He created different terms for the current epoch, including, among others, the epoch of transition from imperialism to socialism, the epoch of monopoly capitalism, the epoch of imperialism, the epoch of world proletarian revolution, the epoch of the socialist revolution of the proletariat, the epoch of the imperialist war, and the epoch of the replacement of the political rule of the bourgeoisie by the political rule of the proletariat. The central idea of these terms is that, since late 19th century and early 20th century, human society has entered a new historical epoch, the epoch of transition from capitalism to socialism, featuring a capitalist war and a proletarian revolution. Adhering to the standard of Marx and Engels' epoch division, that is, the means of production and the social system, according to the realistic production and class relations, and in light of the current conditions of international political economy, Lenin's judgment profoundly revealed the features of the epoch he was living in. The emphasis and core of Lenin's outlook on epochs lie not only in his comprehensive description of epochs in general but also in the thorough and detailed investigation and analysis of the epoch of imperialism. Lenin's ideas on epochs can be found in many of his works, such as The National Question in Our Program, Under a False Flag, The Right of Nations to Self-Determination, and Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. There are abundant analysis and discussions on the epoch issue from different perspectives in these works. For instance, in The National Question in Our Program written in 1903, Lenin divided modern history into two epochs with the year 1900 as the line, those times and today. The age of the last bourgeois revolutionary movements, and the age of desperate reaction. Extreme tension of all forces on the eve of the proletarian revolution differ in the most obvious way. 36. In Under a False Flag written in 1915, he divided the historical epoch since the bourgeois revolution into three stages, 1789-1871, 1871-1914 and after 1914. The third epoch, which has just set in. This is the epoch of imperialism and imperialist upheave, ALS, as well as of upheaval stemming from the nature of imperialism. 37. In the article The Right of Nations to Self-Determination, he expounded the division of capitalism into two epochs, focusing on the perspectives of political system and superstructure. First of all, it implies that a clear distinction must be drawn between the two periods of capitalism, as they differ radically from each other as far as the national movement is concerned. On the one hand, there is the period of the collapse of feudalism and absolutism, the period of the formation of a bourgeois democratic society and state, when the national movements for the first time become mass movements and in one way or another drew all classes of the population into politics through the press, participation in representative institutions, etc. On the other hand, there is the period of fully formed capitalist states with a long-established constitutional regime and a highly developed antagonism between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, period that may be called the eve of capitalism's downfall. 38. In the book Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, Lenin profoundly analyzed the defining features and development trend of this stage of capitalism. He pointed out that the development of imperialism led to a sharpening of various contradictions that triggered the conflicts, crises, and wars around the world, turning the current stage of capitalism into an epoch of socialist revolution of the proletariat. Based on the analysis of the basic features and historical position of imperialism, Lenin believed that imperialism had exerted a significant impact on the historical process of the world. He put forward a series of statements, such as this is the epoch of imperialist upheavals, as well as of upheavals stemming from the nature of imperialism. Imperialism is the eve of the social revolution of the proletariat, and this development stage of capitalism has become the epoch of the socialist revolution of the proletariat. Lenin analyzed the changes in capitalist society at the end of the 19th century and beginning of the 20th century, divided the development of the capitalist mode of 38. Production into two stages: free competition capitalism and monopoly capitalism, and drew the scientific conclusion that imperialism is monopoly capitalism. He pointed out that imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism, that capitalism has developed to the stage of monopoly capitalism, and that the epoch of the world capitalist domination has come to an end. He grasped the new features of trends of the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolution, succeeded in leading Russia to achieve the victory of the socialist October Revolution, and established the first socialist country in the world. He spoke highly of the historical significance of the October Revolution. saying that the revolution ushered in a new era in world history, an epoch of the rule of a new class. The victory of the October Revolution marks the beginning of a new epoch, the epoch of the Socialist Revolution, or the epoch of the transition from imperialism to socialism. The October Revolution brought about the beginning of a world-wide change of two eras in world history: the era of the bourgeoisie and the era of socialism, the era of capitalist parliamentarism, and the era of the Soviet state institutions of the proletariat. 39. 39 Complete Works of Lenin, Volume 36. Beijing, People's Press, 1985, p. 208. Through the analysis of the characteristics and nature of monopoly capitalism, Lenin revealed the historical nature of this social form of capitalism. He believed that at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, capitalism had developed from the stage of free competition to the stage of monopoly, its highest, final, and dying stage. Although the development of this stage is much more rapid than the previous stages, the historical trend of the dying of capitalism cannot be reversed. In the stage of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, the epoch of proletarian revolution has already come, and the transition from imperialism to socialism and communism has begun. This is a great historical epoch. Lenin revealed the features of his own epoch according to the development of world capitalism and the change of the revolution tasks of the proletariat. He said that, against the backdrop of the transition from capitalism to socialism, imperialism, and proletarian revolution are the main features of the epoch, which includes three basic characteristics as follows. First is an imperialist war, that is, a war for the division or redivision of the colonies and sphere of influence among imperialist powers. World hegemony is the content of imperialist politics. The consequence of imperialist politics will be an imperialist war. 39. Second is the division of the world into two parts: the oppressing powers and the oppressed peoples. A handful of imperialist powers occupy most of the territory of the world and enslave more than 1 billion people. Third is the proletarian revolution. The imperialist war triggered a proletarian revolution, and a socialist revolution was put on the agenda. Lenin believed that imperialism is parasitical, decaying, and dying capitalism, the highest stage of capitalism, and the eve of a proletarian revolution. The victory of the October Revolution, the birth of a number of socialist countries after World War II, and the vigorous development of the national independence and liberation movements of the colonial and semi-colonial countries have all confirmed his correct judgment of the epoch. 2.2.2 The theoretical value and practical significance of Lenin's outlook on epochs. The evolution of human society, never plain sailing, has often experienced repetition, stagnation, or even temporary setbacks. In the face of complicated social realities, some are short-sighted or even go to the wrong extreme. The same is true in the understanding of Lenin's ideas on capitalism and the development trend of the epoch. Some people think that Lenin's thought on epochs had a considerable negative impact on the international communist movement because it limited the minds of the people for a long period of time as a classical and sacred doctrine. Moreover, his judgment about capitalism in critique of imperialism has proved incorrect and out of date by the development of contemporary capitalism. Profound studies on Lenin's ideas about the changes of the epoch, however, prove that such understandings are wrong. Based on the new changes of capitalism and the practice of the proletarian revolution in the world, Lenin's understanding of the epoch has important historical significance and practical value. 2.2.2.1 Lenin generalized and defined the epoch from changes in economic, political, and class relations around the world, hence enriching and developing Marxist epoch theory. Lenin's epoch is quite different from that of Marx and Engels. At the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th, capitalism had developed from free competition to monopoly. After the Great Depression from 1873 to 1895, capitalism suffered a serious crisis in development. It was in this context that the proletarian revolution 40 exerted a huge impact on the historical process of the world. Lenin keenly grasped world economic and political changes, integrated the international situation and the proletarian revolutionary movement, and analyzed the basic features and development trend of the world's situation and main tasks of the proletarian revolution, thus firmly grasping the core of the epoch's development. Through analysis of the contradictions between the monopoly capitalist class and the proletariat, among the imperialist countries, and between the imperialist powers and the colonial and semi-colonial countries, Lenin made the judgment that the proletarian revolution had become the theme of the epoch. He pointed out that, due to uneven political and economic development, the imperialist powers will vie with each other for markets and raw materials around the world, compete for investment opportunities and spheres of influence, fight for world hegemony, and smother the development of the weak peoples. As a result, a war among imperialist powers is unavoidable and will break out. The war will inevitably trigger a proletarian revolution that will usher in a new epoch of imperialism and socialist revolution of the proletariat and cause the collapse of the entire capitalist world. 2.2.2.2 Lenin's statements that the imperialist war will trigger a proletarian revolution and socialism will be realized first in one or several countries greatly inspired the morale of the proletariat and promoted the development of a world proletarian revolution. An accurate understanding of the epoch is a crucial issue that has an important bearing on the comprehensive grasp of the world economy, politics, and international relations, as well as on the forming of various tactics and strategies by proletarian political parties. Lenin thought that an epoch is a long historical period, during which all kinds of social relations and class relations as its basic contents, are constantly changing. The proletariat needs to formulate and adjust its tactics and strategies according to the specific conditions. Therefore, he believed that proletarian revolutionaries must actively facilitate the victory of revolution with favorable opportunities and conditions rather than waiting for the advent of the socialist revolution. Lenin actively guided the proletariat to grasp the features of the current stage of development and to formulate correct revolutionary strategies. We are undoubtedly living at the juncture of two epochs, and the historic events that are unfolding before our eyes can be understood only when we analyze, in the first place, the objective conditions of the transition from one epoch to the other. 40 Only by distinguishing 40 collected works of Lenin, on capitalism. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 91. 41. The basic characteristics of different epochs rather than particular circumstances in the history of individual countries. Can they correctly formulate their own strategies? Taking reality as the basis of decision-making, Lenin made a profound analysis of nature, its characteristics, and the division of the world of the imperialism at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th. He pointed out that the internal and external contradictions of the capitalist countries will inevitably lead to crises and war, creating great opportunities that proletarian revolutionaries need to grasp to launch the revolution. The disasters, adversities, bankruptcy, and rudeness brought about by the imperialist war turned the current stage of capitalism to the epoch of the proletarian socialist revolution. Based on the correct judgment of the epoch and an analysis of the uneven development of the imperialist powers, Lenin put forward with full confidence that the victory of socialism could be won first in a few or even one capitalist country, and most probably in the weakest link of the chain of imperialism, hence providing the theoretical support to the necessity and rationality of the socialist revolution in Russia. On the issues of war and revolution, Lenin sternly refuted various fallacies of the bourgeoisie and the opportunists in the Second International about imperialism, clarified the fuzzy understandings of the Social Democratic Party and the workers in different countries, and pointed out that imperialism is the eve of proletarian revolution, greatly promoting the development of the international labor movement. 2.2.2.3 Lenin's scientific judgment about the development trend of the epoch pointed out a direction for the world proletariat. Lenin believed that an epoch is a concept relating to development and change in the entire world and of international relations as a whole. He said that an era is called an era precisely because it encompasses the sum total of variegated phenomena and wars, typical and untypical, big and small, some peculiar to advanced countries, others to backward countries. 41. 41 Complete Works of Lenin, Volume 28. Beijing, People's Press, 1984, p. 127. Lenin believed that every big historical era consists of several development stages that can be seen as different small eras. The length of each stage and the size of each era are specific. We cannot focus on the big era representing the general orientation of historical development while neglecting the smaller ones with specific features. The correct way is to integrate the big eras with the small eras of one's own epoch. Based on in-depth studies on the relationship between the imperialist war and the 42 proletarian revolution, Lenin pointed out that the imperialist war and the proletarian revolution were the two themes of his own era, a great era in which the proletarian revolution would inevitably promote the transition from imperialism to socialism and communism. Inheriting the scientific judgment of Marx and Engels about epochs, Lenin's idea is the continuation and development of the Marxist thought on epochs, as well as the correct judgment of his own about the latest development of the revolutionary situation in Europe, especially in Russia. The epoch that Lenin was living in is the period of climax of the world proletarian revolution. The revolutionary situation in some European countries, especially the revolutionary situation in Russia at that time, gave Lenin great confidence in winning, which was duly confirmed later by the victory of the October Revolution. A series of major historical events, such as the two world wars triggered by the division of colonies by the imperialist powers, the victory of the October Revolution in Russia, the national liberation movement, and the birth of a number of socialist countries after World War II have fully confirmed the guiding role of Lenin's theory and judgment on the era. Despite his underestimation of the vitality, capacity of self-adjustment and development potentials, overestimation of the situation of the proletarian revolution, and the excessive optimism of the progress and prospect of a world revolution, Lenin's understanding of the defining features and development trend of his own epoch is correct and has important theoretical and practical significance. 2.3 Communists' understanding of the epoch after World War II. After World War II, the communists of different countries in the world unanimously agreed to the judgment that the world is in the transition from capitalism to socialism, which was written in the Declaration of the World Conference of the Communist Party and Workers' Party held in November 1957. Moscow Statement, approved at the International Conference of the Communist Parties of different countries in 1960, wrote, "Our epoch featuring the transition from capitalism to socialism, starting from the Great October Revolution, is the epoch of the struggle between two opposite social systems, the epoch of socialist revolution and national liberation, the epoch of the destruction of imperialism and the elimination of the colonial system, the epoch in 43, which more and more people take the socialist road, and the epoch of the victory of socialism and communism all over the world. 42. After World War II, with the vigorous development of the global socialist movement, a world socialist system including Europe, Asia, and Latin America has taken shape. Remarkable achievements made in the economy and politics of all socialist countries thus confirm the correctness of the judgment made by the communists about the nature of the epoch. 2.3.1 Stalin's understanding of the epoch. Stalin wrote on the basis of Leninism published in 1924, Leninism is Marxism in the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolution. 43 Hence, the term the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolution was handed down as the core of Lenin's outlook on epochs. The ideas of Lenin and Stalin on epochs were summarized by some theorists as an outlook from the perspectives of war and revolution. Stalin's understanding of epochs had a far-reaching impact on the international communist movement. He highly affirmed the significance of the October Revolution and said, "The October Revolution cannot be regarded as the revolution of a single country. It is an international world revolution, a fundamental transformation from the old world of capitalism to the new world of socialism." 44 The October Revolution ushered in a new era, the era of the proletarian revolution in imperialist countries, the era of colonial revolution under the leadership of the proletariat in the oppressed countries, 45 and the era of the demise of capitalism. Stalin called it the era of the overall and fundamental crisis of capitalism as a result of the victory of the October Revolution and Russia's separation from the world capitalist system. 46 The Soviet Union had made great achievements in socialist construction. Fully confident of the new era, Stalin put forward a series of new statements, such as the age of stability of capitalism has passed and the era of the demise of capitalism has come. He believed that the crisis of capitalism is the overall crisis of the world capitalist system, a crisis in all respects, including both economy and politics. The unprecedented intensification of the various contradictions of capitalism will inevitably 44 lead to a total collapse of the capitalist system. Stalin's idea of the overall crisis of capitalism has influenced the basic understanding of epoch, war, revolution, and peace in many socialist countries. Stalin's judgment about the epoch, especially the overall crisis and the total collapse of world capitalism, has not been realized, failing so far to withstand the test of time. Given the economic and political crises of the capitalist world at that time, the vigorous development of world revolution, and the sharp opposition between West and East, we have to admit that Stalin's understanding of the war and revolution is not groundless fantasy or out of revolutionary fervor. His judgment was made on the basis of the vigorous socialist development of the Soviet Union and its impact on the capitalist world, as well as the development of and changes to the international situation. Therefore, his judgment about the era was in line with reality at that time. With tactics and strategies formed on the basis of the understanding that war and revolution are the main features of the era, the Soviet Union has successfully resisted armed aggression and intervention of Western capitalist powers, and has demonstrated the superiority of socialism over capitalism, exerting such huge pressure on capitalism that it was forced to make policy adjustments and system improvements. After the World War I, changes took place in the international situation. The establishment of the first socialist country broke the original global pattern of capitalism. dominating the whole world. The anti-imperialism and anti-colonialism movement and national liberation set off in oppressed nations and colonies gave heavy blows to the old colonial system. To make it worse, in 1929, the capitalist world suffered another fatal strike by an unprecedented economic crisis that seriously affected nearly all major sectors in the West, including banking, business, and agriculture, ones that already had been in trouble. During the crisis, a unique phenomenon in capitalist society occurred. Many products were destroyed due to overproduction while the majority of the people starved. The serious economic crisis sharpened social and class contradictions, causing a huge crisis for the capitalist system. In contrast to the crisis-ridden capitalist system, the Soviet Union fully demonstrated the superiority of the socialist system with its great progress in socialist construction, its vigorous economic development, and its vitality as a nation. Faced with a serious crisis, the capitalist world had to learn from the Soviet Union and made a series of adjustments and reform in an attempt to save the decaying capitalist system. After President Roosevelt took office, he began to implement what was called the New Deal, a series 45 of government intervention measures to save the U.S. economy, including making some concessions to the working class and other laboring people. The Socialist Soviet Union has become an important force that cannot be ignored in the development of the era. The outbreak of the serious economic crisis in 1929 provided a favorable environment for the emergence and spreading of fascism. To shift the consequence of the crisis, the national ethnic chauvinism and militarism emotions were swiftly aroused in Germany, Japan, and Italy, and their national economy increasingly turned toward the military, eventually leading to the dissolution of the Versailles Peace Treaty and the outbreak of World War II. The temporary peace after World War I was quickly replaced by World War II, another war launched by capitalism to shift its own crisis that had brought about global trauma and suffering. Stalin defined war and revolution as the two major features of the era. After World War II, the opposition and struggle between socialism and capitalism, as two ideologies and two social systems, became the main contradiction in international relations. The Socialist Soviet Union enjoyed unprecedented international prestige for its vigorous socialist system, its huge achievements made in socialist construction, its significant contribution to the victory over fascism in World War II, and its comprehensive national strength. At the same time, more than 10 other people's democratic or socialist countries were founded in succession, especially the People's Republic of China, further changing the international balance of power and expanding the influence of socialism. Capitalist countries headed by Great Britain and the United States were frightened by the establishment of people's democratic and socialist countries. To curb the expansion of communism, they soon began to carry out policies to contain the development of the Soviet Union. Winston Churchill, then British Prime Minister, made a speech in Fulton, Missouri, in the United States, in March 1946, saying that the Soviet Union covered the Middle and Eastern European continent with an iron curtain, and calling for the forming of a coalition between Great Britain and the United States to effectively contain the expansion of the Soviet Union. This speech was a prelude to the Cold War between the East and West. A series of hostile actions of the West targeted at the Soviet Union, such as the implementation of the Truman Doctrine, the Marshall Plan, and the signing of the North Atlantic Treaty, forced the Soviet Union to launch a counterattack. Under the leadership of Stalin, the socialist camp expanded to become a great force contending with world capitalism and promoted a liberation movement of the world proletariat. 46. 2.3.2 Mao Zedong's understanding of the epoch. Mao Zedong made a judgment of his epoch as early as in the War of Resistance against the Japanese. He pointed out that the world was in an epoch of proletarian socialist revolution and a liberation movement in the colonies and semi-colonies. In 1940, he wrote, in On New Democracy, the First Imperialist World War and the First Victorious Socialist Revolution, the October Revolution, have changed the whole course of world history and ushered in a new era. 47 The world today is in a new era of wars and revolutions, an era in which capitalism is unquestionably dying and socialism is unquestionably prospering. 48. In December 1947, he stressed in a report entitled The Present Situation and Our Tasks, this is the historic epoch in which world capitalism and imperialism are going down to their doom and world socialism and people's democracy are marching to victory. 49. He called on the whole party and the whole army to fight for the victory of the revolution. After arduous struggles, the Chinese nation finally won its independence and liberation. Through profound analysis of and calm judgment about the international situation. After the founding of New China, Mao Zedong believed that, due to the presence of imperialism, the risk of the outbreak of a Third World War had not been removed completely, but a new world war was avoidable as long as the forces for peace in the world were constantly strengthened. He yearned for world peace. In 1953, China began to implement its first five-year plan for the development of its national economy. To seek a peaceful international environment conducive to socialist construction, Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai expounded on many occasions China's position of opposition to war and the promotion of peace. Mao Zedong stressed repeatedly, China is still very poor. If only we could have a few decades of peace. He thought that China should give priority to domestic construction, and only if the Chinese built China into a prosperous and strong country were they able to stop the war. At that time, New China was implementing its five-year plan, and the socialist transformation was well underway. If there were a war, China would have to engage in it. Economic and cultural programs would stop. The overall plan would be disrupted, and the process of China's industrialization would 47. Be delayed. Judging by many of his remarks, we can see that he is not as militant as some people thought. For world peace, China actively carried out peaceful and friendly diplomatic activities on the international stage. The Asian-African Conference held in Bandung, Indonesia, in April 1955 marks the climax of China's peaceful diplomacy. The conference was very important for Chinese in that China's position was clarified, the misunderstanding between China and other countries was corrected, and the five principles of peaceful coexistence were accepted by more and more Asian and African countries. Mao Zedong has repeatedly stated that China is willing to establish friendly relations with all countries in the world, including the United States, for the sake of peace and development. In response to a question raised by a visiting delegation of the British Labour Party, can the socialism represented by, respectively, the Communist Party of China and the British Labour Party coexist peacefully, Mao Zedong answered, I think we can coexist peacefully. If there is a problem here, can we only address it with this kind of socialism, but not with that kind of socialism? Can we coexist with non-socialist countries, such as the capitalist, imperialism, or feudalist countries? I believe that the answer is yes, as long as the two sides are willing to coexist. Why? Because we believe that different systems can coexist peacefully. 50. He also mentioned that China hopes to live in peace with the United States, and hopes that the United States will also adopt a policy of peaceful coexistence. He said that war always brings about destruction, and we need peace, not war. However, while trying its best to create favorable conditions for its development, China has many times experienced the threat of war. On June 25, 1950, the Korean War broke out. On June 27, President Truman announced that United States naval and air forces would provide comprehensive assistance to the South Korean Army and sent the 7th Fleet to the Taiwan Straits. On October 19, the Chinese People's Volunteer Army was sent to the Korean front, fighting with the Korean People's Army against the U.S. aggressors. The Korean War lasted for 3 years until the Korea ceasefire entente was formally signed on July 27, 1953. The issue of Taiwan, however, has been pending. In September 1954, the first Taiwan Straits crisis broke out. China and the United States were on the brink of war. During the crisis, the Chinese government repeatedly called for peaceful negotiations to 48. Resolve disputes between China and the United States in the Taiwan region and other Far Eastern regions rather than resorting to threats or war. In September 1958, the second Taiwan Straits crisis broke out. In 1958, the Golden Gate incident heightened the tension between China and the United States. The border conflict between China and India in 1959 posed serious threats to the borders of China. Moreover, the Berlin crisis from 1958 to 1961, the interruption of the summit meeting of the United States, the Soviet Union, Britain, and France by the U-2 incident in May 1960, the clamor of retaking the main land by the Kuomintang reactionaries supported by the United States in 1962, and the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962 were all potential war fuses. The increased tension in the international situation directly affected the attitude of Mao Zedong and the CPC on war and peace. Faced with the threat of war, Mao Zedong firmly expressed his attitude. Now, people of different countries all over the world are talking about the possibility of a Third World War. We must fully prepare for and seriously analyze the issue. We are for peace and against war. However, we must not be afraid if the imperialists start a war. Our attitude on this issue is the same as our attitude to all troubles. First, we oppose. Second, we are not afraid. World War I produced the Soviet Union with a population of 200 million. World War II brought about a socialist camp with a population of 900 million. If the imperialists are to start a Third World War, it can be concluded that many more millions of people will turn to socialism, while the imperialists will lose most of their territory, or maybe the whole imperialist system will collapse. 51. Mao Zedong firmly believed that imperialism would inevitably collapse and that socialism would succeed globally. At the end of the 1950s, the rupture of the Sino-Soviet alliance and the worsening of relations between the two socialist countries resulted in the deterioration of China's security environment. In the summer of 1964, when the two sides were still in a ferocious row, the sudden outbreak of the Tokyo Gulf incident on August 3 shocked the world, and the U.S. military immediately began bombing targets in northern Vietnam. From 1965 to 1967, the U.S. intervention in Vietnam upgraded from a special war to a limited war, with the scope of the war extending not only from southern to northern Vietnam, but also to Laos. The expanded military actions of the United States in Vietnam and its invasion into China's territorial sea and airspace posed a direct and 49. Serious threat to the southern borders of China. In June 1965, the supportive forces of the Chinese People's Liberation Army began to enter Vietnam. After 1965, the Soviet Union deployed more than 1 million troops on the Sino-Soviet border and invaded China's Chenpao Island, triggering bloody conflicts between the two countries. In the face of these frequent aggressive wars launched by US imperialists and their followers, Mao Zedong and the CPC had to consider the problem, taking into consideration the worst possible results. Mao's attitude was clear and resolute. If the imperialists insisted on fighting a war, China had no choice but to fight against them before building the country. Feeling the danger of an impending war, China began stressing the importance and urgency of preparation. Mao Zedong repeatedly reminded the whole party, the army, and the people to be fully prepared for war, to be vigilant against a possible surprise attack by the enemy, giving top priority to a large-scale preparation for war. China changed its overall strategic guideline of focusing on economic development and taking important measures to develop the economy and improve its national strength. Efforts were pooled to build strategic hinterland areas in China. Everywhere, people built air raid shelters and various facilities for war. The slogans, such as heighten our vigilance to defend our motherland and be prepared against war, be prepared against natural disasters, and everything for the people, were familiar then to all Chinese PLE. The history of later development shows that deviation and errors in the judgment of Mao Zedong about the degree of deterioration in the international situation, the possibility of the outbreak of a Third World War, and the revolutionary situation overall, seriously interfered with the normal economic development of China, wasted a huge amount of manpower, materials, and financial resources, causing tremendous loss to the national economy. However, we have to admit that it was the intense international situation at the brink of war that caused Mao Zedong to adhere to the war and revolution outlook in this epoch. Mao is not militant. Out of a correct understanding of the nature of imperialism, he raised the slogan "Be prepared against war, be prepared against natural disasters, and everything for the people," to call on the people to actively prepare for a possible war. Maybe it was just because of China's active preparation that the capitalist countries headed by the United States and Great Britain did not dare wage a new war. On October 6, 1964, China successfully carried out its first nuclear test under extremely difficult conditions. On the same day, the Chinese government solemnly stated that China developed a nuclear weapon not because China believes that a nuclear weapon is omnipotent and wants to use it. On the contrary, China developed a nuclear 50 weapon to break the monopoly of the nuclear powers and to eliminate nuclear weapons. China's successful development of a nuclear weapon exerted a great deterrent effect for world capitalism. Mao Zedong saw imperialism as the root of the war, and he thought that only through a revolution to overthrow the rule of imperialism could world peace be truly achieved. He called on all countries to unite against the policies of aggression and war of the United States imperialists, and to defend world peace. He thought there were two possible results for a world war: suppression of the war, or revolution caused by the war. He said that China had to fight whether its people were afraid or not. China must make up its mind to fight to the end, fight before building the country, and fight for a new socialist world as soon as possible. Admittedly, the CPC judgment that the themes of the epoch were war and revolution were the inevitable outcome of deterioration of China's peripheral environment, the intensification of military confrontation, and the vigorous development of a global national liberation movement. As the result of the tenacious struggles of the people of China and the world, the United States had failed repeatedly in a series of aggressive policies and actions. The result shows that national independence and liberation is the inevitable trend of the development of the times, and the vain attempts of the US to act against the trend of the era, that is, to impose its own will on the people of the other countries, is doomed to fail. In retrospect, Stalin and Mao Zedong's outlooks on epochs were not groundless. Imagination. The first half of the 20th century saw a world full of turmoil, crisis, and war. War was always accompanied by revolution. The victory of world socialism was closely related to the wars and violent social turbulence. A crisis in the development of capitalism triggered two world wars, which in turn brought about a worldwide climax of revolution. The first socialist country was born in World War I, and after the Second War, a number of socialist countries were founded and a national liberation movement swept the world. From the perspective of practice, ideas, such as the epoch of war and revolution and the world in the epoch of transition from capitalism to socialism, are correct judgments about social development and the outcomes of the historical environment at that time. The problem of these revolutionaries is that they were so eager to expect the coming of world revolution and the total collapse of capitalism that they lack sufficient understanding of the new changes of the era, overestimated the revolutionary forces of the proletariat and the development of the situation of socialist revolution, underestimated the forces of imperialism and its potential for development, and overestimated the danger of world war surpassing the stage of social development. 51. These ideas led to an incomplete grasp of the era. War and revolution are two major features of a particular period in the development of the epoch. There has been no worldwide war after World War II. The international environment for socialist countries had fundamentally changed. Most countries were engaged in a new revolution of different nature, the worldwide revolution of science and technology that ushered in an era of great post-war economic development. However, due to their incorrect judgment of the era, socialist countries were too slow to catch up with the latest trend of international development, resulting in a negative impact on the great cause of building world socialism. 2.4 Peace and development as themes of the present epoch. Deng Xiaoping's thought of peace and development attracted worldwide attention in the present epoch. After 1970s, with calm observation and analysis of the distribution of the major strategic forces and their mutual restraint relationship, and according to the strengthening of the forces for peace and the development of the international situation, especially the changes in the strategic situation between the United States and the Soviet Union, Deng Xiaoping made a new judgment on the status and prospect of world peace and war. He put forward the idea that peace and development are the themes of the present epoch, a new thought that objectively reflects the overall feature of the current era. 2.4.1 Peace and development as the two themes of the contemporary world. The basic meaning of various descriptions of the features of the present epoch in the literature of the party is the same, although there are some slight differences in wording. In the report to the 13th National Congress of the CPC, peace and development were defined as the themes of the contemporary world, while in the reports to the 14th and 15th National Congresses, they were described in different ways, such as features of the times, themes of the times, and the two themes of the contemporary world. The idea of peace and development embodies China's new judgment of development in the current epoch. Deng Xiaoping began to think about the changes of the era before the 52nd plenary session of the 11th CPC Central Committee. Although he had perceived changes in the international situation that would delay the outbreak of war and provide some peaceful time for economic development in 1977, he believed that the war might break out sooner or later due to the madness of the hegemonists, and therefore, China must prepare for possible sudden or even large-scale war. After the plenary session, he had a new insight: the international situation is changing so fast that many of our old concepts, formulas, and strategies are out of date, not relevant to current reality. In his eyes, the 1980s were a dangerous time, but at the same time, he also saw some positive factors conducive to world peace that restricted the outbreak of war. After World War II, the most valuable positive factor in international politics was emergence of the Third World. Although the capitalists will continue to rampage for a while, the era of their willful domination of the fate of humanity has passed, never to return. Most Third World countries are still poor, but their weight in international politics has greatly increased. On March 2, 1983, while talking to some leading members of the CPC Central Committee, he pointed out, "The important thing now is to waste no time in launching projects that need to be launched. War is not going to break out, so there is no need to fear it and no problem of risk. We have been worried about the possibility of war and have had to be on the alert every year. I think we overdid it. I don't think there will be war for at least the next 10 years. 52. He clearly meant that, at present, there is no risk of another world war, so China must waste no time in building the country rather than concentrating on preparation for war. This is Deng Xiaoping's acute observation and accurate judgment about development and change in the present epoch. In March 1985, he pointed out even more clearly that, from an economic point of view, the two really great issues confronting the world today, issues of global strategic significance, are, first, peace, and second, economic development. The first involves East-West relations, the second involves North-South relations. In short, countries in the East, West, North, and South are all involved, but North-South relations are the key question. 53. In June 1985, he said again at an enlarged meeting of the Military Commission of the CPC Central Committee, "We used to believe that war was inevitable and imminent. Many of our policy decisions were based on this belief, including the decision to disperse production projects in 3 lines, locating some of them in the mountains and concealing others in caves. In recent years, after careful analysis of the situation, we can conclude that it is possible that there will be no large-scale war for a fairly long time to come and that there is hope of maintaining world peace. In short, after analyzing the general trends in the world and the environment around us, we have changed our view that the danger of war is imminent." 54. He found that after World War II, despite the Cold War, constant regional wars, and armed conflict of different scales, world war had not broken out. Therefore, he concluded that, although there were still some dangerous factors, such as hegemony and power politics, which might cause a world war, the danger of another world war had been greatly reduced. While focusing on world peace, Deng Xiaoping also paid special attention to the issue of development. He repeatedly pointed out that there are 2 basic problems in the world. The first is anti-hegemony to safeguard world peace, and the second is the North-South issue. He believed that, unlike many other problems, they were the 2 prominent issues that have strategic significance and have a bearing on the whole world. He said that peace is an issue between East and West because the world was then in the Cold War, during which the United States and the Soviet Union were in fierce opposition, and their relationship determined the destiny of world peace. He regarded the North-South relationship as the central issue, as Third World development is related not only to itself but also the whole of mankind. Furthermore, the more developed the Third World, a major force to maintain world peace, the more conducive to the maintenance of world peace. New China had lived in the threat of war since its founding. As a result, the CPC once believed that war was imminent. However, the world is changing, and our minds and actions must change with it. Changing his mind about the international situation, Deng Xiaoping said that, in the face of a changing world, Chinese people must change their old mindsets, such as war is inevitable and this is an epoch of war. 54. And revolution, China must be set to explore new ideas and strategies for building socialism in the new context of world peace and development. According to the new understanding and judgment of the issue of war and peace, a strategic shift was made in China's socialist construction, that is, from preparation for an early, large-scale, and nuclear war to peaceful building of the country. The judgment that peace and development are the themes of the era is of great theoretical and practical significance, and is the basis for adjusting our strategic policy and forming a basic line of taking economic development as the center. Deng Xiaoping repeatedly pointed out that the Communist Party of China overestimated the possibility of another world war, neglecting improvement of the productive forces and economic development in the past. Now, the CPC has to make up its mind to concentrate on economic development according to the new observations and analysis. Peace and development have become the themes of the new era, with development as the core. Therefore, in line with the new features of the development of the new era, the CPC must adhere to the basic line of taking economic development as the center, and vigorously develop China's productive forces. Our party's adjustment and implementation of strategies for socialist construction have brought about enormous vigor and vitality to the whole country and resulted in huge achievements in various causes. China's socialist system has successfully withstood various severe tests in the ever-changing international situation. 2.4.2 Peace and development as two great contemporary world issues. Deng Xiaoping's thought about the present epoch, that is, peace and development, have become the theme of the present epoch, caused concern on all sides. According to this judgment, some asserted that the nature of the contemporary epoch had changed. This assertion, however, does not accord with the thought of Deng Xiaoping, which has much more profound connotations. It is true that he pointed out the theme of the current epoch had changed from war and revolution into peace and development, but at the same time, he insisted that the nature of the epoch had not changed. The world today is still in a stage of transition from capitalism to socialism, and socialism, after a long process of development, will surely replace capitalism. 55. 2.4.2.1 Deng Xiaoping's understanding of the nature and themes of the epoch is completely consistent with the founders of Marxism, whether in terms of a standard for judgment or understanding the content. Deng Xiaoping took evolution of the mode of production and the social system as the basic standard for division of eras. His grasp of the features and analysis of the development trend of epochs is practically identical with that of Marxism. He believed that the basic trend of the development of the world revealed by the founders of Marxism had not changed and that the contemporary world is still in an era of transition from capitalism to socialism ushered in by the October Revolution. The nature of the epoch has not changed, and peace and development are the themes of this particular stage. Therefore, studies on the contemporary epoch without considering the social system, the socialist goal, or the development trend of human history that socialism will inevitably replace capitalism do not conform to the Marxist outlook on epochs, or to Deng Xiaoping's thought about the epoch. According to Marxism, as a big historical period with the change of mode of production and social system as its basic connotation, a process of constant movement and evolution occurs in each era, as does historical development. As a long historical period, an epoch may consist of several developmental stages, each with different themes due to the evolution of social contradictions and changes in the form of their expression. Therefore, the nature of each epoch is determined by its basic contradiction, while each stage may have a particular theme that reflects its unique features. Statements, such as the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolution, the epoch of war and revolution, and the theme of peace and development, are all correct grasps of the major features of different historical development stages. The nature of the current era, however, has not changed with the features of the stage. With the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the first socialist country, and the drastic changes of the socialist countries in Eastern Europe, the world socialist movement suffered serious setbacks. Against this international background, there have been various views on the nature of the era. Hostile forces strengthened their attack on socialism, shouting that the 20th century is the end of communism, and there will be no room for communism in the 21st century. Some believed the judgment that the world is in an epoch of transition from capitalism to socialism was out of date, and the idea of the inevitable collapse of capitalism was wrong, saying that the nature of the contemporary 56 era has changed, so we must redefine it and give up the Marxist outlook. Others thought that since peace and development have become the theme of the current epoch, the nature of our epoch is completely different from that of the epoch that Marx, Engels, and Lenin lived in. Therefore, it is necessary for us to redefine it. Deng Xiaoping pointed out that these were erroneous understandings of the Marxist outlook on epochs. While commenting on social upheaval in the Soviet Union and Eastern European countries, he instructed the CPC over the several centuries that it took for capitalism to replace feudalism, how many times were monarchies restored? So, in a sense, temporary restorations are usual and can hardly be avoided. Some countries have suffered major setbacks, and socialism appears to have been weakened. But the people have been tempered by the setbacks, and have drawn lessons from them, and that will make socialism develop in a healthier direction. So don't panic, don't think that Marxism has disappeared, that it's not useful anymore, or that it has been defeated. Nothing of the sort. 55 Selected Works of Deng Xiaoping, Volume 3. Beijing, People's Press, 1993, p. 383. He firmly believed that more and more people in the world will accept Marxism, because it is a scientific theory revealing the laws governing the development of human society. The replacement of slave society by feudal society by capitalist society, and capitalist society by socialist society is an irreversible trend of social history. Although the process might be very long and with twists and turns, the transition from capitalism to socialism covers a big historical period, with different and interrelated developmental stages. Therefore, it is necessary and beneficial to make a new judgment and definition that better reflects the features of the era. The replacement of war and revolution by peace and development as the theme of the contemporary epoch only means that realistic conditions, rather than the nature of the epoch, has changed. The CPC must keep pace with the development of the epoch, neither sticking to traditional concepts, nor denying the historical destiny of the inevitable replacement of capitalism by socialism with the excuse that the content and features of the era have changed. 24.2. Peace and development as the world's status quo and goals for the struggle. Due to development, change, and various contradictions, a big epoch tends to experience different stages of development. It is equally important to correctly understand the 57 features these different stages and to accurately grasp the nature and orientation of the epoch. Only by integrating the nature of the epoch with the themes of different development stages can we have an overall grasp of the era. Comprehensive analysis of the related ideas of Deng Xiaoping shows that perceiving the significance of peace and development, he revealed them as two problems and stressed that neither had been solved so far. He raised the issues of peace and development as the two strategic problems of the world, so we cannot delete or leave out the word problems or themes, and simply say that ours is an epoch of peace and development, which is inconsistent with the meaning of Deng Xiaoping or the expression in party literature. At first, Deng Xiaoping put forward the two issues as two problems of the world and believed that, as the common aspiration and requirements of the people of the world, peace and development were still goals for the world people to pursue and resolve, rather than the reality of the world. All people in the world must struggle persistently for them. His judgment of the world's situation includes two aspects: world war is avoidable, and peace and development are faced with challenges. Deng Xiaoping's revelation of the two strategic problems is not a simple description of the international situation, it is an exposure of major global contradictions. The contemporary world is faced with serious peace and development challenges. They are not only the prerequisites for China's socialist modernization drive, but also the needs and aspirations of all people. A report to the 15th CPC National Congress says, it has become the mainstream of the times to desire peace, seek cooperation, and promote development. Our party regards hegemony and power politics as the main obstacles to peace and development. Unremitting efforts must be made to fulfill the important task of promoting peace and development. On the issue of peace, Deng Xiaoping's basic estimation of the international situation is that the forces of world peace are strengthening, while the danger of war remains. After the Cold War and the disintegration of the bipolar structure, Cold War mentality has not vanished, and world peace is interfered with by hegemony and power politics. The United States and some Western countries constantly interfere in the internal affairs of other sovereign states using the excuse of human rights. Deng Xiaoping clearly realized that the end of the Cold War may be the beginning of two other Cold Wars. One is against the entire South, or the Third World, and the other is against socialist countries. In talks given in southern China, he said explicitly, peace and development are the two major world issues, and neither has been resolved. He repeatedly warned us, the root 58 of the war has not been eradicated, and the danger of world war remains. He reiterated that hegemony is the source of unrest and war, as well as a threat to peace and stability in today's world. He often reminded, if the United States and the Soviet Union don't fight each other, there will be no world war, but small wars will be unavoidable. Current wars between underdeveloped countries are actually what the developed countries need. Their policy of bullying backward countries has not changed. He urged us again and again, China must hold its ground, or others will plot against us. There are many people in the world who hope we will develop, but there are also many who are out to get us. We ourselves must maintain vigilance. 56 Selected Works of Deng Xiaoping, Volume 3. Beijing, People's Press, 1993, p. 319. On the issue of development, Deng Xiaoping pointed out that, with the rapid development of the world economy, the gap between the majority of developing countries and developed countries kept widening, and the North-South issue was becoming more prominent. Without the economic development of developing countries, it is almost impossible to maintain world peace. The only way to address the issue of development is for developed countries to effectively and quickly support the economic and cultural development of most developing countries to lift them out of poverty and backwardness according to the principle of equality, fairness, and mutual benefit. Today, we are living in a world that features turbulence, complexity, and sharpening contradictions. The issue of peace has not yet been resolved, and the issue of development is even more pressing. The development of the international situation has further proven the correctness of Deng Xiaoping's grasp of the current epoch. 2.5 Features of the contemporary epoch. In recent years, the issue of the contemporary epoch has been a particular important topic of theoretical studies in China. After all, what era are we living in? Has the nature of the contemporary era changed? According to the Marxist outlook on epochs, we know that the nature of the current era has not changed. We are still in the big epoch of transition from capitalism to socialist ushered in by the October Revolution. The drastic change in the Soviet Union and the Eastern Europe is but a temporary setback in the world socialist movement. At present, the financial crisis triggered by the U.S. 59 subprime mortgage has afflicted the whole world, resulting in global economic turmoil. The crisis is another testimony to the correctness and scientific nature of the Marxist understanding of capitalism and epochs. Although earth-shaking changes have taken place since the publication of the Marxist classics, such as Das Kapital and Critique of Imperialism, the theories they embody still have great theoretical significance and provide realistic guidance, like brilliant rays passing through history and illuminating the contemporary era. 2.5.1 Analysis of various concepts of an epoch. Since the 1960s and 1970s, there have been numerous concepts of epoch. Many reflect new understandings. The most influential are the ideas of Western scholars who propose to mark the feature of the epoch with scientific and technological progress, such as Galbraith's The New Industrial State, Daniel Bell's Post-Industrial Society, Toffler's The Third Wave, Naisbitt's The New Information Society, and Brzezinski's theory of electronic technology. Bell divided the history of human society into three stages, namely, pre-industrial society, industrial society, and post-industrial society, which he labeled the information society. In his book The Third Wave, Toffler describes three types of societies, based on the concept of waves. The first wave is a society after the agrarian revolution. It replaced the first hunter-gatherer cultures. The second wave is society during the Industrial Revolution. The third wave is an information wave featuring the revolution of new technology. He believed that the third wave is not only a revolution of production, but also a complete new stage in human history. Naisbitt also divided the history of human society into three stages: agricultural society, industrial society, and information society. These new theories are reflections of the rapid development of modern science and technology, which have brought about unprecedented changes to the means of production and to the lives of individuals. Based on the development of science and technology, there are numerous other names for the current era, such as the age of science and technology, the age of electron ICS, the age of biological engineering, the Internet age, digital age, and virtual age, the age of a knowledge economy, the age of a new economy, and so on. They are descriptions of our era from different perspectives and development trends of science, technology, economy, and production. It is reasonable for them to be used in a certain range, and in a certain sense, but not in a general sense to mark a fundamental change or to predict a change of the nature of the epoch. We cannot regard the understanding 60 of the development of human society from the perspective of economy, science, and technology as an overall grasp and understanding of the nature of this era. In fact, the real purpose of the advocates of these new thoughts is to define a historical epoch from the perspective of the technological formation of society rather than from an ideology. They regard science and technology as a panacea for all capitalist ills. With concepts of technocracy and futurism that induce people to rest their hope on these new developments, they try to construct a variety of future development models for the wonderful new world of capitalism. They argue that due to the leap forward in the development of science and technology, human society has entered a new era. A knowledge economy era or an information era, in which all kinds of problems, political or economic, can be solved with the development of science and technology, rather than through class struggle. These theorists, with science and technology as their only content, avoided production and ownership relationships, and totally neglected the differences between various social forms. They reduced the development of human society simply to the progress of science and technology. They mixed the different social forms: primitive society, slave society, feudal society, and capitalist society into various social development stages they coined, such as traditional society, pre-industrial society, agricultural society, industrial society, and information society. Naturally, they mixed socialism with capitalism, obliterated the fundamental difference between private and public ownership with some superficially common phenomena, covered the problems of the social system with the issue of science and technology, advocated the theory of the convergence of capitalism and socialism, denied the inevitability of the replacement of capitalism by socialism, and promoted the eternity of capitalism with the development of modern science and technology. For instance, Galbraith argues that technological progress has the magic power to eliminate the social evils of capitalism, and will lead to the convergence of the two social systems of socialism and capitalism. He believes that the main contradiction in today's capitalist society is not the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, and that all social systems in the world share a common trend of convergence. Marx and Lenin both failed to predict this trend of convergence. Therefore, their theories on the relationship between capitalism and socialism, especially the theory of the replacement of capitalism by socialism, are not correct in the contemporary world, and that in an epoch of convergence, it is impossible for socialism to defeat capitalism. 61. Marxism firmly opposes defining the nature of an era only by the development of science and technology, arguing that it is impossible to comprehensively grasp its nature and features through an exploration of this issue only. It is true that science and technology are changing the production and life of mankind, but we cannot define the nature of the current era directly from the perspectives of the technological economy or science and technology. The impact of science and technology on human society is exerted through a series of intermediate social links, including a technological mode of production, organizational and managerial forms of production and labor, a social division of labor, social production relationships, and historical and cultural traditions. Therefore, it is impossible to define overall epochal changes only from the perspective of science and technology. The description of the era by the theorists of technocracy and futurism provides, to a certain degree, vivid and specific appearances of the development of modern science and technology and the drastic changes of contemporary Western capitalist society rather than revealing the dynamic and law of social and Historical development. Hence it is impossible to correctly grasp the nature of the era and predict the future of social development. In China, some scholars believe that contemporary capitalism, with its unprecedented development of productive forces, its significant adjustment in production relationships, its perfect operation mechanism, and its mature management experience and methods, is no longer capitalism with an overall crisis as described in General Crisis of Capitalism. However, this point of view has been repeatedly shattered by reality. In 1997, the Asian financial crisis afflicted Asia and even the whole world, having serious impact on the world economy. Since the summer of 2007, the financial crisis triggered by the American subprime crisis has once again brought about disastrous consequences to the world economy. At present, the world is still deep in the mire of economic wrecks caused by the American financial crisis. Some used to draw the conclusion that the Asian financial crisis in 1997 was caused by crony capitalism or bad capitalism, the special outcomes of capitalism in Asia, because it had not affected developed capitalist countries with their mature and sound system of market economies. The present crisis, however, provides no excuse for those who are crazy about the capitalist system and worship neoliberalism. They are faced with a very embarrassing question: why cannot perfect capitalism avoid financial turmoil? As a matter of fact, economic crisis has never been far from capitalism. In the history of the development of capitalism, there have been several cases of the swelling, 62, and bursting of bubbles with the expansion of speculative financial transactions. Since the 1980s, against a backdrop of economic globalization, financial turmoil has never stopped, with financial system collapse repeatedly occurring in the world, from Mexico to Southeast Asia. At present, capitalism is in crisis again. Among the causes of the crisis often mentioned are financial product innovation, improper financial policy, absence of government regulation, imbalanced financial development, speculation out of control in financial markets, poor competition, excessive lending, and underestimation of risks. Former Federal Reserve Chairman Greenspan was once in the teeth of the storm during the financial crisis. Some scholars and politicians believed that the Fed in the Greenspan era should be held responsible for the current crisis. It is precisely because Greenspan encouraged the policy of a long-term low interest rate that fostered the U.S. housing market bubble, providing a breeding ground for the rapid propagation of subprime lending. In addition, the policy of non-intervention of financial derivatives that he highly praised has ultimately turned the subprime mortgage crisis into global financial turmoil. However, Greenspan himself does not agree with the accusations, saying that he still doesn't understand how it all happened. He admitted that he should bear partial responsibility for the crisis, and the outbreak of the crisis has proven that some of his economic concepts might be incorrect. But he denies that the financial crisis is caused by his policy failures, saying that the real root of the subprime mortgage crisis is global economic expansion, and it is the unprecedented growth of the global economy during that period that leads to the underestimation of risk. In fact, the financial crisis cannot be attributed to one person. Greenspan is but a scapegoat. In the framework of the development of capitalism, the outbreak of the financial crisis is not accidental and has profound institutional roots. The analysis in the framework of regulation and prevention can only touch the surface rather than the essence of the crisis, which is deeply rooted in the inherent contradiction of a market economy. Therefore, it is impossible for the capitalist system to eradicate the root of the crisis. as the inevitable result of the development and intensification of the inherent contradictions of capitalism. The crisis marks the bankruptcy of neoliberalism. The current financial crisis is the result of a deepening and concentrated outbreak of the basic contradiction of capitalism after its economy has developed into a new stage. That is, the stage of information, globalization, financialization, and neoliberalism. On the one hand, the socialization of production is developing by leaps and bounds, with unprecedented close ties among the enterprises, sectors, and regions. On the other hand, 63. The interests of monopoly capital have been further strengthened with aggravation of the spontaneity and blindness of the free market. As a result, the basic contradiction of capitalism, the root cause of the outbreak of the economic crisis, has been sharpened rather than eased. To capture the essence and identify the cause of the current financial crisis, we must take into consideration the essence of the capitalist system. When we look at the crisis from a perspective limited to finance and the phenomenon of financial crisis, and try to discover the reasons for it just from operational and technical aspects without taking into account private ownership, the nature of financial capital to pursue material gain, and the nature of capitalism, it is impossible to answer the question why the market system of the United States, a perfect one in the minds of so many people, was not able to prevent the outbreak of a financial crisis, and it is impossible to capture the essence and discover the root cause of the crisis, the capitalist system. The successive occurrence of the economic crisis is the process of negation of the capitalist production mode. According to Marxism, the growing economic crisis symbolizes the dying of capitalism. Under the capitalist system, none in the new technological revolution can deny the contradiction between the socialization of production and the private ownership of the means of production revealed by Marx. The scientific prediction of Marxism that socialism will inevitably replace capitalism is founded on the profound revelation of the basic contradiction and development law of capitalism. The history of the past more than 100 years has been developing just as Marx predicted. The relative stable development of a few developed capitalist countries after World War II is due to promoting the revolution of new technology, and to the adjustment and reform made within the capitalist system of some links in the capitalist production relationships, forms of economic operation, and management mechanisms. They even borrowed some practices of the socialist countries, such as adopting macro control to overcome the drawbacks of an unplanned economy, inviting the workers to participate in enterprise management, improving the welfare state to ease the contradiction between labor and capital, thus mitigating the social and class contradictions of a capitalist society. However, all these efforts have not eradicated the basic contradiction of the capitalist society, that is, the contradiction between the socialization of production and private ownership of the means of production. On the contrary, due to the increasing 64. Socialization of production and market in a globalized world, the contradiction has intensified and sharpened rather than been eradicated. Historical development shows that social improvement can only mitigate but not eradicate the basic contradiction deeply rooted in the nature of the capitalist society, and there is no panacea that can help capitalism avoid its destiny of being replaced by socialism. Now, people often say that we are in an era of peace and development, but we cannot forget that we are in a big epoch of transition from capitalism to socialism. Some people argued that Lenin's critique of imperialism might be powerful in explaining capitalism before World War II, but not the capitalism in a world with economic prosperity after the war, because today's capitalism is quite different, maintaining a huge momentum of development and supporting the economic prosperity of the world. But the advocates of the arguments against Marxism have to lower their heads in the face of a financial crisis triggered by the US subprime mortgage mess. With the outbreak of the financial crisis, Marx's Das Kapital and Lenin's critique of imperialism once again attracted worldwide attention. Many people have realized that the Marxist psychoanalysis of the basic contradiction of capitalism and the characteristics of imperialism is not at all out of date. During the crisis, the United States pooled resources of the whole nation to fight against financial market turmoil and economic recession. The capitalist government tried to regulate capitalism to resolve the crisis and restore prosperity. Some began to discuss the necessity to restructure the American economy, especially the financial system, to impose stricter state regulation on the financial system, hoping to replace neoliberal capitalism with a new form of capitalism. At present, although the governments have invested huge amounts of money to save the collapsing banking and financial system, trying to prevent another economic depression, there are no signs of the crisis abating so far, and the international financial system is still in turmoil. Some people keep saying optimistically that the subprime mortgage is about to reach the bottom and that the US economy will usher in the dawn of recovery, but reality fails to meet their good wishes. The current crisis in the United States is by no means a simple financial crisis, but a deep one closely related to the economic and political system of the United States. So far, there are no signs of the crisis ending. We must continue to analyze the essence and the new forms of expression of this financial crisis under the guidance of Marxist theory. 65. 2.5.2 Maintaining peace and development as an arduous task. After World War II, especially after the 1970s, there was a general trend of ease in the international situation, with major changes in the features of the era. First of all, with the beginning of the Cold War, the two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, engaged in an arms race and competed for world hegemony, posing a serious threat to world peace and security. However, under the condition of nuclear balance, the two sides were restrained by each other, neither dared to resort to use of force or even nuclear weapons. In addition, other members of the nuclear club, such as China, France, and Great Britain, also restricted, to a certain extent, the outbreak of World War. The possibility of another World War has been substantially reduced, and world peace has been maintained due to the mutual restriction of the nuclear powers, although there have been numerous regional wars and conflicts. Second, the people of the world who have suffered the misery of two world wars are strongly opposed to war. Deeply feeling the cruelty and misery of war, they launched, in an organized way, massive protest campaigns to oppose war and protect peace, vigorously promoting world peace. Third, the issue of development has become common global concern. Under pressure of rapid development at home and abroad, all countries are eager to promote economic development. International economic exchanges and cooperation have become a major dynamic for world peace. All these new changes have laid a sound foundation for a new era of peace and development. The road leading to peace and development is not smooth. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, there has been a peaceful atmosphere, rarely felt after World War II, in the international community. With cooperation among major countries, a number of international problems have been successfully resolved, such as withdrawal of the Soviet troops from Afghanistan, Vietnamese troops from Kampuchea, and Iraqi troops from Kuwait. Rebels in some countries buried the hatchet, gave up the use of violence, and participated in governing the countries through peaceful election. These new phenomena filled people with hope and optimism about the prospect of world peace and development. Reality, however, is not so optimistic. Cold War relics and Cold War mentality still exist, and hegemony and power politics have yet to vanish. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the United States does not restrain but further strengthens its policies of hegemony, waving the stick of human rights and freedom. 66. To interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, trampling on the sovereignty of the developing countries, and engaging in the evolution, separation, and westernization of socialist countries. Not satisfied with gains of the Cold War already achieved, American hegemony keeps expanding the result by the use of force. The global goal of the United States is very clear. It will not allow the emergence of any superpower to compete with it, whether in the territory of the former Soviet Union or any other place in the world. Western powers led by the United States began to actively contain the countries that are, in their eyes, threatening. NATO continued to squeeze Russia's strategic space and started its eastward expansion plan, ignoring strong opposition from Russia. Finally, the United States succeeded in blocking the traditional sphere of influence of Russia in Europe, as it was a former superpower across the Eurasian continent. Since the end of the 20th century, under the banner of maintaining the overall security of Europe, NATO, led by the United States, has expanded its military influence not only to the Baltic Sea, but also to the Black Sea, the Caspian Sea, and even the whole world. In addition to the consolidation of European security, NATO's military mission has expanded to intervention beyond the Atlantic region. This is the result of what the United States has been promoting for years and always hopes to see. In Asia, in order to contain China, the United States is actively building a Pacific community, relying on Japan and Southeast Asia. The United States and Japan have further strengthened the Japan-US security alliance and expanded its extent in the Pacific region. The new Japan-US cooperative defense guidelines strengthen the US-Japan alliance, still the cornerstone of U.S. strategic policy for Asia. These active actions reveal the strategic ambition of the United States and other Western powers in shaping the world. As the only superpower of the world, the United States hopes to establish its leadership in Europe and beyond. The local war has never stopped. Western powers led by the United States keep expanding their military power. India and Pakistan take turns in conducting tests of nuclear weapons and long-range missiles, and a number of regional conflicts continue to emerge and upgrade. The Iraqi war broke out, while the smoke of gunpowder has not dispersed in Kosovo, and the bombing of the Chinese embassy in Yugoslavia is still resounding. With the start of NATO's eastward expansion plan and the signing of the new Japan-US cooperative defense guidelines, the United States and its entourage countries have begun to put aside the UN Security Council and taken unilateral actions in launching military strikes against Iraq, Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, and other countries. The United States has launched multiple attacks in the Asia-Pacific region. It waged 67. The Iraqi war to remove its biggest hidden danger in the Middle East. It threatens North Korea with the term axis of evil in an attempt to force the situation on the Korean peninsula to comply with its own interests. The military return to Southeast Asia enables the United States to occupy a favorable position in the ASEAN competition. Its policy about Taiwan Straits is becoming clearer. The Japan-US cooperative defense has covered China's Taiwan region. The United States, despite China's strong opposition, is working with Japan to deploy the Theater missile defense system that will cover the Taiwan region at the east gate of China. After the Cold War, the United States has never stopped stationing troops or establishing military bases in foreign countries. On the contrary, it has been active in maintaining a military presence at the forefront of important strategic areas. Although the United States has closed military bases in some areas, it has strengthened the bases and the size of troops in the important strategic areas, especially in the vacuum area resulting from the disintegration of the Soviet Union, sparing no effort to penetrate into these areas with political, economic, and military leverage. Its strategic purpose is very clear. That is, to control the world through a global military presence. The Pentagon suggests that the United States should build more small-sized military bases convenient for the mobile deployment of U.S. troops to realize its goal of having a station in East Europe, involvement in Central Asia, and stabilizing Northeast Asia. All these actions are very harmful to world peace and development. Lenin said that modern war originated in imperialism. Deng Xiaoping further pointed out that hegemony and power politics are the most dangerous sources of war in the contemporary world. The international situation after the Cold War shows that our epoch is in line with the basic judgment of Deng Xiaoping. Peace and development are the two major global issues, and neither has been resolved. In short, in a world featuring a trend of peace and development and the increase of various factors restricting the outbreak of the World War, we should not forget that neither peace nor development has been achieved, and in the face of various challenges, we must keep pursuing, promoting, and struggling for world peace and development. 2.5.3 Development Trend of the Contemporary Epoch. How to understand the situation and prospect of the development of socialism is a major question in the study of the Marxist outlook on epochs. With the integration of the Soviet Union and the drastic changes in Eastern Europe, and faced with the serious setbacks 68 of the communist movement, some began to question the future of socialism. It seems that Brzezinski's big failure of communism, Nixon's win without fighting, and Fukuyama's the end of history have all been realized. Some people borrowed Deng Xiaoping's idea that peace and development have become the themes of the epoch to prove that the nature of this epoch has changed and Marxism is out of date. As a matter of fact, the serious setbacks in the cause of world socialism, as a temporary detour and retreat in forward progress, cannot reverse the orientation of epochs and the trend of historical development. The world today is still in the era of transition from capitalism to socialism dating from the October Revolution. During such a long, big transition era, there will be different stages of development with distinctive features. The Marxist outlook on epochs adheres to the dialectical unity of a big era of historical development and its development stages. Only by adhering to the dialectical unity can we recognize the right historical trends, strengthen our belief in socialism, and enable us to make timely strategic and tactical adjustments to adapt to the new external environment according to the changes in different epochal stages. Peace and development are the basic features of the current stage. The world has developed from the stage of war and revolution to the stage of peace and development, two successive but different stages in an era of global transition from capitalism to socialism. After the current stage featuring peace and development, there will be another stage with different features, but the direction of historical development will not change. The inevitable destruction of capitalism and the ultimate victory of socialism is a scientific conclusion of Marxism drawn on the basis of profound analysis of the development of human society, especially the laws governing the contradictory movement of the capitalist society. The history of the replacement of human society shows that the substitution of capitalism by socialism will be a rather long historical process. Socialism is developing in a tortuous way full of twists and turns, just like the emergence and growth of capitalism at the end of feudal society. From its occurrence and development, we know that a socialist revolution broke out and succeeded first in some countries with backward economies and cultures, and socialist construction started in countries with weak economic and cultural foundations. This means that socialist revolution and construction will be a long and arduous journey. International capitalism will be stronger than socialism for a relatively long time. All these factors determine that the transition from capitalism to socialism will be a protracted and winding process. Although the world's socialist movement has suffered severe setbacks in the drastic changes in the Soviet Union and 69 Eastern Europe, there have been aggravating factors conducive to the development of socialism. At present, to a certain extent, the world's socialist movement is recovering and even developing. The socialist countries, such as China, Cuba, Vietnam, North Korea, and Laos are actively exploring a socialist road suitable for their respective national conditions. The North Korean Labor Party considers the collapse of socialism in a number of countries not as failure of scientific socialism, but as bankruptcy of the opportunistic socialism. Kim Jong-un pointed out that, at a low ebb of international communist movement, North Korea should all the more adhere to the leadership of the party, the JICH ideas, and Korean-style socialism, that is, JICH socialism with people as the center. Based on and reflecting JICH ideas. 57. The former Soviet Union and Eastern European socialist countries have not realized the economic prosperity expected after implementing privatization reform. Asian, African, and Latin American countries promoting neoliberalism are rewarded with the frequent occurrence of economic recessions, financial turmoil, and social crises. In some Latin American countries, the Left Party came into power in succession, and began to explore new paths for economic recovery after suffering the bitterness of neoliberalism. In the Venezuelan presidential election in 1988, Hugo Rafael Chávez Frías, leader of the Fifth Republic movement, won the election with 60% of the votes. After taking office, he initiated political, social, and economic reform. In August 2004, opposition parties demanded a referendum according to the right of referendum stipulated in a new constitution approved in 1999. He won 63% of the votes and continued to serve as president of Venezuela. Under his leadership, great progress was made in social and economic development. At the beginning of 2005, for the first time, he proposed the idea of building socialism in the 21st century. On December 3, 2006, Chavez defeated his opponents in the presidential election and won the re-election. In Bolivia, Evo Morales, leader of the left-wing Movement for Socialism Party, was elected president on December 18, 2005. He led the people of Bolivia to reflect on the harm of neoliberalism and to look for a new development model. Cuba is a banner of socialism in Latin America. After choosing the socialist road, it has been isolated and blockaded for more than 40 years. Now, it is on the road of revival. 70. From 1994 through 1997, Cuba's economic growth reached 0.7%, 2.5%, 7.8%, and 2.2%, respectively, and in 2005, it achieved an amazing economic growth of 11.8%. In some Latin American countries, more and more people began to pay attention to and accept Cuba's socialist ideas. 58. On February 24, 2008, Cuba succeeded in accomplishing a Scission of power with Raúl Castro elected as president of the Cuban Council of State, officially taking the place of his brother, Fidel Castro. The peaceful and smooth transition of top power in Cuba ensures the continuation and development of socialism in the country, and is favorable to the consolidation and development of a socialist movement. In Latin America, other ruling leftist parties in Latin America include Brazil's Workers' Party led by Lula, elected in 2003, the Progressive Alliance of Uruguay Broad Front led by Tabaré Vázquez, elected in March 2004, the Chilean Socialist Party led by Michelle Bachelet, elected in March 2006, and leftist Nicaragua Party Sandinista National Liberation Front led by Ortega, elected in November 2006. All these indicate that socialism has been restored and developed, to a certain extent, all over the world, and vigorously refute the arguments that the nature of the contemporary era has changed and needs to be redefined. War and revolution brought about a crisis for capitalism and a victory for socialism, while peace and development are promoting a world socialist movement. The CPC used to say that only socialism can save China. Now, the vigorous development of China's socialist construction has proven that only socialism can save the world. Under the lofty banner of socialism, China has made positive contributions to the development of world socialism. It has fully demonstrated the superiority of a socialist system with remarkable economic achievements and constantly improved economic and political systems. The CPC will unswervingly adhere to the socialist system and influence the world and promote the development of world socialism with it. The CPC firmly believes that for a fairly long time in the future, through policy adjustment and institutional innovation, by drawing on the advanced science, technology and management experiences of the capitalist countries, the socialist countries will steadily give full play to the superiority of the socialist system and have a decisive impact on the development of world history. Human society will gradually move from capitalism to socialism and ultimately to communism. We will march toward our destination with full confidence, even though we know it will be a long and arduous journey. Chapter 3. Origin, Defining Features, and Contemporary Development of Scientific Socialism. The creation of scientific socialism is not accidental. As the inevitable outcome of the development of capitalism and the evolution of the basic contradiction of capitalism, scientific socialism provides a powerful ideological weapon for the liberation struggle of the proletariat. Under its guidance, the modern labor movement and the socialist movement have developed vigorously. Socialism has evolved from a scientific theory to a social system practiced in many countries. It has developed into a powerful world system. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the drastic changes in Eastern Europe shocked the world. As a result, the world socialist movement fell into a trough and the theory of scientific socialism was severely questioned. However, facts show that what has failed is not scientific socialism but the socialist model practiced in the Soviet Union and in Eastern European countries. Socialism with Chinese characteristics was developed through reviewing the experiences and lessons of socialism in the 20th century, adhering to the general principles of scientific socialism, and integrating the concrete national conditions of China. 3.1 The creation of scientific socialism. The production of any theory has its essential economic conditions and ideological sources. Scientific socialism produced in the 1840s is no exception. It has profound social and historical conditions and a class foundation, as well as rich ideological and cultural bases and subjective factors. 71. 72. 3.1.1 Development of the Industrial Revolution provided the economic conditions and class foundation for producing scientific socialism. As a revolution of science and technology in the development of human society to the stage of capitalism, the Industrial Revolution resulted in the pursuit of more profits by the emerging bourgeoisie class and improvement in production technology. The Industrial Revolution, marked by the invention and application of the steam engine, started in Great Britain in the 1860s, and quickly expanded to some main capitalist countries in Europe and America. The Industrial Revolution is a great revolution in production technology that facilitates amazing progress in capitalist social productive forces. Engels pointed out in the Principles of Communism, big industry created the steam engine and other machines, a means of endlessly expanding industrial production, speeding it up, and cutting its costs. 59 Development of the Industrial Revolution resulted in improvement of the capitalist social productive forces unprecedented in terms of speed and scale. The establishment of a capitalist mode of production and the rapid expansion of the scale of production revealed the historically progressive nature of capitalism in its growth period. Steam and new tool-making machinery were transformed manufacturing into modern industry, and thus revolutionized the whole foundation of bourgeois society. 60. Of course, with the development of the Industrial Revolution, the ills of a capitalist society were increasingly exposed, and the basic social contradiction between large-scale socialized production and private ownership of the means of production became more and more sharp, triggering cyclical economic crises. 59 Collected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 1. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 682. 60 Collected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 9. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 277. Meanwhile, the Industrial Revolution, also a profound social revolution, divided the society into two opposite classes, bourgeoisie and proletariat. With the application of machinery, a large number of farmers, craftsmen, journeymen, and apprentices, as well as child labor and women, were drawn into factories. The class structure of human relations had changed dramatically, with the whole society reduced to two simple opposing classes. The capitalists used machines to cruelly exploit. 73. The workers, who were in a position of poverty, unemployment, and hunger, resulting in an increasingly sharp contradiction between the two classes. Engels pointed out. 4. Though the rise of manufacturing first attained importance as it transformed tools into machines and workrooms into factories, and consequently, turned the toiling lower middle class into the toiling proletariat and former large merchants into manufacturers, the lower middle class was thus early crushed out, and the population was reduced to two opposing elements, workers and capitalists. 61. From its origin, the bourgeoisie was saddled with its antithesis, capitalists cannot exist without wage workers. 62. One of the direct consequences of the first industrial revolution was formation of an industrial proletariat class, who were increasingly poor and large in number. The three great workers' movements, namely, the two uprisings staged by silk workers of Lyon in 1831 and 1834, British Chartism from 1836 to 1848, and the Weaver Revolt in Silesia in 1844, marked a gradual awakening and maturity of the new class. Although all three movements ended up in failure, the proletariat put forward, for the first time, their political ideas, pointing directly to the entire bourgeoisie and the capitalist system. This indicates that the proletariat had boarded the stage of history as an independent political force, laying a class foundation for the production of scientific socialism. 3.1.2 All advanced scientific and cultural achievements of mankind provide an important ideological source for producing scientific socialism. Scientific socialism, as with any theory, must be developed on the basis of its predecessors. Source: fine ideological materials. Lenin said, Marxism has won its historic significance as the ideology of the revolutionary proletariat because, far from rejecting the most valuable achievements of the bourgeois epoch, it has, on the contrary, assimilated and refashioned everything of value in the more than 2,000 years of the development of human thought and culture. 63. 74. All advanced scientific and cultural achievements of mankind, especially the achievements made in understanding of nature and human history in the first half of the 20th century, provide a rich source of ideas for scientific socialism. With the development of the productive forces, studies in natural science reached an unprecedented level in the 1830s and 1840s. The three major discoveries in natural science: the theory of biological cell structure, the discovery of the law of energy, conservation and transformation, and Darwin's theory of evolution, greatly improved people's understanding of the objective world. Scholars commented that these great achievements of the natural sciences, as powerful blows to idealism and metaphysics, laid a solid foundation for the creation of dialectical materialism and historical materialism, and the establishment of scientific socialism by Marx and Engels through sorting out the heritage of the social sciences. 64. In social sciences, breakthrough and development had also been made during the same period of time. The utopian socialist theory of Saint-Simon, Fourier, and Owen was the direct ideological source of scientific socialism. Other important sources include German classical philosophy, especially the rational crux of Hegel's dialectics and the basic crux of Feuerbach's materialism, and British classical economics, especially Adam Smith and David Ricardo's labor theory of value. Engels pointed out that, without German philosophy, particularly that of Hegel, German scientific socialism, the only scientific socialism extant, would never have come into existence. 65. Lenin wrote in Karl Marx. Marx was the genius who continued and consummated the three main ideological currents of the 19th century, as represented by works by men of the three most advanced countries: classical German philosophy, classical English political economy, and French socialism combined with French revolutionary doctrines in general. 66. Critically inheriting all the advanced cultural achievements of mankind, Marx and Engels founded the theory of scientific socialism. In this sense, it can be said that scientific socialism was created on the basis of German classical philosophy, British classical economics, and the theory of utopian socialism. 75. 3.1.3 A change in the political position and world outlook of Marx and Engels is an important precondition for producing scientific socialism. These economic, political, scientific, and cultural conditions only provide the objective conditions and possibilities for the production of scientific socialism. Subjective efforts must be made to turn it into reality. Therefore, the subjective factors of the creators are also an important premise of the production of scientific socialism. The objective conditions mean the theoretical contributions of the predecessors, without which there would be no scientific socialism. The subjective factors of the creators of scientific socialism means to refer to the genius, diligence, and the great theoretical creation of Marx and Engels, and more importantly, the change of their political position and world outlook from idealism to materialism, from revolutionary democracy to communism. 67. That is to say, the creation of scientific socialism in the middle of the 19th century by Marx and Engels is attributed not only to the maturity of economic, political, cultural, and other objective conditions, but also, to a large extent, depends on their subjective efforts. The great changes in the political position and world outlook from idealism to materialism and from revolutionary democracy to communism made the production of scientific socialism from possibility to reality. As is known to all, Marx was born in a lawyer's family and Engels in a factory owner's family. Both used to belong to the young Hegelians, believing in idealism and revolutionary democracy. To create scientific socialism, they had to first change their own world outlook and political position. Marx began to engage in political struggle after graduating from college in 1841. While Engels was working in Manchester, the centre of British textile industry, after completing his military service in 1842. During this period, on the one hand, they actively engaged in revolutionary activities, maintaining close contact with progressives of the working class, investigating the situation of social development, and summing up the experience of the workers' movement. On the other, they conducted in-depth studies on scientific theories, including various theories of socialism and the works of 76 bourgeois economists, especially the works of Feuerbach. These activities and studies quickly helped them rid themselves of the influence of their family backgrounds. These young Hegelians realized the two great changes in world outlook and political position. The manuscript Introduction to Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right and the essay on the Jewish question published in German-French Annals in 1844 marked a complete change in Marx's world outlook and political position. In the two articles, Marx clearly put forward the revolutionary socialist idea of the liberation of mankind from all forms of social and political oppression, stated that the proletariat was the social force to realize the socialist revolution, and publicly declared that his philosophy was to serve the proletariat. In Outlines of a Critique of Political Economy and a Review of Past and Present, by Thomas Carlyle, Engels put forward the idea that the economy plays a decisive role in historical development. He expounded the social status and historical missions of the proletariat, as well as the idea of socialist revolution, marking a fundamental change in his world outlook and political position. Through different means, Marx and Engels had completed the transformation of their world outlook and political position. The common cause of revolution and the pursuit of ideals brought them together. After their second meeting in Paris in August 1844, 68 they began working together, participating in the workers' movement, studying the theoretical issues, and creating the theory of scientific socialism. 3.1.4 Theories of historical materialism and surplus value laid a theoretical foundation for producing scientific socialism. The creation of scientific socialism could not be separated from necessary theoretical support because the theoretical application was indispensable for socialism to turn from fantasy to reality. The creators of scientific socialism were very clear about this point. Marx stressed that, we are firmly convinced that it is not the practical attempt, but rather the theoretical application of communist ideas, that constitutes the real danger. 69. Therefore, since 1844, after the change of their world outlook and political position, Marx and Engels began to expound and verify communism from economics and philosophy, and discovered the theories of historical materialism and surplus value. 77. In economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, Marx made a preliminary analysis of Capitalist Economic Relations and Exploration in the Scientific World Outlook of the Proletariat. He pointed out in this work, religion, family, state, law, morality, science, art, etc., are only particular modes of production, and fall under its general law. 70. Here Marx actually described a very important principle of historical materialism: a certain form of production activities inevitably produces a certain form of social relationships. 71. 70 Ibid, p. 186. 71 Selected works of Jin Huiming. Shanghai, Shanghai Lexicographical Publishing House, 2005, p.L 47. 72 Collected works of Marx and Engels, Volume 1. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 268. 73 Collected works of Lenin, on Marxism. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 56. In their first joint work, The Holy Family, they further explored the contradictions between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, and between wage labor and private ownership, and explored their development and solutions, pointing out that the relationships of property and possession, as the objective being of man, are the social behavior or of man to man. 72 Although still rather obscure at that time, the expression was very close to the basic idea of historical materialism. Lenin highly acclaimed it as laying the foundation of revolutionary materialistic socialism. 73 Marx and Engels, in an article in The German Ideology, 1845-1846, put forward for the first time, by applying dialectics and materialism to the study of the social history, the concept of historical materialism. They completely described the basic theory of historical materialism, eliminated the fundamental flaws in previous theories of history, revealed the ultimate cause and the real power of the historical development of human society, clearly put forward that the contradiction between productivity and relations of production is the real dynamic of historical development, and in the capitalist system only through proletarian revolution could the shackles on the further development of productive forces be broken. The creation of historical materialism brought about great change in the people's outlook on social history, laying the first theoretical cornerstone for the production of scientific socialism. In the second half of the 1840s, Marx and Engels began to use historical materialism to study the economic history and status of capitalist society. In The Poverty of Philosophy, Wage Labor and Capital, and other works, from the theory of labor value, they revealed the essence of the system of capitalist wage labor, exposed the secret of the exploitation of capital, proved the historical inevitability of the replacement of capitalism by 78 socialism, and further clarified the status of the proletariat in the capitalist system and ways for them to liberate themselves, thus laying a second theoretical cornerstone for the establishment of scientific socialism. Engels gave high appraisal to the theory of surplus value in anti-Dühring, pointing out that scientific socialism dates from the discovery of this solution and has been built up around it. The outlook on historical materialism and the theory of surplus value revealed, for the first time in history, the objective law of historical development that shows that socialism will inevitably replace capitalism. The outlook identified the revolutionary forces, way, and approach to overthrow capitalism and realize socialism, thus establishing socialism on the basis of reality. 3.1.5 Publication of Manifesto of the Communist Party marked the birth of scientific socialism. The creation of historical materialism and the theory of surplus value provided the theoretical foundation of philosophy and economics for Marx and Engels to expound the Basic Principles of Scientific Socialism. Based on the theoretical foundation of history. Materialism and the theory of surplus value, Marx and Engels critically absorbed. Utopian socialism, especially the thoughts of the three great utopian socialists of the 19th century, and finally completed the transformation of utopian socialism to scientific socialism. The publication of Manifesto of the Communist Party in February 1848 marked the birth of scientific socialism as the first programmatic document of the international communist movement. Manifesto of the Communist Party, jointly drafted by Marx and Engels, is the first comprehensive, systematic exposition of the basic principles of scientific socialism. Applying dialectical materialism and historical materialism, they analyzed the contradictory movement between productive forces and production relationships, and between the economic base and the superstructure. They studied class and class struggle, especially the process of the emergence and development of class struggle in the capitalist society. They proved the historical inevitability of the perishing of capitalism and the victory of socialism, as well as historical missions shouldered by the proletariat as the gravedigger of capitalism. They clearly pointed out that after the proletariat conquest of political power, they must vigorously develop productive forces and steadily make social transformation, thereby sweeping away conditions for the existence of class antagonisms and of classes generally. Manifesto of the Communist Party also elaborated on the nature, 79 characteristics, and strategy for the struggle of the Communist Party as the advanced contingent of the proletariat, revealed the nature and disadvantages of capitalism, clarified the position and mission of the world proletariat, and finally issued an international battle call for proletarians of all countries, unite. Lenin wrote in the article Friedrich Engels, "This little booklet is worth volumes." To this day its spirit inspires and guides the entire organized and fighting proletariat of the civilized world. 74 The publication of Manifesto of the Communist Party has epoch-making significance. Since then, the proletariat has been equipped with a powerful ideological weapon to understand and transform the world, and with scientific theory, guidance, and clear goals to guide the proletariat. Meanwhile, scientific socialism was also constantly enriched with innovation and developments in the process of social practice and the proletarian movements. 3.2 The defining features of socialism. As a unique social form, especially as the opposite of the capitalist system, the socialist system has its own features different from other social systems, the capitalist system in particular. Different from both capitalist society and communist society, socialist society is an independent social form built on the basis of public ownership of the means of production. It has its own defining features and will last for a long time in history. 75. The creators of the theory of scientific socialism, the founders of the socialist system, and leaders of the socialist revolution and construction had all made explorations in and had summarized the defining features of socialism. 3.2.1 Scientific prediction of the nature of socialism by the creators of scientific socialism. The creators of scientific socialism were, in fact, unwilling to draw up a detailed plan for the entire future system. In their view, the thing to be done at any definite given future moment, the thing immediately to be done, depends of course entirely on the given historical conditions in which one has to act. 76 However, from the logical association in their works and individual speeches, especially in Manifesto of the Communist Party. 80. Das Kapital, Critique of the Gotha Program, and Anti-Diering, we can still find their vision of the main features of the future socialist society. Marx and Engels' vision of a future socialist society was drawn from the reverse reasoning of the inherent contradictions of capitalism. From their criticism and negation of the private ownership of capitalism, exploitation in the production of goods, and the state of anarchy in production, we can see the basic outline of the future socialist society envisioned by Marx and Engels. To sum up, a socialist society in their minds would have the following 5 defining features. 3.2.1.1 Eliminating private ownership of the means of production and transferring it to the power institution of the society, implementing public ownership of the means of production. The elimination of private ownership and the establishment of public ownership by the whole people are the scientific predictions and visions of Marx and Engels for the form and structure of the ownership of the means of production. Marx and Engels repeatedly stressed that the proletariat must, first of all, turn the means of production into state property once it seizes state power. They said, the proletarians cannot become masters of the productive forces of society except by abolishing their own previous mode of appropriation and thereby every other previous mode of appropriation. They have nothing of their own to secure and to fortify. Their mission is to destroy all previous securities for, and insurances of, individual property. 77. 77 Collected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 2. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 42. 78 Collected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 10. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 588. They believed that, with the abolition of capitalist private ownership, the basis on which the society is divided into opposite interest groups would be eliminated. Therefore, all workers would have a common interest in and own the means of production together and equally. Engels pointed out that the crucial difference between a future socialist society and the present order consists naturally in production organized on the basis of common ownership by the nation of all means of production. 78. This type of public ownership in the early stage of socialism will take the form of state ownership, and with the development of socialism and ultimate the demise of countries worldwide, it will be replaced by social ownership of a community of free individuals. 81. 3.2.1.2 Replacing a commodity currency economy and market regulation with a national economic plan, thus implementing a planned economy that excludes commodity currency relations. Marx and Engels argued that planning social production is the inevitable result of social production and an important feature of a future society. With the establishment of public ownership of the means of production, the relationship between commodity and currency will automatically disappear, and social production will be able to allocate consciously and in proportion, total social labor, thus replacing the state of anarchy of capitalist production by planned socialist production. From the moment when society enters into possession of the means of production and uses them in direct association for production, the labor of each individual, however varied its specifically useful character may be, directly become social labor, with one another and with the quantities of labor required for their production, will in the end determine the plan. People will be able to manage everything very simply, without the intervention of much vaunted value. 79. In short, the defining features of the future society envisioned by Marx and Engels are the elimination of the relationship between commodity and currency, and the replacement of a market economy by a planned economy, thus putting an end to the history of domination of human beings by commodity fetishism, and bringing mankind from the realm of necessity to the realm of freedom. Marx once pointed out clearly that communist society is organized as a conscious and planned association, in which socialized man, the associated producers, rationally regulating their interchange with nature, bring it under their common control instead of being ruled by it as by the blind forces of nature, and achieving this with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favorable to, and worthy of, their human nature. 80. 3.2.1.3 Distributing individual consumer goods for workers according to their work. Marx and Engels proposed that all social products must be distributed to the whole society, after necessary deductions have been made, in the form of labor certificates, to individual workers according to the amount of labor they have furnished. Individual consumer goods are distributed in the form of non-commodity exchange according to 82. Working hours and the quality and quantity of labor they have given to the society. They envisioned a future socialist society as a community of free individuals. The total product of our community is a social product. One portion serves as a fresh means of production and remains social. Another portion is consumed by members as means of subsistence. A distribution of this portion amongst them is consequently necessary. The mode of this distribution will vary with the productive organization of the community and the degree of historical development attained by the producers. We will assume, but merely for the sake of a parallel with the production of commodities, that the share of each individual producer in the means of subsistence is determined by his labor time. Labor time would, in that case, play a double part. Its apportionment in accord with a definite social plan maintains the proper proportion between the different kinds of work to be done and the various wants and needs of the community. On the other hand, it also serves as a measure of the portion of the common labor borne by each individual, and of his share in the part of the total product destined for individual consumption. 81. In Critique of the Gotha Program, Marx further expounded the concrete content of distribution according to work. 81 Collected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 5. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 96. 82 Collected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 3. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 434. He receives a certificate from society that he has furnished such and such an amount of labor, after deducting his labor for the common funds, and with this certificate, he draws from the social stock of goods as much as the same amount of labor cost. The same amount of labor which he has given to society in one form, he receives back in another. 82. 3.2.1.4 Eliminating exploitation and classes in the context of public ownership of the means of production. Why should the elimination of classes be set as a goal of a future socialist society? The explanation of Marx and Engels is that the proletariat is the most revolutionary class, because, as the last class in human history, it is the largest and the most powerful class. One that has suffered the most severe oppression and exploitation. It shoulders the great historical mission of human liberation. The historical position and historical mission determine that it is a class which, for the first time in history, can demand the abolition, not of this or that particular class organization, or of this or that particular class privilege, but of classes themselves. 83 After in-depth analysis, they pointed out that, in order to eliminate classes, private ownership must be abolished first. As the foundation of capitalism, private ownership is not only the origin of economic inequality between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, but also the base of social and political oppression of the proletariat by the bourgeoisie. Only by eliminating capitalist private ownership can the liberation of the proletariat be possible. Our concern cannot simply be to modify private property but to abolish it, not to hush up class antagonisms, but to abolish classes, not to improve the existing society but to found a new one. 84. According to the understanding of Marx and Engels, with the abolition of class distinctions, all social and political inequality arising from them will disappear by itself. 85. 3.2.1.5 Ultimately realizing the free development of each individual. Marx and Engels had always attached great importance to overall human development. In formulating the theory of scientific socialism, they drew a blueprint and described features of a future society not only from the perspective of the system but also one of full and free human development. They expounded the issue of all-around human development in the German ideology, Principles of Communism, Manifesto of the Communist Party, Condition of Working Class in England, Das Kapital, and other works. In Manifesto of the Communist Party, the symbol of the birth of scientific socialism, Marx and Engels put forward the concept of free human development as a lofty communist ideal and a defining feature of the future society. In place of the old bourgeois society, with its classes and class antagonisms, we shall have an association in which the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all. 86. In Manifesto of the Communist Party, Marx further defined the future society as a higher form of society, a society in which the full and free development of every individual forms the ruling principle. 87. This community or social form, with extremely rich social products and without private ownership, is the communist society in which everyone will enjoy free and all around development, the lofty social ideal and ultimate goal of Marx and Engels' life long pursued. 84. 3.2.2 Exploration of the features of socialism by founders of the socialist system. The essence of socialism is not only a major theoretical question, but also an important practical issue. Since the creators of scientific socialism had no personal experience in socialist society, they did not make a comprehensive and systematic summary of its defining features. Instead, they provided only a general orientation for the development of the future society. In this respect, Marx and Engels repeatedly stressed that our view on characteristics that differentiate future non-capitalist society from modern society is an exact conclusion drawn from historical facts and the development process. Without the combination of both, any illustration will have no theoretical and practical value. 88. After socialism was turned from scientific theory into a realistic system, understanding the defining features of socialism by the founders of the socialist system was in basic accord with Marx and Engels' vision of the first stage of communism. In their opinion, the defining features of a socialist society include public ownership of the means of production, planned regulation of social production and distribution, abolition of a commodity economy, and distribution according to work. Meanwhile, however, they did not adhere rigidly to the conclusion of Marx and Engels, but newly explored the essential characteristics of socialism in light of the practice of socialist construction in their own countries. 3.2.2.1 Lenin's exploration of the development road and defining features of socialism. As the founder of the first socialist country in the world, Lenin had made an in-depth exploration of the socialist road in the Soviet Union, which could be divided into three periods: the period of the consolidation of Soviet power, the period of wartime communism, and the period of a new economic policy. During these periods, through persistent and profound thinking about the defining features of socialism and answering a series of questions, such as how to build socialism, he had put forward a series of important ideas. First, priority should be given to the development of the productive force and improvement of the productivity of labor. Lenin said, in every socialist revolution, after the proletariat has solved the problem of capturing power, and to the extent that the task of expropriating the expropriators and 85. Suppressing their resistance has been carried out in the main, there necessarily comes to the forefront the fundamental task of creating a social system superior to capitalism, namely, raising the productivity of labor. 89. Second, the country's overall economic life must be restructured with commodity money relations in a planned way. In 1921, Lenin decisively terminated the wartime communist policy and implemented a new economic policy, making commodity exchange as the principal lever of the new economic policy. He pointed out that commodity exchange is brought to the fore as the principal lever of the new economic policy. It is impossible to establish a correct relationship between the proletariat and the peasantry, or an altogether stable form of economic alliance between these two classes in a period of transition from capitalism to socialism, without regular commodity exchange or the exchange of products between industry and agriculture. 90. Third, everything valuable that capitalism left behind should be used to build socialism. But it is not enough to crush capitalism. We must take the entire culture that capitalism left behind and build socialism with it. 91. 3.2.2.2 Stalin's exploration of the defining features of socialism. After Lenin's death, the Soviet Union gradually established, under the leadership of Stalin, the first socialist mode in human history, the Stalin model, in the process of socialist construction. The basic characteristics of this model are, among others, exclusive public ownership of the means of production in the structure of ownership and a mandatory planned economy rejecting all market mechanisms in economic operation. It can be said that a series of ideas of the creators of scientific socialism on a future socialist society had been fully reflected in the Stalin model. Of course, after a period of practice, Stalin also reconsidered and revised his understanding of the defining features of socialism. First, in terms of public ownership of the means of production, Stalin changed Marx and Engels' vision that public ownership should be the only form of ownership of all means of production in the entire society into the coexistence of public ownership and collective farm ownership. 86. Second, he recognized the role played by law of value within a certain range. In the book Problems of Socialist Economy in the Soviet Union, he put forward some important arguments, such as the law of value still plays a role in the field of circulation and the law of value is a very good school of practice, although he rejected the role of regulating the law of value in the field of production, and made strict restrictions and regulations on the role and scope of the market and commodities. He wrote, "It is too bad that our economic workers, with a few exceptions, know very little about the role of the law of value and do not study it or take it into consideration in their accounting." 92. Third, he changed the concept of the elimination of classes into the elimination of the exploiting class, and revised the idea that socialism is a society without class into socialism is a society with two friendly classes, workers and peasants. 3.2.2.3 Mao Zedong's exploration of the development road and defining features of socialism. In China, with basic completion of the socialist transformation in 1956, the socialist system was officially established. Since then, Mao Zedong made an extensive exploration of socialist construction for 20 years until his death in 1976. He did a lot of pioneering work and put forward many valuable ideas, although some might not mature. Mao Zedong shared the same insight with the creators of scientific socialism, believing that the defining features of socialism are public ownership of the means of production, a planned economy, and distribution according to work. However, the restriction of the underdeveloped social productivity in China set Mao Zedong rethinking the essential characteristics of socialism. He put forward a series of important ideas, such as a commodity economy is the lever of development of socialist productivity, and the coexistence of two forms of ownership is the precondition for commodity production. During the Great Leap Forward and the campaign to establish people's communes, there was a leftist tendency against a commodity economy and a demand for direct transition to a product economy. After reading and studying problems of socialist economy in the Soviet Union and a textbook of political economy, he clearly pointed out that commodity production is a useful tool, an economic approach, closely associated with the development of social productivity, and its nature depends on the form of the social system. He further pointed out that, without abundant products, even if the CPC implemented exclusive socialist public ownership, commodity production, and exchange would 87 continue to exist in some fields. In light of the realistic condition of China's low level of productivity, Mao Zedong stressed that the idea of abolishing commodity production and commodity exchange prematurely, and denying the positive effects of commodity, value, currency, and prices, detrimental to the development of socialist construction, and therefore it is wrong. 93. In 1959, he publicly expressed his opinion on the law of value under a socialist system. The law of value is a great school in which millions of cotters and all the Chinese PLE can learn how to build our socialist and even communist society. 94. Mao Zedong's understanding of socialist commodity production and the law of value, to a considerable extent, broke through the traditional concept that a commodity economy and the law of value belongs only to a certain form of social system, laying a theoretical foundation for the development of a socialist commodity economy. 3.2.3 Deng Xiaoping's insight into the defining features of socialism. After the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee, Deng Xiaoping pondered over the question of what is socialism and how to build it and the essence of socialism. He answered the question from various angles on different occasions. He stressed repeatedly that predominance of public ownership and common prosperity are the two fundamental socialist principles that we must adhere to. Socialism has two major requirements. First, its economy must be dominated by public ownership, and second, there must be no polarization. Socialist wealth belongs to the people, and socialist prosperity is the common prosperity of all people. As for the principles of socialism, the first is the development of production, and the second is common prosperity. We intend to develop the productive forces, expand socialist public ownership, and raise people's income. The purpose of allowing some regions and some people to become prosperous before others is to enable all of them to prosper eventually. We have to make sure that there is no polarization of society. That's what socialism means. 95. In early 1992, Deng Xiaoping creatively made a new summary of the essence of socialism. The essence of socialism is liberation and development of the productive 88 forces, elimination of exploitation and polarization, and the ultimate achievement of prosperity for all. The conclusion was made after profound examination of the experience and lessons of socialist practice and the realistic conditions of China. It embodies profound theoretical meaning in line with Marxist scientific socialism. It has a clear, realistic pertinence to the new content of socialism in the new era. The connotation of Deng Xiaoping's theory of the essence of socialism consists of three levels as follows. 3.2.3.1 Realizing the material conditions of socialism. In fact, the creators of scientific socialism have always stressed the need to develop social productivity and create even more labor productivity than does capitalism. Regarding it as the ultimate decisive force for the development of human society, they believe that the development of productivity is indispensable for the founding and development of a socialist society and even the realization of communism. Therefore, they repeatedly emphasized that the proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest, by degree, all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e., of the proletariat organized as the ruling class, and to increase the total productive forces as rapidly as possible. 96 Lenin also said that after the proletariat had solved the problem of capturing power, the primary and fundamental task was to raise labor productivity. 96 Collected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 3. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 52. Deng Xiaoping had carefully reviewed the historical experience and lessons of building socialism, scientifically analyzed the features of the current era and the specific national conditions of China. He concluded that emancipation and development of productivity is the defining feature of socialism, a prominent characteristic of his theory on its essence. There was a time when China neglected its basic national condition as a primary stage of socialism. It failed to address the problem of how to develop productivity under the condition of socialism. The CPC mistakenly believed that as long as the party continued to change the relations of production and improve the degree of nationalization, it could promote the development of productivity. Even worse, the CPC used to replace the central task of development of productivity with class struggle. After conscientiously reviewing the lessons of the past, Deng Xiaoping pointed out, the basic expression of the superiority of our socialist system is that it allows the productive forces of our society to grow at a rapid rate unknown in old China, and 89. That it permits us gradually to satisfy our people's constantly growing material and cultural needs. 97. He further emphasized the significance of the emancipation of productivity. After a basic socialist system has been established, it is necessary to fundamentally change the economic structure that has hampered productive force development and to establish a vigorous socialist economic structure that will promote its development. This is reform, so reform also means the emancipation of productive forces. In the past, the CPC only stressed expansion of the productive forces under socialism, without mentioning the need to liberate them through reform. That conception was incomplete. Both the liberation and the expansion of the productive forces are essential. 98 The superiority of the socialist system is demonstrated, in the final analysis, by faster and greater development of those forces than under the capitalist system. As they develop, the people's material and cultural life will constantly improve. 99. 3.2.3.2 Elimination of exploitation and polarization is the social condition for the realization of socialism. According to Marxism, exploitation means that the owner of the means of production, with the means of production he owns, possesses for free the surplus value of the work. ERS. Since this economic relationship is built on the basis of private ownership, exploitation is inevitable as long as private ownership exists. Therefore, Marx and Engels pointed out in Manifesto of the Communist Party that, the theory of the communists may be summed up in the single sentence, abolition of private property. The elimination of exploitation and polarization as a defining feature of socialism is a continuation of the ideas of Marx and Engels. This proposition, in essence, aims to realize the socialist principle Principle of public ownership and distribution according to work, which is both a precondition for an essence of this proposition 100. Only by eliminating capitalist ownership of the means of production and implementing the principle of distribution according to work can the elimination of exploitation and polarization be possible. Obviously, the reason Deng Xiaoping used the term elimination of exploitation and polarization 90. Instead of public ownership of the means of production and distribution according to work is his consideration of the basic national conditions of the primary stage of socialism in China. 3.2.3.3 Attaining common prosperity is the goal of the development of the socialist society. Common prosperity is the goal of socialist society development as well as a symbol of its fundamental difference from capitalist society. Marx once pointed out that, in the new social system, the development of social productivity is so rapid, and that the purpose of production is for the prosperity of all. 101. Engels also said, society seizing of the means of production sets free for the community at large a mass of means of production and of products by doing away with the senseless extravagance of the today's ruling classes and their political representatives. This creates the possibility of securing, for every member of society by means of socialized production, an existence not only fully sufficient materially and becoming day by day more full but also an existence guaranteeing to all the free development and exercise of their physical and mental faculties. 102. Deng Xiaoping adhered to and developed the above-mentioned ideas of the creators of scientific socialism. He repeatedly stressed that socialism does not mean allowing a few people to grow rich while the overwhelming majority live in poverty. No, that's not socialism. The greatest superiority of socialism is that it enables all people to prosper, and common prosperity is the essence of socialism. 103. Common prosperity, as a defining feature of socialism, is a distinctive characteristic of Deng Xiaoping theory on the essence of socialism, reflecting the integration of Marxism with contemporary Chinese reality. According to Marxism, the ultimate goal of communism is the realization of free and comprehensive human development. Given the current conditions of China, far from the ultimate goal, we need to first attain common prosperity, one of the basic principles of socialism that we must adhere to as it is an inevitable stage that China must experience in its path to free and comprehensive. 91. Human development. Attaining common prosperity, as an essential requirement of socialism, is a profound reflection on the egalitarianism we used to overemphasize, as well as the future prospect of China's socialist development. 3.2.4 Public ownership of the means of production is the most important defining feature of socialism. Ownership is the foundation of a social economic system. It determines not only the other two aspects of production relations, i.e., distribution and interpersonal relationships, but also the nature of the social and political system. As Marx and Engels pointed out, ownership would be the basic problem of a socialist movement, and public ownership of the means of production would be the most basic characteristic of a future socialist society. In his later years, Engels pointed out more clearly that the crucial difference of socialist society from the present order naturally consists of production organized on the basis of common ownership by the nation of all means of production. 104. From the creators of scientific socialism to Deng Xiaoping, all agree that public ownership of the means of production is the main economic foundation and the defining feature of a socialist system. Although Deng Xiaoping did not directly use the wording public ownership of the means of production in his concise summarization of the essence of socialism, the term elimination of exploitation implies the implementation of public ownership of the means of production, because complete elimination of exploitation is not possible without implementation of public ownership of the means of production. Of course, social public ownership of the means of production by all the social members, cannot be built in the air. It must be based on highly developed productivity. The founders of Marxism had a very clear understanding of this point. In answering the question, will it be possible for private property to be abolished at one stroke, Engels pointed out resolutely, no, no more than existing forces of production can at one stroke be multiplied to the extent necessary for the creation of a communal society. In all probability, the proletarian revolution will transform existing society gradually and will be able to abolish private property only when the means of production are available in sufficient quantity. 105. 92. However, immediately after founding a socialist system, many countries adopted a single form of public ownership and a highly centralized planned economic system. As a result, instead of promoting productivity, they restricted the superiority of the socialist system. Since the middle of 20th century, socialist countries, one after another, have embarked on reform, exploring the road of integrating socialist construction with their national conditions. Some have succeeded while others failed. At a late stage of reform, the Soviet Union and Eastern European countries took a shock therapy form of radical transformation, with free market economy as their objective, thus setting off a wave of large-scale privatization centered on the redistribution of ownership. Their original intent was to turn, through privatization, the enterprises into independent commodity producers and operators to adapt to the requirements of the market economy, improve enterprise operating efficiency, and get rid of social and economic crises. However, privatization has neither ensured the improvement of economic productivity in these countries, nor brought, as expected, political democracy and economic prosperity to the people. On the contrary, it caused a series of grave social and economic problems, such as a drastic economic decline, a marked deterioration of people's lives, rising unemployment, and soaring inflation, ultimately losing the economic base of the socialist system. The privatization carried out in the Soviet Union and Eastern European socialist countries eloquently shows that private ownership may not necessarily lead to improvement of economic efficiency and solving polarization and other forms of social inequality. Actually, some forms of privatization may include the factors impeding economic development and social progress. Evidence in this respect can even be found in the privatization of Western countries, where thousands of private enterprises go bankrupt every year, while some state-owned large enterprises are exceptionally successful. Therefore, in the process of establishing and improving the socialist market economy, China no longer blindly pursues pure unitary public ownership without considering its national condition as the primary stage of socialism, and encourages the coexistence and common development of various types of ownership, including individual, private, and foreign economic elements. At the same time, however, China has always stressed the dominant position of public ownership, regarding it as one of the defining differences between socialist and capitalist market economies. Jiang Zemin said, "The objective of the reform of the economic structure will be to establish a socialist, not a capitalist, market economy. The most important thing is to ensure the 93. Continuous development and strengthening of the national economy and the entire public ownership economy in market competition, and to ensure the dominant position and the guiding role of a public ownership economy in the national economy." 106. It was reiterated in the report to the 17th National Congress of the CPC, we will unwaveringly consolidate and develop the public sector of the economy, unswervingly encourage, support, and guide the development of the non-public sector. The essential characteristics of socialism determine that China persistently adheres to the dominance of public ownership. Wei Xinghua argued that the dominance of public ownership in a socialist society is not determined by a moral standard or some subjective creed. It is a judgment made according to the laws governing social and historical development and the principles of historical materialism. An extremely important reason for the emphasis on public ownership in socialist society is that it is the economic base of socialism, without which there would be no scientific socialism. 107. There are other reasons. First, the emancipation and development of productivity. Second, the elimination of exploitation and polarization, and a steady achievement of common prosperity, and third, the realization of the consciousness and planning of social production and the entire economic operation. In the establishment and improvement of a socialist market economy, there once appeared a tendency denigrating or even denying public ownership. A representative point of view argued that ownership is not the foundation of a social system, nor is public ownership the defining feature of socialism. Since Deng Xiaoping had never mentioned this in his theory on the essence of socialism, public ownership is therefore not necessarily the main form of ownership in socialism. Some even openly advocated privatization, criticizing and negating public ownership. Obviously, contrary to the basic principles of scientific socialism, these opinions are detrimental to China's socialist construction. This issue has a bearing on the future of socialist countries. Therefore, the CPC must, in the spirit of science and democracy, and from theory and practice, carefully study, analyze, criticize, and refute these erroneous and harmful ideas. 94. 3.3 Contemporary development of scientific socialism. Only a theory that keeps developing with the progress of the practice has enormous vitality. Scientific socialism is such a theory, constantly enriching and improving in practice. Marx and Engels always stressed that the Communist Party in different countries must not rely on existing theory, but should constantly sum up their own experience, conduct in-depth scientific and systematic theoretical study, and constantly enrich and develop their own theories. Our theory is a theory of evolution, not a dogma to be learned by heart and to be repeated mechanically. 108. We have no final goal. We are evolutionaries, and we have no intention of dictating definitive laws to mankind. 109. Since its birth in 1848, scientific socialism kept enriching and developing in the struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie, in the practice of the socialist revolution and socialist construction in different countries, and in the struggles against all kinds of non-scientific and anti-scientific thoughts and schools of socialism. The most urgent task of scientific socialism in the current stage is to combine the universal principles of Marxism with actual situations in different countries to explore a road of socialism as practiced in different countries. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the drastic change in Eastern European countries, in the face of the development and changes in the capitalist economy, politics, and ideology in an era of economic globalization, communists in different countries made profound reflections on the international communist movement and the Soviet socialist model, and made, to a different extent, theory and policy adjustments in light of the realistic context in their own countries, thus further enriching and developing the theory of scientific socialism. 3.3.1 Insistence on and development of scientific socialism by communist parties in existing socialist countries. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the drastic change in Eastern European countries, most members of the socialist camp took the capitalist road. At present, there are only 5 socialist countries under the rule of a communist party: China, Vietnam, Laos, Cuba, and North Korea. These countries have not only withstood the test of the domino effect, they have also made a series of major theory and policy adjustments. 95. They keep advancing in theoretical exploration and policy change, as well as in economic and political reform. In the aftermath of the changes in the Soviet Union and Eastern European countries, Vietnam put forward the task of reforming its socialist economic and political system. A Vietnamese scholar proposed that, to overcome the crisis and invigorate socialism, it is necessary to reform, restructure, and replace the socialist model, and remedy the defects in the mechanism. 110 Wenping, former member of the Political Bureau of the CPV Central Committee, pointed out that, times have not changed although the world has changed. Our party, our people, and our country will unswervingly take the road of the times, the road of socialism. 111 Unswervingly adhering to Marxism and Socialism and resolutely opposing bourgeois liberalization and the Western multi-party system, Vietnam promoted across the board the cause of the socialist renovation, successfully maintaining political and social stability. Facing the most complex and acute situation at home and abroad, 112 North Korea is even more determined to take the road of Korean socialism, that is, Jich socialism. After analyzing and summarizing the lessons of the Soviet Union and Eastern European countries, Huang Zongliang pointed out, great change took place in the socialist world in the 1980s and 1990s. Korean-style socialism, however, made little change during this historical turn. The Labor Party of North Korea continues to carry on its Korean-style socialism. 113. After the death of Kim Il-sung, under the leadership of Kim Jong-il and adhering to its original ideological line and guiding principles, North Korea adjusted to the concrete policies according to the new situation and achieved some initial results. Adhering to the leadership of the Communist Party and a socialist direction, Laos resisted all kinds of shocks and pressures, then made reflections on and adjustments to its socialist theory and policies. Laos People's Revolutionary Party believes that the country is currently at a primary stage in the transition to socialism because it does not 96. Have the material conditions of socialism. The party put forward the task of preparing the material basis for a transition to socialism. In 1991, the Fifth National Congress of the Laos People's Revolutionary Party determined the route of principled national reform, and in 2001, the Seventh National Congress of the Laos People's Revolutionary Party further stressed that Laos would continue to implement the policy of principled overall reform, to adhere to the leadership of the Communist Party, and to follow the socialist road. At present, its reform and opening up towards socialism is in full swing. And remarkable achievements have been made in Laos. As the only socialist country in the Western Hemisphere, Cuba was heavily besieged by capitalist countries. In this extremely difficult and dangerous environment, especially after the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the drastic change in Eastern European countries, Cuba repeatedly stressed the leadership of the Communist Party and unswervingly adhered to and upheld the socialist system. At the Fourth National Congress of the Communist Party of Cuba in 1991, Marxist thought was added to the guiding ideology of the party, and the national guiding ideology in the constitution was changed to Marxist thought, and the Political and Social Ideology of Marx, Engels, and Lenin in 1992. Especially since Castro's July 26 speech in 1993 declaring to launch the reform, Cuba has adopted a series of economic reform measures to consolidate and develop socialism and has made remarkable achievements in preventing economic decline and improving the life of its people. As the mainstay of the socialist world, China has made miraculous achievements in more than 10 years since the drastic changes in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. The economy continued to grow rapidly, the people's living standard has improved significantly, and the economic scale and its comprehensive national strength have increased dramatically. The proportion of China's economic output to the world economy rises steadily, now ranking the third only after the United States and Japan. Especially when the world economy is in deep crisis and recession, and the economy of most advanced countries is very weak, China maintains a high growth rate. A Japanese scholar pointed out. In the global downturn, capitalist countries suffered economic stagnation, many third world countries plunged into economic difficulties, and the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe have turned from stagnation to crisis. Only China's economy is so vibrant and remarkable. 114. The achievement is accredited to the party's perseverance in upholding a Marxist ideological line and promoting the Sinicization of Marxism. Hu Jintao pointed out. In his report to the 17th National Congress of the CPC, the main reason this path is completely correct and can lead China to development and progress is that we have adhered to the basic tenets of scientific socialism and in the meantime added to them distinct Chinese characteristics in light of China's conditions and the features of the times. The establishment of the theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics systematically answered, for the first time, the basic question of how to build, consolidate, and develop socialism in an economically and culturally backward country. Practices since the birth of scientific socialism more than 160 years ago have proven that Marxism is full of vigor and vitality once integrated with the country's national conditions and current features. The practice of building socialism with national characteristics has successfully accomplished the historical task of the development of socialism from a single model to diversified ones. As the most important ideological achievement in the development of the theory on scientific socialism in the current era, the theoretical system of socialism with Chinese characteristics, in particular, sets a successful example for the development of socialism toward national diversity. 3.3.2 Latest exploration of socialism by communist parties in Western countries. As a major force in the socialist movement in the world, communist parties in Western countries experienced the impact of the drastic change in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. Some were disbanded, some were forced to rename, and others suffered a sharp drop in the number of party members. However, most resisted the pressure from various sides and tenaciously survived. For more than a decade, to adapt to the requirements of the new social practice, they made adjustments to their program, constitution, theory, and policy in light of the economic, political, and ideological changes of capitalism in the era of globalization. Although some of their theoretical arguments do not belong to the category of scientific socialism, and some are a betrayal or even subversion of it, their research and exploration provide a special perspective for the people to understand contemporary capitalism and socialism, thus having a certain positive significance to the theoretical innovation of socialism. The new exploration 98 of socialism by the communist parties of Western countries is mainly in the following aspects. First, exploring the road of socialist development from the reality of the country. After the drastic changes in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, the communist PAR. Ties in Western countries attached great importance to the integration of the basic tenets of Marxism and the specific reality of the country. They actively explored the road of development and a socialist model suitable for their national conditions. The U.S. Communist Party, PUSA, pointed out that there is not a fixed and universal model for socialism. In light of its own tradition, history, culture, and environment, the United States must take a socialist road. Reflecting the development and unique environment of the United States, one different from that of any other country in the world. In view of this objective, PUSA defines the socialism it pursues as Bill of Rights socialism. The Japanese Communist Party also made it clear that it didn't give up the general orientation of socialism and communism. Based on the theory of scientific socialism, it adopted new policies and measures that better suit the national conditions of Japan and strives to realize socialism Japanese style in the comprehensive inheritance and development of freedom and democracy. In order to effectively respond to the joint attack of the bourgeoisie, the communist parties of various European countries strengthened internal communication among themselves and external communication with left-wing parties, adding some regional color to the socialism advocated by European communist parties. For instance, the theory of new communism proposed by the French Communist Party directly or indirectly affected the socialist theory and practice of other European countries. However, the European Communist parties also pay special attention to exploration of socialism with unique national characteristics, trying to re-establish the goal and practice of socialism from the actual situation of each country. For example, the Portuguese Communist Party clearly stated that the blueprint of building socialism in Portugal must be tested in practice and revised and improved according to the will of the people. The Portuguese socialist system will inevitably bear the characteristics and originality of Portugal. 115. 99. Second, defining democracy as the essential characteristic of socialism. After the drastic changes in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, Western country communist parties placed democracy in a particularly prominent position. Defining freedom, democracy, justice, humanity, and human rights as basic elements and important features of socialism. This certainly has relevance with its strong democratic tradition, but is more based on a profound reflection on the Stalin model of socialism and a clear understanding of the new situation. Communist parties in Western countries unanimously agree that the dictatorship and centralization of the Soviet model of socialism strangled freedom and democracy. And to win the final victory of socialism, countries must fully realize democracy and strengthen the democracy of the Communist Party. The Communist Party of the United States clearly takes the restoration and expansion of democracy and the establishment of a truly humane society as the important content of its Bill of Rights socialism. The Japanese Communist Party sets broadening and developing the freedom and democracy conferred by the Constitution as one of its basic tasks, claiming to realize a democratic and prosperous socialism on the basis of the comprehensive inheritance and development of freedom and democracy. European country communist parties all stress the significance of democracy, be it the Greek and Portuguese communist parties with heavy traditional colors, or the French, Spanish, and Italian communist parties with their strong sense of innovation. Third, emphasizing the realization of socialism through peaceful means. After the drastic changes in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, communist parties in Western countries propose to realize socialism through peaceful means. At present, only a very few communist parties still stand for the overthrow of capitalism through armed revolution to seize state power and realize socialism. Most communist parties agree to give up violent struggle and the dictatorship of the proletariat. They advocate transforming the existing capitalist society and gradually moving towards socialism and communism within the framework of the existing capitalist society, and through parliament or other legal forms of action. The Communist Party of the United States believes that socialism can be realized in the United States without violent revolution, but by peaceful means, namely, via a democratic constitution. The Japanese Communist Party, JCP, clearly pointed out that, although the policy of the Liberal Democratic Party in Japan has fallen into a deadlock and crisis, and 100. Japanese politics must be fundamentally changed, the regime target of the JCP at present is to not realize socialism immediately, but to carry out democratic reform within the framework of capitalism according to the interests and requirements of the people by uniting all innovative and democratic forces, including conservatives and non-party figures, striving to realize the goal of remodeling Japan and building a democratic coalition government early in the 21st century. The communist parties of the European countries also stress to change and transform the existing capitalist society, and then to realize socialism and communism through the development of democracy. At its 29th National Congress in 1996, the French Communist Party put forward a new theory of transcending capitalism, calling for reform of capitalist politics, economy, and culture by means of citizen participation and parliament struggle. It called for elimination of exploitation and alienation, and ultimately to found a communist society in which the free development of each individual is the condition for the free development of all. Fourth, adhering to socialist triumphalism but at the same time recognizing the twists and turns in the realization of socialism. Taking advantage of living in a capitalist society, the communist parties of Western countries made profound analyses of modern capitalism in the era of globalization. They believe that with the rapid development of science and technology and the continuous deepening of economic globalization, capitalism does undergo many deep-seated changes, constantly demonstrating its strong adaptability. With the development of economic globalization, however, capitalism has become a global system with even more ambition in monopoly, robbery, and aggression. The nature of capitalism has sharpened class and social contradictions, with the inherent contradiction of capitalism expanding in a new form all over the world. The crisis of capitalism is inevitable, the internal contradictions of capitalism are becoming more and more acute, and the crisis of the capitalist system is deepening. All these problems determine that capitalism needs a better system, socialism, to replace it. The Communist Party of the United States believes that monopoly, conglomeration, and globalization are the latest trend in capitalist development. The emergence of large financial empires has exacerbated the poverty of the working class, resulting in serious polarization. The new antagonism in the development of capitalism. 101. Spread rapidly from the United States to the whole world, triggering a new round of worldwide economic crisis. The Japanese Communist Party pointed out that economic globalization since the 1990s has deepened the inherent contradictions of capitalism, creating a more mature condition for surpassing capitalism and establishing socialism in the 21st century. The Italian Communist Refoundation Party pointed out that capitalism has entered a new stage of globalization that has intensified its inherent ills, such as the gap between rich and poor, social injustice, alienation of labor, and loss of personality. The communist parties in Western countries firmly believe that socialism is the best substitute for capitalism and set the realization of socialism and communism as their goals. At the same time, however, they know very clearly that surpassing capitalism to realize socialism and communism under the new circumstances will take a much lengthier, more complex, and arduous road than the founders of scientific socialism predicted. 3.3.3 New ideas on socialism by left-wing scholars in foreign countries. The socialist trends and schools of thought of some foreign left-wing scholars have revised and even attacked scientific socialism. Some have caused a negative influence on the world socialist movement. However, the scholars have put forward many notably new topics and positive ideas in their criticism of capitalism, analyzing realistic questions and conceiving socialism. Although having had a tremendous impact on and having generated serious setbacks to the cause of socialism, the drastic changes in the Soviet Union and Eastern European have not reduced the enthusiasm of left-wing scholars in studying socialism. Leftists in developed European countries and the United States drew the conclusions that liberalism is not able to save Europe, and privatization cannot save socialism from their analysis of the causes of the drastic changes. They set off a wave of the revival of socialism and remodeling socialist theory. They put forward various theoretical models for future socialist development, greatly promoting the development of the schools of socialist theory in Western countries. 102. First, the new development of ecological socialism. After the setbacks of traditional socialism caused by the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the drastic changes in Eastern Europe, some left-wing scholars have combined the future and destiny of socialism with ecological problems and the ecological movement, resulting in great progress in ecological socialism in the 1990s. Some communist parties in Europe have developed to a new stage of the integration of red and green, that is, the integration of the Communist Party and the Social Party with its Green Peach movement. Many members of the disbanded communist parties joined the Green organization. The phenomenon of red in green enables the ecological socialists to reform the ecological movement and dissolve the global ecological crisis with Marxism and socialism. Second, new climax of market socialism. After the drastic changes in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, many left-wing scholars in the West, with Paul M. Romer, Pranab Bardhan, and David Schweikart as their representatives, put forward their models of market socialism. The advocates of these models propose to summarize, comprehensively and dialectically, the experience and lessons of contemporary world economic development, recreating the blueprint of socialism according to the principle of efficiency and equal ity. They put forward and gave a detailed description of all sorts of models for future socialism, ones completely different from the former Soviet model, in order to construct an economic system that is more efficient and equal. Third, the rise of the Third Road. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union and drastic changes in Eastern Europe, in order to survive and revive, members of the Social Democratic Party had to adapt to the changes in the world and reflect profoundly on their traditional theories, policies, and values. They realized that because they lay excessive emphasis on their difference and boundaries with the right wing, and stubbornly followed the logic of the dichotomy of left and right in class politics, they were trapped in a rigid mindset. Failed to unite effectively various political forces, especially the numerous intermediate forces, so they missed an opportunity to rule and were always in the opposition. Therefore, they decided resolutely to take the positive central or flat middle position, that is, central left surpassing the old left and the new right collectively. 103. Known as the Third Road. The above-mentioned theories of different schools of left-wing scholars renewed the longing of the people for socialism when the world socialist movement was at low ebb. Moreover, the new climax of market socialism, the vigorous development of ecological socialism, the widespread of new socialism in Russia, Latin America, and Eastern and Western Europe strongly refuted the theories of the failure of socialism and the end of history. Some left-wing scholars stated, clearly, it is not correct, whether in theory or in reality, to regard the disintegration of the Soviet Union as the entire failure of socialism, or the reason to deny realistic possibility of socialism. 116 other scholars believe that socialism will have a future in the 21st century. 117, greatly enhancing the socialist belief of the people. Meanwhile, left-wing scholars have raised many notable new topics arising from the changes and development of the times. They are invaluable inspirations for the innovation of the theory of scientific socialism and the development of the world socialist movement. For instance, the scholars of market socialism proposed the idea that socialism should and must make use of the market, which broke the deep-rooted concept that put market and plan, socialism and market, in sharp opposition, changed the viewpoint that regards central planning as the only model for socialist economic operation in traditional socialist theory and practice, hence enriching and developing the theory of scientific socialism. For another example, ecological socialism correctly revealed the fundamental reason of the ecological crises, holding that the anarchy of capitalist production is the root cause of these crises, and making fierce criticisms of ecological colonialism, that is, capitalist transfer to third world countries the technology, industry, and even garbage, all harmful to the health of the people and the environment. Taking the ecological issue as an important basis to oppose capitalism and realize socialism, ecological socialism has developed the Marxist idea of environmental protection. All these ideas are significant for the development of the Marxist scientific socialism, the improvement of the theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics, and the revitalization of the world socialist movement. Chapter 4. Exploration of building socialism in economically and culturally backward countries. Unlike the prediction of Marx and Engels, socialism has worked not in advanced and developed Western countries but in economically and culturally backward countries, such as Russia, China, and some Eastern countries. Is this phenomenon inevitable or accidental in historical development? What is its historical and realistic basis? Over the centuries, with the rise and fall of the international communist movement, debates over these issues have occurred time and again. At the end of the 1980s and in the early 1990s, when the world socialist movement receded to a low ebb, China, a socialist country rising from a semi-colonial and semi-feudal backward society, explored and answered this question with its practical action and tremendous achievements. Since the beginning of the new century, especially after the global economic crisis in 2008, China's economy has been outstanding among world powers. The China Road, the China Model, the Chinese Experience, and other inspiring terms have become global topics of discussion, providing great encouragement and profound enlightenment to many developing countries adhering to or looking to follow the socialist road. 4.1 Debates on building socialism in economically and culturally backward countries in history. The debates on building socialism in economically and culturally backward countries roughly fall into two categories. First, whether the backward countries have the necessary conditions to build socialism. Second, how to build socialism in these countries. So far, the arguments are mainly about the revolutions in Russia and China. 4.1.1 Debates in Russia, the Soviet Union. The Russian socialist movement began in the 1870s, after which debates on the socialist Revolution and the socialist road have never stopped. The most influential ones are as follows. Struggle between the Marxists and the Narodnik socialists. The Narodniks, an agrarian socialist movement formed after the reform of Russia in 1861, believed in Russia's special way of life and its agrarian system, and hence the possibility of a socialist peasant revolution. From the 1880s through the 1890s, they abandoned the old populist revolutionary program, reached a compromise with the Tsarist government, and used legal journals to attack Marxism and the Russian Marxists. Liberal Narodniks had become a major obstacle to the integration of Marxism with the Russian workers' movement. The Russian Marxists, with Lenin and Plekhanov as their representatives, had heated debates with them. The destiny of Russian capitalism was the focus of the debate between the two sides. As Lenin said, after the appearance of Das Kapital, the destiny of capitalism in Russia became the principal theoretical problem for Russian socialists. The most heated debates raged around this problem, and the most important points of a program were decided. In accord with it, 118 liberal Narodniks did their best to deny the fact that capitalism in Russia had developed, and asserted that capitalism had no market to develop in Russia. With the excuse of the impoverishment of the masses of the people, Lenin pointed out that the impoverishment of the masses of the people, that indispensable point in all Narodnik market arguments, not only does not hinder the development of capitalism, but, on the contrary, is the expression of that development. It is a condition of capitalism and strengthens it. 119 He also said that the market and social divisions of labor were closely linked, and social division of labor was the basis of all commodity production, including capitalist production. While he profoundly expounded the capitalist nature of Russian society, Lenin further explained the tasks necessary for a Russian revolution, affirming Plekhanov's judgment that the Russian Revolution had a dual task of a bourgeois. 118 Complete Works of Lenin, Volume 1. Beijing, People's Press, 1984, p. 232. 119 Ibid, p. 81. 107. Democratic Revolution and a Socialist Revolution. He particularly emphasized the link between them. In the struggle against the Narodniks during the 1890s, Lenin not only completely crushed the Narodnik ideological system, he also made a profound exposition of the social nature and the revolutionary tasks, dynamic, and road of Russia. Meanwhile, he also opposed one-sided condemnation of the Narodniks, arguing that, it is clear from this that it would be absolutely wrong to reject the whole of the Narodnik program indiscriminately and in its entirety. One must clearly distinguish its reactionary and progressive sides. 120. The struggle between the Marxists and the Narodniks exerted a profound influence on the Russian socialist movement. In summarizing this debate in 1905, Lenin said, "The entire history of Russian revolutionary thought during the last quarter of a century is the history of the struggle waged by Marxism against petty bourgeois Narodnik socialism." 121. Debate between the Bolshevik and the Menshevik parties. The debate between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks started around 1905 when the two parties differed greatly on how to handle properly the relationship between the democratic and the socialist revolution on the road of revolution. In the storm of revolution in Russia in 1905, two fundamentally opposing strategic resolutions had been approved separately by the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. Within the Social Democratic Party, the resolution of the Third Congress of the Bolsheviks and the resolution of the Congress of the Mensheviks. The Bolshevik Party stated that the proletariat must lead the democratic revolution, unite the peasants, isolate the bourgeoisie, overthrow the dictatorship of the Tsar through an armed uprising, and establish a provisional revolutionary government, carrying the revolution to the end. The Menshevik Party, however, believed that this revolution was a bourgeois revolution, and therefore should be led by the bourgeoisie, that the proletariat should move closer to the bourgeois and keep away from the peasants so as to not scare the bourgeoisie and reduce the scale of the revolution, that if the uprising succeeded, a provisional revolutionary government should be established without the participation of the Social Democratic Party, which should retreat after the success of the uprising and should not take any revolutionary action that might deter the bourgeoisie. The Mensheviks thought, due to Russia's backward productive forces, 108, that it did not have the conditions for building socialism. Therefore, they opposed the proletariat socialist revolution and advocated that Russia should develop along the road of bourgeois constitutionalism. Lenin expounded the theory of the transition from a democratic revolution to a socialist revolution in a series of works, including 2 tactics of the Social Democratic Party in the Democratic Revolution, Social Democracy's attitude toward the peasant movement, and Socialism and the Peasantry. He argued that the proletariat should and could become the leader of the Russian bourgeois democratic revolution. The democratic dictatorship of workers and peasants was the only way to win complete victory of the bourgeois revolution, and incessant efforts should be made to transform the democratic revolution into a socialist revolution. The democratic revolution was Russia's first step and the socialist revolution was the second step. There were 2 links, different from and associated with each other, on the chain of the Russia revolution. He pointed out, from the democratic revolution we shall at once, and precisely in accord with the measure of our strength, the strength of the class-conscious and organized proletariat, begin to pass to a socialist revolution. We stand for uninterrupted revolution. We shall not stop halfway. 122. Lenin's theory about the transition of a successful democratic revolution to an immediate socialist revolution constitutes a major development of the thought of continuous revolution put forward by Marx and Engels in the 1840s and 1850s. After the February Revolution in 1917, another round of debate broke out between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks on the same issue. In the tasks of the proletariat in the present revolution, also known as the April Theses, Lenin pointed out on April 3, 1917, that the specific feature of the present situation in Russia is that the country is passing from the first stage of the revolution which, owing to the insufficient class consciousness and organization of the proletariat, placed power in the hands of the bourgeoisie, to its second stage, which must place power in the hands of the proletariat and the poorest sections of the peasants. 109. The April Theses provided a timely and concrete line, principles, and policies for the party and the proletariat to strive for the transition from the bourgeois democratic revolution to the socialist revolution. On the contrary, the Mensheviks advocated maintaining the rule of the bourgeoisie by the provisional government and opposed the action of the proletariat to seize power because they thought the conditions for a socialist revolution had not yet matured in Russia. A day before Lenin's The April Theses, Unity was published, the official newspaper of the far-right Mensheviks with Plekhanov as their chief editor, used an entire column to criticize Lenin's work, calling it omniloquy. Plekhanov said in the debate that the kind of flour used to bake the socialist pie had not yet been ground in Russia. On October 1, 1917, Lenin published an article entitled "Can the Bolsheviks Retain State Power?", refuting the reasons the Mensheviks, one by one, for opposing the proletariat to seize state power. He concluded that justice alone, the mere anger of the people against exploitation, would never have brought them onto the true path of socialism. But now that, thanks to capitalism, the material apparatus of the big banks, syndicates, railways, and so forth, has grown, now that the immense experience of the advanced countries has accumulated a stock of engineering marvels, the employment of which is being hindered by capitalism, now that the class-conscious workers have built up a party of 250,000 members to systematically lay hold of this apparatus and set it in motion with the support of all working and exploited people. Now that these conditions exist, no power on earth can prevent the Bolsheviks, if they do not allow themselves to be scared and if they succeed in taking power, from retaining it until the triumph of the world socialist revolution. Two great debates on building socialism inside the Communist Party of the Soviet Union after the death of Lenin. In 1925, changes began to take place in the Soviet Union's domestic and international situations. Domestically, industrial and agricultural production had reached or approached the level before the Civil War, national economic recovery had basically been completed, and the task of large-scale economic development was put on the agenda. Internationally, the capitalist world had entered a relatively stable period, while the climax of a new world revolution was out of sight within the foreseeable future. Under these circumstances, the Russian people had to shift their attention from abroad to their own country, raising a series of urgent questions that must be answered with clarity. What is 110. The prospect for a country to build socialism alone? Can the Soviet Union, besieged by the capitalist world, accomplish building a socialist society all by itself? Given underdeveloped industry and a relatively small number of working-class people and their vanguards, can the Soviet Union overcome the resistance of the spontaneous forces of the petty producers to smoothly carry out socialist construction? In a word, can the Soviet Union finish building socialism alone? Different answers to these questions turned out to be the main content of the debate between Stalin, Bukharin, and the new opposition, with Zinoviev and Kamina as their representatives. The dispute on the question whether or not socialism can be built in one country became public at the opening of the 14th Congress of the Russian Communist Party at the end of 1925. In the associate report to the Congress, Zinoviev argued that it was impossible to finish building socialism in one country without the aid of world revolutionary forces. He said, "Can we finally finish building socialism and consolidate the socialist system in one country, not a highly developed capitalist country like the USA, but in an impoverished agricultural country such as ours? It goes without debating that it is impossible to finish building socialism in only one country." 123. 123 Pravda. December 23, 1925. Bukharin refuted the argument of Zinoviev, saying that Zinoviev did not understand that the essence of the new economic policy was to build socialism in one country, and the idea that socialism could not be built in only one country was only a repetition of a Trotskyist argument. Stalin made a complete and clear exposition of the question in the article on several question of Leninism in January 1926. He pointed out that communists should distinguish the two different questions: can we finish building socialism in one country, and can socialism win the final victory in one country? Socialism can be built in one country, he said. We can solve the contradiction between the proletariat and the peasants with our own forces, and the proletariat can seize state power and use it to build a complete socialist society in our country with the sympathy and support of the proletariat in other countries, even those who did not necessarily win the revolution in their own countries. Socialism, however, cannot win the final victory in just one country, which means that, without a victory of the revolution in at least several countries, it will be impossible 111. For a socialist country to be fully protected from the armed interference and the restoration of capitalism. 124 Stalin's distinction of the two problems emphasized not only the possibility of building socialism with the forces of the people in one country, but also achieving the aim of finishing building socialism, thus answering clearly the urgent question concerning the future of socialism in the Soviet Union. 124 Complete Works of Stalin, Volume 8. Beijing, People's Press, 1954, pages 64 to 65. 125 The Rise and Fall of the Soviet Union, p. 135. Another important issue in the debate with the new opposition was about the new economic policy and the rural policy. The new opposition believed that the new economic policy was not the only way to socialism, but pure concession and retreat to capitalism, a kind of temporary policy that must be on full alert and contained at any time. Zinoviev believed that the basis of the new economic policy was state capitalism, rather than socialism. In the autumn of 1925, in a book entitled Leninism, Zinoviev not only put forward the argument that socialism cannot be built in only one country, but also argued that the new economic policy was not a way leading to socialism, but the continuous retreat to a special state capitalism in the proletarian country. 125 Kamina also believed that there was an erroneous tendency then of distorting the party line and covering up the negative side of the Russian Communist Party's new economic policy. There were many other arguments about the socialist revolution in Russia, the Soviet Union, the first socialist country in the world. For instance, some members of the Second International opposed a Russian Bolshevik seizure of state power before and after the October Revolution for the reason that the productivity of Russia was not developed enough to realize socialism. Lenin replied, "That's true. Russia does not have the economic and cultural conditions for the realization of socialism. But when the revolutionary situation is favorable for the proletariat to seize power, why not seize power first and accelerate economic and cultural development later with the advantages of a regime of workers and peasants, the Soviet system? This involves the dialectical relationship between objective law and subjective initiative. Communists must follow objective law, but at the same time, give full play to the revolutionary pioneering spirit of the revolutionary masses. They must play a leading role in the proletariat political party by seizing opportunities to promote the great cause of socialism. Only in this way can they realize socialism." 112. 4.1.2 Debates in China. The debate on whether China should and could, and how to take the socialist road, began once Marxism-Leninism was spread to China, and it became intense at every critical juncture in China's revolution and construction. To sum up, there have been 5 major debates in the history of the Chinese Revolution. 4.1.2.1 Debates about the socialist theory around the May 4th movement included those on problem and doctrine, between Marxism and anarchism, and about socialism. The debate on problem and doctrine is, in essence, the struggle between Marxism and bourgeois reformism. In July 1919, Hu Xi, the representative figure of the right-wing bourgeoisie, published the article More Study on the Problems and Less Talk About the Doctrines in the Weekly Review, advocating to reform, little by little, the Chinese society, and opposing the fundamental solution under the guidance of Marxism. Later, during the American pragmatist philosopher John Dewey's lecture tour in China, Hu Xi published a series of articles, attempting to resist the spread of Marxism-Leninism in China. with pragmatism and reformism. In August 1919, Li Dazhao refuted his ideas with an article entitled More Discussion on Problem and Doctrine in the Weekly Review, arguing that the doctrine is the idea, theory, and method for solving the problem, and to solve the problem, first of all, the CPC must have a common theory and doctrine. To solve the social problems in China, the CPC needs a fundamental solution to solve the concrete problems. One by one, the fundamental solution to the Chinese problems is Marxism-Leninism. The debate refuted the attack of the bourgeois right wing on Marxism-Leninism, and expanded the influence and spread of Marxism-Leninism in China. The debate between Marxism and anarchism took place in September 1919 when anarchists Huang Lingshuang and Ou Shenbei published in New Youth the article Criticism of the Marxist Doctrine plus a series of correspondence discussing anarchism to oppose the dictatorship of the proletariat and the socialist distribution principle. Since September 1920, Chen Duxiu, Li De, and other Marxist writers had published in New Youth and the Communist Party a series of articles and correspondence, such as On Politics, Socialist Criticism, Discussion on the Socialist Revolution, and Anatomy of Anarchism. With Marxist theories on class struggle and the state, these articles refuted the empty talk of the anarchists on freedom and equality, and their absurd negation of all powers and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Through this 113 debate, many young students and intellectuals got rid of the influence of the thought of anarchism, turned to support the Marxist doctrine of the state on the dictatorship of the proletariat, and embarked on a correct revolutionary road. The opposition of the Marxists against the pseudo-socialism of the landlords and comprator bourgeoisie began in November 1920, when Zhang Dongsun published another lesson learned from the Hinterland Tour group in the new paper on current affairs, and another article, Present and Future, in the Journal of Transformation in December to defame and attack Marxism. In February 1921, Liang Kikao published a reply to Zhang Dongsun on the socialist movement, opposing socialism under the flag of socialism. They claimed that, due to China's backward industry, an industrial working class had not been formed, the CPC was unable to establish a true political party of the workers to launch a real socialist movement. Meanwhile, they advocated guild socialism and the coordination of labor and capital, opposed violent revolution, and believed that China could be gradually transformed into a socialist society in the future through the development of cooperatives dominated by capitalism. The early Chinese Marxists, such as Chen Duxiu, Li De, Li Dazhao, and Cao Hezhen, waged a tit-for-tat struggle with them. In their important articles Discussion on Socialism, and Questions for Liang Kikao, Chinese Socialism and World Capitalism, they pointed out that the purpose of the idea of developing capitalism first and talking about socialism later was to help capitalism to cancel socialism. Only through the realization of socialism could China be completely transformed. To realize socialism, a proletariat political party must be founded to carry out a violent revolution. This debate ended up expanding the spread and influence of Marxism in China and promoted the founding of the Communist Party of China. 126. Generally speaking, because the understanding of socialism and Marxism was not profound at that time, the focus of the debates was mainly on the problem of whether or not China could take the socialist road. However, these debates promoted the spread of Marxism and socialism in China and had a positive influence on the Chinese Revolution. 4.1.2.2 Struggle against Chen Duxiu's right opportunism. During the First Revolutionary Civil War, the right opportunists with Chen Duxiu, then General Secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, as their representative implemented the right opportunist line in their practical. 114. Work. They alienated the peasants, a reliable alliance group, gave up leadership of the proletariat in the United Front and gave up leadership of the armed forces, choosing to be the tail of the bourgeoisie. Chen Duxiu's right opportunism mainly originated from his wrong analysis of the classes in Chinese society and the resulting erroneous ideas. In 1923, Chen Duxiu published The Bourgeois Revolution and Social Classes and China's National Revolution and Social Classes, arguing that, in general, the Chinese peasants are very difficult to motivate to participate in the revolution because they are scattered and hard to mobilize. Given their low education, simple life, and moderate desire, they tend to be conservative, and the vast territory of China makes it easy for them to migrate and be content with temporary ease and comfort. Although the working class is an important element in China's national revolution, it is not an independent revolutionary force because, in China's semi-feudal and semi-colonial society, with its underdeveloped industry, the bourgeoisie are very naive, let alone the working class. Although as naive as the workers and peasants are, the bourgeoisie are more concentrated than the peasants and more powerful than the workers. Were we to neglect the forces of the bourgeoisie, we would make a big mistake in the national revolution, losing both its class significance and social foundation. Based on the above analysis, Chen Duxiu drew the following conclusion. The Chinese Revolution will be a democratic bourgeois revolution under the leadership of the revolutionary bourgeoisie and with the alliance of the revolutionary proletariat. Consequently, the bourgeoisie will be in power, and the future of the revolution lies only in capitalism. The socialist revolution can only be carried out when the capitalist society is fully developed and the proletariat is strong enough, thus putting forward the theory of a second revolution, separating the democratic and socialist revolutions. Under the guidance of this idea, Chen took a compromise approach to surrender again to the attack of the KMT rightists. Chen's right opportunism was the subjective reason for the failure of the First Revolutionary Civil War. The August 7 meeting held in 1927 criticized Chen's right opportunism, putting an end to the dominance of this erroneous CPC guideline. 4.1.2.3 Proposal of the Third Way. In the early 1920s, after the break in the first KMT-CPC cooperation, some of the national bourgeoisie, the urban petty bourgeoisie, and their intellectuals tried to explore a new scheme to save the nation, that is, a third way other than those of the Kuomintang and 115. The Communist Party of China. During the period after the victory of the anti-Japanese war, the middle way, or the third way, was again strongly advocated by some PEO. PLE. They proposed to seek a way other than the dictatorship of the landlords and the comprador bourgeoisie insisted on by the Kuomintang and the People's Republic by the CPC. It was, in fact, the way of the Western Bourgeois Republic. Although, as a criticism to the political reality of the dictatorship of the landlords and comprador bourgeoisie, the scheme of establishing a bourgeois republic did not have realistic feasibility in practice. The 5 agreements adopted by the Political Consultative Conference held in January 1946 could create some favorable conditions for the development of capitalism in China. But in less than 10 months, the Kuomintang held a one-sided pseudo-national congress and completely tore up the conference agreements, shutting the door to the possible development of capitalism in China. Mao Zedong pointed out. Thus Western bourgeois civilization, bourgeois democracy, and the plan for a bourgeois republic have all gone bankrupt in the eyes of the Chinese people. Bourgeois democracy has given way to people's democracy under the leadership of the working class, and the bourgeois republic has given way to the People's Republic. 127. 127 Selected Works of Mao Zedong, Volume 4. Beijing, People's Press, 1991, p. 1471. The political proposal of the CPC to establish a People's Republic won the support of not only the workers, the peasants, and the urban petty bourgeoisie but also the national bourgeoisie and its political representatives. A People's Republic became a historical choice made by the Chinese people. Especially in 1948, the famous May 1 slogans issued by the CPC won a positive response from the democratic parties, who had given up the third way and had taken an active part in preparation for the founding of New China. 4.1.2.4 Struggle against bourgeois liberalization. The struggle between bourgeois liberalization and the four cardinal principles lasted from the end of the 1970s to the end of the 1980s. Bourgeois liberalization emerged from the end of the 1970s in a review of the experience and lessons of the historical process, and gradually flourished in the middle of the 1980s with the expansion of reform and opening up and a variety of cultural fevers. Taking a negative attitude to the lay sons, particularly the detours, in building socialism after the founding of the PRC, this trend of thought attributed, incorrectly, the mistakes we had made because of lack of 116. Experience to the leadership of the CPC and the socialist system. It advocated economic privatization, political pluralism, and ideological diversity. The bourgeois liberalists attacked the socialist system and advocated a capitalist system. They encouraged student protesters to overthrow the reform model that seeks an enlightened monarch and take a road of transforming China within the system. 128 They claimed the socialist system of China to be an authoritarian regime, and said the only way out for China is to embrace capitalism. 129 Deng Xiaoping proposed, as early as 1979, on a theory platform, to adhere to the four cardinal principles. In the mid-1980s, in the face of the spread of bourgeois liberalization, the Central Committee of the CPC, with Deng Xiaoping as the core, published a series of speeches to resolutely oppose it. Deng Xiaoping pointed out that the so-called bourgeois liberalization wants China to be totally westernized and to take the capitalist road. Our experience has shown, however, that we cannot take that road. He said, it will take 50 to 70 years of struggle for us to modernize. Since it is a long-term task, we can only use constant education and persuasion instead of launching political movements. When necessary, however, we shall resort to administrative or legal measures. It is our firm principle to maintain political stability so that we can carry out the modernization program in an orderly way. 130. At the same time, the CPC fought bourgeois liberalization. On the one hand, the CPC had expounded in theory the adherence of the four cardinal principles and the struggle against the bourgeois liberalization from a basis of Chinese realities. On the other, the CPC systematically criticized erroneous ideas preached by elements of bourgeois liberalization. 4.1.2.5 Debate on whether a market economy in reform and opening up is socialist or capitalist. By 1997, although it was generally acknowledged that a market also exists in socialist society and that a socialist market economy is integrated with the basic system of socialism, problems concerning the adaptation of the foundation of China's economic system to a market economic system such as whether socialist public ownership can 117 be integrated with the market economy, and how to realize the effective integration of them remained a hot topic for debate. Some people argued that a market economy read neither socialist nor capitalist. For instance, Some said that the modern market economy the CPC was building was divided only between advanced and backward and never between socialist and capital. Ist. 131. Some believed that a socialist market economy equals social equity plus market efficiency. 132. And it is only a way of allocating resources without the attribute of a socialist system. 133. Dividing China's market economy into a socialist or capitalist market economy was, in fact, to pull the question back to the debate on the nature of a market economy. 134. On the contrary, the counterparty argued that a socialist market economy was a complete concept, and the CPC could not emphasize a market economy while neglecting socialism. In terms of the basic function of a market economy as an economic means, it does not differ in social attributes. In different social systems, however, the different objective conditions of a market economy determine that it must differ in social attributes. 135. A market economy is always integrated with a social system, whether socialist or capitalist. It must have certain social attributes. 136. 4.2. A theoretical basis for economically and culturally backward countries to take the lead down the road of socialism. The realization of socialism in Russia, China, and some other Oriental countries with backward economies and culture is the outcome of the interaction between the national and international characteristics of the contradiction between the productive forces and forms of communication, as well as the unity of the necessity and the particularity of the social and historical development of mankind. Paying more attention to the East in their twilight years, Marx and Engels made profound studies and put forward some ideas on 118. The development of Oriental society. Although these ideas may not constitute a theoretical system, and the historical development in these countries in the following years was much greater than that in their lifetime, these brilliant ideas still have important theoretical and methodological significance for backward countries to take the socialist road. In line with the concrete national conditions and in accord with Marxist theories, Lenin, Mao Zedong, and other Marxists had made thorough exploration of the ways and methods of building socialism in economically and culturally backward countries. 4.2.1 The theoretical thinking of Marxist classical writers on the problem. After the failure of the revolution of the Paris Commune in 1871, Marx and Engels began to devote more energy to the study of the revolution in Russia and other Eastern backward countries, and put forward ideas concerning the possibility and necessary conditions for those countries to take the socialist road. In the 20th century, Lenin, Mao Zedong, and Deng Xiaoping inherited and developed Marx's theory of Oriental society. 4.2.1.1 Theory of the Oriental Society by Marx and Engels in their later years. In his twilight age, Marx made a series of analyses, in the form of manuscripts, correspondence, and notes, on the social development of an Oriental society, Russia in particular. He pointed out a non-capitalist development road for an Oriental society, and also revealed the preconditions and basis for non-capitalist development in this region. These ideas are embodied in Marx's Notes on Anthropology, letter from Marx to editor of the Otechestvenniye Zapiski in 1877, the reply to Vera Zasulich, a female revolutionist of Russia, in 1881. Preface to the 1882 Russian edition of Manifesto of the Communist Party, and in other important literature. In 1972, after 100 years, with the publication of Notes on Anthropology, collated by American anthropologist Lawrence Cladd, Marx and Engels' theory of Oriental society became a hot topic of research and discussion for scholars around the world. In his letter to the editor of Otesistvenyi Zapiski in 1877, Marx expressed, for the first time, his idea of skipping over the cotton forks. As her liberal economists maintain, Russia must begin by destroying the village commune in order to pass to a capitalist regime, or she can begin without experiencing the tortures of this regime, appropriate all its fruits by developing the particular historic conditions already given her. 137. Like Chemikevsky, Marx agreed to the second solution. Furthermore, he expressed in very clear language that he hoped Russia would not take the capitalist road, leading to misfortunes and disasters, and should instead skip over capitalism and embrace socialism. After receiving a letter from Verazay Sulich in 1881, given the situation of the socialist revolution and development in Russia, Marx felt a pressing need to give a scientific explanation in theory for the future of the Russian rural commune. In 4 drafts of his reply to Verazay Sulich, through detailed analysis of various factors, including the internal structure and the external environment of the rural commune, Marx demonstrated in detail the possibilities and realistic conditions for the Russian commune to develop beyond capitalism directly to socialism, calling this leapfrog development skipping over the cotton forks, thus completing the skipping over theory. In the first draft of a reply to Verazay Sulich, Marx wrote, accordingly, the agricultural commune presents itself as the most recent type of an archaic form of society. The period of the agricultural commune appears in the historical course of Western Europe, both ancient and modern, as a period of transition from communal to private property, from the primary to the secondary form. But does this mean that the development of an agricultural commune must follow this route in every circumstance, in every historical context? Not at all. Its constitutive form allows the following alternatives: either the element of private property that it implies gains the upper hand over the collective element, or the reverse takes place. Everything depends on the historical context in which it is situated. Both solutions are a priori possibilities, but each one naturally requires a completely different historical context. 138. If the revolution takes place in time, if it concentrates all its forces of the intelligent part of Russian society, if the Russian intelligentsia, intelligence Rus, concentrates all the living forces of the country to ensure the unfettered rise of the rural commune, the latter will soon develop as a regenerating element of Russian society and an element of superiority over countries enslaved by the capitalist regime. 139. In this way, Russia could skip over the cotton forks of the capitalist system but enjoy all its development fruits. As for whether Russia could become a socialist society without passing the cotton forks, Marx believed that, apart from the special social conditions in Russian rural commune, the fundamental factors were the external driving force and its historical environment, especially the revolution that was about to break out in both East and West. Marx and Engels had clearly expounded this point in 120. Preface to the 1882 Russian edition of Manifesto of Communist Party. If the Russian Revolution becomes the signal for a proletarian revolution in the West, so that both complement each other, the present Russian common ownership of land may serve as the starting point for communist development. 140. Engels wrote in Afterword to On Social Relations in Russia, on the other hand, it is not only possible but certain that after the victory of the proletariat and the transfer of the means of production into common ownership among the West European peoples, the countries that have only just succumbed to capitalist production and have salvaged Gentile institutions, or remnants thereof, have, in these remnants of common ownership and in the corresponding popular customs, a powerful means of appreciably shortening the process of development into a socialist society and of sparing themselves most of the suffering and struggles through which we in Western Europe must work our way. But the example and the active assistance of the hitherto capitalist West is an indispensable condition for this. Only when the capitalist economy has been relegated to the history books in its homeland and in the countries where it flourished, only when the backward countries see from this example how it's done, how the productive forces of modern industry are placed in the service of all as social property, only then can they tackle this shortened process of development. Then success will be assured. This is true of all countries in the pre-capitalist stage, not only Russia. 141. Judging from the process of exploration of the Russian social development road, we can see that the ideas of Marx and Engels about building socialism in backward Oriental countries are always identical. 140. Collected works of Marx and Engels, Volume 2. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 8. 141. Collected works of Marx and Engels, Volume 4. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 459. 4.2.1.2 Lenin's Theory of Victory in One Country. Through in-depth study of imperialism in 1915 and 1916, Lenin not only made a scientific analysis on imperialism, he also found the law of uneven capitalist development, and drew an important conclusion, that a socialist revolution could be won first in one or several countries. Marx and Engels believed that the victory of the socialist revolution should first be achieved in several major developed capitalist countries at the same time, or one after another in joint actions. Lenin believed that, due to the increasing unevenness of economic and political development in the era of imperialism, the socialist revolution could be won first in one or several countries, not necessarily in the most developed capitalist countries, but most probably, in the less developed capitalist 121 countries. Once the subjective and objective conditions for the revolution matures in these countries, the proletariat could seize, with their own hands, the opportunity to seize state power, and by virtue of a proletariat regime develop the social productivity to create the material basis for a socialist system. In August 1915, Lenin wrote in on the slogan for a United States of Europe that uneven economic and political development is an absolute law of capitalism. Hence, the victory of socialism is possible first in several or even in one capitalist country alone. 142. In August 1916, he further argued in the military program of the proletarian revolution that the development of capitalism proceeds extremely unevenly in different countries. It cannot be otherwise under commodity production. From this it follows irrefutably that socialism cannot achieve simultaneous victory in all countries. It will achieve victory first in one or several, while the others will for some time remain bourgeois or pre-bourgeois. 143. The victory of the October Revolution further proved the accuracy of this theory, on which he later made a further exposition. In January 1923, he wrote in Our Revolution that, while the development of world history as a whole follows general laws, it is by no means precluded, but, on the contrary, presumed, that certain periods of development may display peculiarities in either the form or the sequence of this development. Why cannot we begin by first achieving the prerequisites for that definite level of culture in a revolutionary way, and then, with the aid of the workers and peasants, government and the Soviet system, proceed to overtake other nations? 144. This theoretical contribution of Lenin, generally summed up as the theory of victory in one country, is the development of Marxism in the new historical condition. It is under the guidance of this theory that Russia won the victory of the October Revolution and made tremendous achievements in socialist construction. 2 points must be highlighted here. First, when Lenin proposed that the victory of socialism was possible first in one or several countries, he still emphasized the importance of a united struggle of the proletariat in different countries, holding that only the united revolutionary action by the workers of different countries can guarantee the most systematic development and the most likely success of the world's socialist revolution. 145. 122. Second, Lenin theory that socialism may be successful first in one or several countries has universal guiding significance not only for the Russian Revolution but also for the global proletarian revolution. 4.2.13 Theoretical thinking of Mao Zedong and his successors on how to build socialism in the more backward China. In his exploration of the problem of the Chinese Socialist Revolution, Mao Zedong consciously applied Marxist historical methodology, especially the dialectics of the interaction between the national and international characteristics of the contradictory movement between productive forces and forms of communication. First of all, he emphasized that we must grasp the status quo of the productivity and the national conditions of China, pointing out that this is the basic starting point of all problems in the Chinese Revolution and for a long time after the victory of the revolution, and therefore, this is the key to a clear understanding of all problems of the revolution. 146. In the first half of the 20th century, the combination of international and domestic conditions brought about a series of complicated contradictions unprecedented in either Western developed countries or semi-Asian countries, that is, the contradictions between the Chinese nation and the Western capitalist nations, between the masses of the people and the feudal forces, between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, between the proletariat and the landlord class, between the bourgeoisie and the landlord class, between the national bourgeoisie and the foreign and bureaucratic bourgeoisie. These contradictions influenced each other, contained each other, and interwove with each other, with those between imperialism and the Chinese nation, and between feudalism and the masses of the people, all as major contradictions in Chinese society. Mao Zedong believed that China must first complete an anti-feudal revolution led by the proletariat, that is, the new democratic revolution. He emphasized, the Chinese revolution cannot avoid taking the two steps, first of new democracy and then of socialism. He opposed the populist views within the party and said in an oral report to the 7th National Congress of the CPC, there is a populist ideology in our party, hoping to realize socialism directly from the feudal economy, without passing through a capitalist society. On the one hand, the new democratic revolution cleared the way for the development of capitalism in China, and had the features of a bourgeois democratic revolution. On the other, it prepared the preconditions and a foundation for the development 123 of socialist factors. The whole picture will show the development of socialist as well as capitalist factors. Due to its duality, the new democratic revolution inevitably faced two possible futures, capitalism or socialism, most probably the latter. According to Mao Zedong's point of view, the Chinese proletariat must give full play to its subjectivity. And with the addition of a favorable international environment, these factors render it highly probable that China's bourgeois democratic revolution will ultimately avoid a capitalist future and enjoy a socialist future. It is true that after the victory of the new democratic revolution, capitalist and socialist production relations coexist. In the 1950s, the socialist economy established through confiscation of bureaucrat capital was undoubtedly a kind of socialized production. It had controlled the lifeline of the national economy, and had the material preconditions for socialist revolution in its original sense. In the early 1950s, leadership of the CPC unanimously agreed on the idea that the new democratic society would last for a relatively long time. They all believed that the new democratic system would eventually be replaced by a socialist system, but differed in the specific implementation of the policy and on the understanding of the problem of when to begin the transition to socialism. Mao Zedong vetoed the suggestions of industrialization first, collectivization second and consolidation of the new democratic system put forward by Liu Shaoqai and other CPC leaders. He implemented a socialist transformation with socialist industrialization and a socialist transformation of agriculture, the handicraft industry, and the capitalist industry and commerce as the core content, driving China into a socialist society. In the process of reform and opening up, the second generation of the collective leadership of the Communist Party of China, with Deng Xiaoping as the core, proposed and created the theory of building socialism with Chinese characteristics. The third generation of the collective leadership of the Communist Party of China, with Jiang Zemin as the core, further adhered to and developed socialism with Chinese characteristics, focusing on the understanding of the fundamental question of what socialism is and how to build it. The CPC Central Committee with Hu Jintao as General Secretary further enriched and developed the theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics, as well as a treasure house of the theory of scientific socialism. China is a living fossil 147 embodying the common features of an Oriental socialist movement. Its theory of building socialism undoubtedly has more direct significance for a socialist revolution in Oriental countries. 124. 4.2.2 The law of productivity determines production relationships and the problem of building socialism in economically and culturally backward countries. The fact that the victory of socialism was won first in underdeveloped capitalist countries does not contradict the law of productivity that determines relations of production, but rather the concrete manifestation of the law in specific historical conditions. The relationship between the two is that between peculiarity and universality. It was on the basis of the relationship between productivity and relations of production that Marx put forward the hypothesis of crossing the cotton forks. The historical development of any country or any nation should be restricted by the objective law of production that determines relations of production, and the stage of productivity. Development cannot be skipped over. However, not all countries, nations, or societies in the world must experience every one of the 5 major forms of social development. Some stages can be skipped over. Marxist basic law about the historical development of human society does not mean that all human societies must inevitably evolve in accord with the strict order of the 5 major stages, but rather, promoted by the contradictory movement of productivity and relations of production, human society will inevitably develop from a low stage to an advanced stage. This theory about the forms of social development adheres to the universality of the law that social productivity will develop from a low level to a high level, and at the same time, acknowledges the diversity and complexity of social development, hence uniting the universality and particularity of social development. Marx's hypothesis of skipping over the cotton forks of capitalism embodies a dialectic idea of the doctrine that everything has 2 aspects: the capitalist mode of production and the political system can be skipped over, while the highly socialized productivity associated with the capitalist system cannot. On the one hand, Marx believed that, under certain conditions, Russia and other Oriental backward countries could possibly skip over the cotton forks without experiencing the torture and struggles of this regime, shorten the process of development, and take a socialist road totally. different from that of Western capitalist countries. But on the other hand, the development stage of social productivity is insurmountable, and social productivity can only be developed step by step from a low level to a high level. The development of socialism in 125 a backward countries in the East cannot exceed the level and stage of the development of productivity. Marx said, "The time has passed when Russian agriculture required no more than land and tillers of parcelized holdings, peasants armed with rather primitive instruments. Moreover, since the peasant does not have what is necessary to till his 3 deciatins, would he be any better off with 10 times the number of deciatins? Given the reality that backward production instruments were far from the requirements of socialized production, to skip over the cotton forks, Russia must transform the mode of production of its petty peasant economy with socialized production, and replace the backward, primitive production instruments with modern ones that could unite more peasants. On the contrary, it is an historical impossibility that a lower stage of economic development should solve the enigmas and conflicts that did not arise, and could not arise, until a far higher stage." 148 Although the Russian rural commune meant public ownership of production means, it could not produce socialism in that. Socialism is the final product of a capitalist society, and the socialist mode of production cannot be built on the basis of a natural economy and petty production. 2 erroneous tendencies must be guarded against in this aspect. First, we must oppose the determinism of vulgar productive forces. Lenin pointed out that, the development of world history as a whole follows general laws. It is by no means precluded, but, on the contrary, presumed, that certain periods of development may display peculiarities in either the form or the sequence of this development. As a semi-Asiatic and semi-Oriental country, that is, between the civilized countries and the Oriental countries, or between European and ex-European countries, Russia could and would inevitably show special characteristics. It did not mean that the general route of world history development would, therefore, be changed. Socialism generates a society that is more advanced than capitalism, and should be based on the highly developed material technology of the capitalist society. This is a general law and route that has not and will never change. What Russia has changed is only the sequence of its development. Unlike Western European countries that could 126 launch a socialist revolution when their productivity was fully developed and their culture highly advanced under a capitalist system, Russia seized a historical opportunity to stage a socialist revolution. It fully developed its productivity and promoted its social and cultural progress under favorable conditions created by the revolution and with socialist measures, thus building a socialist society on a highly developed material and technological basis. To refute Sukhanov and some other people who did not acknowledge such changes in the sequence of historical development, Lenin asked them, in our revolution, you say that civilization is necessary for building socialism. Very good. But why could we not first create such prerequisites of civilization in our country by expelling the landowners and the Russian capitalists, and then start moving towards socialism? Where, in what books, have you read that such variations of the customary historical sequence of events are impermissible or impossible? If a definite level of culture is required for the building of socialism, why cannot we begin by first achieving the prerequisites for that definite level of culture in a revolutionary way, and then, with the aid of the workers' and peasants' government and the Soviet system, proceed to overtake other nations? Lenin argued that, under certain conditions, Russia could and should carry out a socialist revolution. But he never believed that socialism could be built on a backward material and cultural foundation. He knew clearly that our country has been and still is a country of peasants, and the transition to communism is far more difficult for us than it would be under any other condition. He stressed that only when the country has been electrified, and industry, agriculture, and transport have been placed on the technical basis of modern large-scale industry, only then shall we be fully victorious. In the final analysis, a change in the sequence of development does not violate, but realizes more effectively the universal law that socialism must be built on a highly developed material and technological foundation. In fact, the socialist revolution in Russia did not hinder the development of its social productive forces. On the contrary, by relying on the superiority of socialism, Russia has developed from a backward country into the most powerful country in Europe and second in the world. This indisputable historical fact is the most powerful proof of the correctness of the above ideas that Lenin expounded in our revolution. Second, we must oppose the idea that advocates that we can build socialism without developing productivity and neglect the fact that the fundamental task of socialism is to emancipate and develop productivity. 127. There was a time when the Narodniks believed that Russia could develop a socialist economy from the feudal economy without passing the stage of capitalism. At that time, Marx thought that if Russia could not guarantee the rapid development of social productivity, and could not absorb all positive fruits of capitalism, including, primarily, modern productivity crossing the cotton forks of capitalism and winning the victory of socialism would be out of the question. Marx's hypothesis emphasizes the conditions rather than the inevitability, and therefore differs in essence from the populist's pure fantasy of realizing socialism on the basis of a backward, small-scale, peasant economy. Marx's theory of Oriental society essentially answers the question of how to build socialism in a country with a backward economy. We must get rid of the historical idealism of talking about the abstract concept of socialism without mentioning productivity. Productivity is the ultimate power that decides social development. The development of a socialist society, from its birth to the transition to a higher stage, cannot be separated from the productivity development, without which the so-called skipping over is either impossible or unsustainable, and the discussion of whether a capitalist stage can be skipped over is meaningless. It was pointed out in the report to the 13th National Congress of the CPC that building socialism in a big, backward, Eastern country like China is something new. In Marxist historical development, China is not in the situation envisaged by the founders of Marxism, one in which socialism is built on the basis of highly developed capitalism, nor is China in exactly the same situation as other socialist countries. So the CPC cannot blindly follow what the books say, nor can the party mechanically imitate the examples of other countries. Rather, proceeding from China's actual conditions and integrating the basic principles of Marxism with those conditions, the CPC must find a way to build socialism with Chinese characteristics through practice. Our party has explored ways of doing this and has achieved major successes. But the road it has traversed has taken many twists and turns, and this has cost us dearly. Socialism with Chinese characteristics has a specific meaning. It is not applicable to all other backward countries in building socialism. Its central significance is to point out that Chinese socialism did not develop from the capitalism expounded by Marx, Engels, and Lenin. The historical stage of capitalism can be skipped over under certain historical conditions, while the positive factors in the capitalist economy must be affirmed and used. Capitalism has prepared an adequate material base for socialism, including highly developed productivity, a high degree of socialized production, and 128. An advanced commodity economy. This is an objective law that must be followed in the economic development of any human society. The productivity of the new democratic society of China, which inherited the extremely low productivity of a semi-colonial and semi-feudal society with an exceptionally weak material foundation, was much lower than capitalist productivity. The early transition of such a society to socialism means that there is a close relationship between the primary stage of socialism and the new democratic society. Therefore, to understand the theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics, we must take into account the differences between a new democratic society and a capitalist society, as well as the respective features in their transition to socialism. 4.3 Historical and realistic basis for building socialism in economically and culturally backward countries. Theory comes from practice. Marxist theory on the realization of socialism, first in the backward Oriental countries, based on analyses of the international situation and the status quo of the domestic economy and social classes, is the concrete application of historical materialism in these countries. 4.3.1 Uneven economic and political development of capitalism. In the age of imperialism, uneven economic and political development is an absolute law of capitalism. 149. Uneven here mainly refers to uneven development speed. Under a capitalist system, the law of surplus value and the law of competition and production determine that the development of a capitalist economy is bound to be uneven. 149 Collected works of Lenin, on Socialism. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 4. Uneven capitalist economic development will inevitably lead to uneven capitalist political development. Changes in the economic strength of capitalist countries will bring about corresponding changes in their political and military power, as well as their positions in the international political arena, resulting in the redivision of the world and the spheres of influence according to the latest balance of power. Moreover, in different capitalist countries, the proletarian revolution differs in their degree of maturity and political conditions, including all respects of political life, such as, among others, the contrast in 129. Class strength, the intensity of class contradictions, the development of class struggle, and the proletariat's consciousness and capacity for organization and leadership. Historical practice shows that, in capitalist countries, their degree of maturity and the political condition of the proletarian revolution are not necessarily proportional to their economic development. Some capitalist countries with relatively backward economic development featured sharp class contradictions and early maturity of the political conditions for a proletarian revolution. In the imperialist stage, some new features appeared in the action of the law of uneven economic and political development in capitalist countries due to the emergence and development of monopoly. The leapfrog development of some capitalist countries made economic development even more imbalanced. Monopoly played a dual role in promoting and hindering the development of production and technology. In emergency imperialist countries, in order to obtain high monopoly profits and compete for the world market, monopoly capital developed and took full advantage of advanced science and technology, facilitating rapid development of national economies. On the contrary, in old imperialist countries, monopoly hindered the application of new technologies, leading to a relative stagnation of the development of production and technology. The large amount of capital outflow weakened, to a certain extent, the development of their domestic economies. As a result, with leapfrog development, some emerging imperialist countries quickly caught up with and outstripped the old imperialist countries, resulting in drastic changes in the balance of economic strength. For instance, Great Britain, known as the factory of the world, had ranked first globally in industry before 1870. However, the most developed industries of Britain at that time were sunset industries, such as textile and coal mining. With the transition of liberal capitalism to monopoly capitalism, the rapid development of science and technology and the emergence of new industries by the end of 1880s, the United States quickly outpaced Great Britain to be the most powerful industrial country in the world. At the end of the 19th century, Germany, another emerging industrial power, also outstripped Great Britain and became the SEC and most powerful industrial power. The uneven political development in this period was reflected in the following two aspects. On the one hand, with enhanced economic and military strength, the emerging imperialist countries strongly wanted to redivide the territory and scope of influence in the world in accord with the new balance of power, to occupy new commodity markets, sources of raw materials, and places for investment. Imperialist countries sourced them in old colonial empires, who would 130 inevitably try their best to maintain and consolidate the original division of the sphere of influence. The sharp contradiction between emerging and old imperialist countries often ended up in global military conflicts. It is the root cause of the outbreak of two world wars in the 20th century. Wars among imperialist countries weakened their own power. Those with the most concentrated and sharpest contradiction became the weakest links in the world imperialist system, where the proletarian revolution broke out first and was successful. This fact has been proven by the victory of the October Revolution in Russia after World War I and the success of the Socialist Revolution in China and some other countries after World War II. The law of uneven capitalist economic and political development in the period of imperialism is the starting point of Lenin's theory about the victory of socialist revolution first in one or several countries. Lenin pointed out that the development of capitalism proceeds extremely unevenly in different countries. It cannot be otherwise under commodity production. From this it follows irrefutably that socialism cannot achieve victory simultaneously in all countries. It will achieve victory first in one or several countries, while the others will for some time remain bourgeois or pre-bourgeois. 150. 150 Collected Works of Lenin, on Socialism. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 8. 151 Selected Works of Stalin, Volume 2. Beijing, People's Press, 1979, p. 534. Based on Lenin's theory, Stalin further pointed out that the war revealed the insurmountable weakness of the world's imperialist front, and the law of uneven development determined in advance that the times of maturity of a proletarian revolution in different countries are different. In accord with Marxist theory, Lenin drew the following conclusion: under the new development conditions, the socialist revolution is likely to win in a single country. It is not possible to win at the same time in all countries or in most of the civilized countries because the degree of maturity of the conditions for a socialist revolution in these countries is uneven. The old formula of Marx and Engels is not suitable for the new historical conditions. 151. This scientific conclusion of Lenin and Stalin has important theoretical and practical significance. It reveals the law of a proletarian revolution in the era of imperialism, demonstrates the historical process of the substitution of a capitalist system by a socialist system, and greatly inspired the confidence of the proletariat and working people in the world in the victory of the revolution. 131. 4.3.2 Economic reasons for poor and backward countries to choose socialism. The transition of laissez-faire capitalism to monopoly capitalism started at the end of the 19th century and completed in the 20th century when the capitalist countries entered the era of imperialism. With further expansion of the imperialist powers around the globe, all other countries, whether developed or underdeveloped, had been incorporated into the world capitalist system. Tsarist Russia, although a member of the system, was often disadvantaged in conflicts among the imperialist countries due to its backwardness. The majority of poor and backward countries like China were subject to aggression and plunder of the imperialist powers in economy, politics, military, and even ideology and culture. The only way for these countries to accelerate their economic development and get rid of the colonial ruling of the imperialist countries was to take the road of socialism. To maintain a world capitalist system, imperialist countries needed to confine backward countries in their system so they would always be sources of raw materials and cheap labor, as well as product sales markets. Under such a world historical condition, it was impossible for backward countries to develop capitalism independently. Mao Zedong said, "There are bourgeois republics in foreign lands, but China cannot have a bourgeois republic because she is a country suffering under imperialist oppression." Indeed, the history of modern China is a history of imperialist aggression, of imperialist opposition to China's independence and to her development of capitalism. Even though the national bourgeoisie in some countries sincerely hoped to establish a bourgeois republic to seek independence and prosperity, they were too weak, cowardly, and incompetent to lead the people to carry out a complete revolutionary struggle against imperialism and feudalism to clear all obstacles to the establishment of a bourgeois republic. Moreover, they were so weak politically that they often anchored their hope for the realization of a capitalist democracy on the fantasy of compromise with the ruling class. This situation, not unique to China, was very common in other colonial and semi-colonial countries. The choice of socialism is the only way for these countries to shed the shackles of the world capitalist system and remove obstacles to their national economic development. This is the economic reason for backward countries, with China as their representative, to take the road of socialism after World War II. History has proven that they made the right choice. 132. 4.3.3 Some backward countries have the necessary conditions for a socialist revolution. According to Marxism, in addition to the material condition of socialized mass production, the outbreak of a socialist revolution also needs a mature revolutionary situation, which, in Lenin's words, has these three features. 1. Due to the extraordinary sharp basic social contradiction and other social contradictions it has caused, the economic and political crises nationwide made it impossible for the ruling class to rule countries as usual. 2. The life of the oppressed class was so poor and miserable that they could live on as before. 3. The enthusiasm of the masses is greatly improved, and they are fully aware of the necessity of a revolution and are ready to sacrifice for it. Russia, China, and other backward countries that first took the road of socialism all had national, international, objective, subjective, and domestic conditions for a socialist revolution. In the late 19th century and early 20th century, Russia was faced with a new era, in which laissez-faire capitalism had developed into monopoly capitalism. The inherent contradiction of the capitalist mode of production, marked with frequent economic crises, was becoming more and more severe. Meanwhile, the uneven development of capitalist countries brought about conflicts all over the world, an inevitable result of developing commodity production in the context of the world market. With profound analysis, Lenin recognized that uneven economic and political development is an absolute law of capitalism, and that it inevitably produces a weak link in the chain of capitalism. He thus concluded that the victory of socialism was possible first in a few or even one capitalist country. Domestically, Russia was a capitalist country at that time. Internationally, however, it was somewhere between the civilized countries and the Oriental countries, with the coexistence of the most backward land ownership and the most advanced industrial capitalism, and it was a backward country compared with Western European countries. It was involved in a war among the world imperialist countries and was strongly influenced by the inherent contradictions of the capitalist mode of production in Western Europe. This combination of international and domestic conditions provided Russia with distinct features that Western European countries would never have. With interwoven contradictions, including those between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, 133. Between the proletariat and the feudal landlord class, between the bourgeoisie and the peasants, and between the bourgeoisie and the feudal landlord class, Russia had become the weakest link and the hinge of the inherent contradictions in the world capitalist system. Russia was therefore granted the possibility of shortening its historical course toward the stage of socialism. Lenin said that, history is taking a strange road. The glory of leading the great revolutionary movement in the world is given to the backward countries. 152. In our view, the strange road is the inevitable result of the interaction of national and international characteristics between productivity and the forms of communication. What is hidden behind the strange road is just historical inevitability. In addition, the victory of the socialist revolution and the great achievements of socialist construction thereafter in Russia, USSR, became a beacon for backward tries to take the road of socialism. The victory of the October Revolution in Russia in 1917, breaking the world capitalist system for the first time, exerted a huge influence on the majority of backward countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. China and other countries won national independence and took the road of socialism after World War II. 4.3.4 How to explain the phenomenon that developed capitalist countries have not carried out a simultaneous socialist revolution. In the era of laissez-faire capitalism, when the political and economic development of capitalist countries were generally balanced, Marx and Engels were undoubtedly correct in predicting that a proletarian revolution would break out, at the same time, in all civilized countries, or at least in the four most developed countries. However, the situation had changed with the development of capitalism from a free competition stage to the stage of imperialism. The socialist revolution did not break out in the developed countries at the same time. With a perfect system and rich experience in governance, the ruling class of the developed countries succeeded in preventing advanced forces from making breakthroughs in a socialist revolution. Meanwhile, a highly developed economy and abundant social 134 wealth provided a firm material guarantee for the ruling classes to ease domestic contradictions or to suppress revolutionary forces. Moreover, they could take advantage of their political and economic superiority through external expansion to transfer their own crises and contradictions to backward countries to alleviate the pressure of domestic social problems. In developed capitalist countries, the new technological revolution had greatly promoted the development of productivity and enhanced socialized capitalist production. In order to survive and develop in new conditions, contemporary capitalism had made a partial self-adjustment to the capitalist relations of production and realized a transition from a private monopoly to a state monopoly by conforming to the objective requirements of the development of productivity and reviewing its past ruling experience. Through state intervention and regulation of the social and economic life, and some social improvement measures, such as social welfare and social security. The developed capitalist countries had relatively eased their economic crises and class contradictions, and remarkably improved the livelihood of the working class and other working people. In major contemporary capitalist countries, a relatively stable society and moderate economic growth make it possible for their ruling classes to maintain their ruling position and for the working class to live a comfortable life. Meanwhile, due to the gentle and artful statecraft of the bourgeois class and the widespread of the reformist ideology in the workers' movement, the class consciousness of workers in developed capitalist countries is generally weakened. The workers are easily satisfied with the present situation, unaware of the necessity and urgency of a revolution. Therefore, at present and even in the near future, there is no realistic possibility for an outbreak of socialist revolution in the developed countries. Since the end of World War II, developed capitalist countries have featured economic development, relative social stability, mitigated class contradictions, and diminishing enthusiasm for workers' movements. These temporary phenomena, however, do not mean that the capitalist system will last forever, or the historical process of the replacement of capitalism by socialism has stopped or been reversed. Whether or not the socialist revolution will break out in capitalist countries, and socialism will replace capitalism, are not determined by the subjective desires of the people, but rather, by the basic contradiction of the capitalist society, that between the socialization of production and the private ownership of the capitalist means of production. 135. Through the development of state monopoly capitalism, contemporary developed capitalist countries have temporarily mitigated but will never eradicate the basic contradiction because state monopoly capitalism has not changed the nature of ownership of private monopoly capital. Engels pointed out, the modern state, a capitalist state, no matter what its form, is essentially a capitalist machine, the ideal personification of total national capital. The more it proceeds to take over productive forces, the more it actually becomes the national capitalist, the more citizens it exploits. The workers remain wage workers, proletarians. Capitalist relationships are not done away with, rather, they are brought to a head. 153. At the same time, taking full advantage of its dominant position in social and economic life, state monopoly capitalism makes it possible for all forms of socialization, including the socialization of production, management, and capital, to reach the highest and most comprehensive degree possible, thus preparing the most complete material conditions for the means of production to be possessed by all of society, and for production and distribution to be organized and made by the whole society. That is to say, promoted by the socialization of productivity, monopoly capitalism has involuntarily created the most adequate social and economic conditions for the death of capitalism and the birth of socialism. The current global financial crisis clearly shows that capitalism cannot dissolve its own contradictions, nor can it avoid the occurrence of economic crises. This has inevitably weakened the strength of capitalism and prepared favorable conditions for the birth of a new form of society. 4.4 Practical exploration of economically and culturally backward countries on the road of socialism. Since the beginning of the 20th century, a number of economically and culturally backward countries, with Russia and China as their representatives, have stepped on the road of socialism and made arduous and creative exploration in practice. The lessons and experiences in this respect, summarized by the proletarian ruling parties in these countries, have revealed the special and universal laws for the development of socialism, thus enriching and developing Marx's theories. 136. 4.4.1 From Lenin's New Economic Policy to the Stalin Model. 4.4.1.1 The new economic policy is an exploration of building socialism in a small peasant country. From the summer of 1918 to the end of 1920, in the face of serious difficulties and in order to ensure the needs of the war, Lenin and the Bolshevik Party had to adopt a wartime communist policy. This policy played a positive role in securing the victory of the war, but its negative effects became more and more obvious with the passage of time. By the spring of 1921, it had caused widespread discontent among not only the peasants but also the workers, sparking off serious economic and political crises in the Soviet Union. After listening widely to opinions both inside and outside the party, especially those of the peasants, Lenin decisively proposed to abolish the food surplus appropriation system, replace it with a food tax, and restore commodity exchange and circulation. The 10th All-Russia Congress of the Russian Communist Party, Bolshevik, held in Moscow in March 1921 marked the beginning of Russia's new economic policy. Having been implemented for only 9 years, the new economic policy played an extremely important role, not only in the social and economic development and transformation in the Soviet Union, but also in the history of the modern communist movement. Although at the beginning, most of the Bolsheviks, including Lenin himself, thought that the new economic policy was but a temporary retreat that had to be made. But at the end of 1922, after 2 years of practice and thinking, Lenin fully recognized that it was not a measure of expediency, but a concrete economic system suitable for the characteristics of Russia and its transition to socialism. He saw it was the inevitable way for backward countries dominated by a small-scale peasant economy to develop towards socialism. The theoretical significance and historical position of the new economic policy is that it provided an economic model for countries by small-scale production to transition to socialism by pointing out intermediate approaches and effective remedies for the transition of the various pre-capitalist relationships of those Oriental countries to socialism. Corresponding to the general development line, a set of ways, methods, and approaches for the socialist transformation of the small-scale peasant economy, that is, the socialization of agriculture in economically backward countries had also taken shape in the period of the new economic policy. 137. The essence and basic features of the new economic policy can be summed up by 3 interlocking links. 1. The food surplus appropriation system was replaced by the food tax, marking the beginning of implementation of the new economic policy. It was, primarily, a policy for the peasants, who were the decisive factor. 154 In Russia, Lenin pointed out that the essence of the new economic policy is the alliance of the proletariat and the peasants, and the integration of proletarian vanguards and the overwhelming majority of the peasants. 155 The main content of the food tax policy was that the state collect a certain amount of food and other agricultural and sideline products specified in advance from the peasants in the form of a food tax. After paying this tax, the peasants could dispense of the surplus food and other agricultural and sideline products as they chose. The policy greatly stimulated the peasants' enthusiasm for production. 2. The relationship between goods and money was restored and developed, and a market mechanism was applied to the allocation of resources, the organization of production, and the exchange and distribution of products under the regulation and guidance of state planning. The new economic policy emphasized the need for rapid development and proper control of the form of a commodity economy in the transition to socialism. 3. the new economic policy allowed the existence and development of capitalism in a certain range under the supervision and regulation of the state, that is, the transition of capitalism to socialism on the road of state capitalism under the Soviet regime. Lenin said, "We are advancing along the road of state capitalism. This is a road leading us to socialism and communism, the highest stage of socialism." The essence of the new economic policy lies in the fact that Russia found a way to continue erecting a socialist edifice in a small peasant country without committing such mistakes, hence opening up a realistic road of building socialism in economically and culturally backward countries. Its basic difference with wartime communism is that it adopted a roundabout reformist way rather than the direct revolutionary approach. 4.4.1.2 Formation of the Stalin Model. The Stalin model, also known as the Soviet Union model, is a socialist model constructed during the reign of Stalin in the late 1920s and early 1930s. Since the De-Stalin movement in 1965, the evaluation of Stalin and the Stalin model became a hot issue of intense 138 debates inside the international communist movement as well as in the political and ideological circles of East and West. It took more than 10 years for the Stalin model to develop from its formation to maturity, but the time and space of its influence is extensive and far-reaching. Stalin came to power in 1924 when the Soviet Union continued to implement its new economic policy. In the late 1920s, Stalin believed that through the implementation of the new economic policy, the Soviet Union had consolidated state power, restored the national economy, and now it was time to stop retreating and launch an across-the-board offensive against capitalism. In April and May 1929, with the large-scale movement of collectivization and the approval and implementation of the first national economic plan, the Soviet Union began to take firm step in surpassing the new economic policy to create the Stalin model. The form of organization of the agricultural economy of the new economic policy was replaced by collective farms. Stalin said, "Since the summer of 1929, we entered a stage of complete collectivization." 156 On December 5, 1929, the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party, Bolshevik, approved a resolution on the restructuring of industry management and decided to reorganize the trust to which all enterprises were affiliated by implementing a three-level administration system of enterprise, conglomerate, and the Supreme National Economic Commission. In the early 1930s, with reform of the credit, tax, and wage systems and strict regulation of industrial and commercial activities, the planned economic system of the Soviet Union took shape. In 1932, with approval of the first regulation on agricultural labor association, the Soviet Union firmly fixed the collective farm system established in 1928. It set up a strict system of compulsory turning over and sales of agricultural products, hence ensuring a rigorous state regulation of every link in food production and distribution. In this way, all power over the administration of the agricultural economy of the whole country was concentrated in the People's Commissariat of Agriculture of the Soviet Union. After the implementation of the planned administration of industry, commerce, and agriculture, private industry and commerce were banned, and the market circulation of goods was excluded. With this strict department administration of industry, agriculture, commerce, and most other economic activities, the highly concentrated planned economic system of the Soviet Union had taken shape. Politically, with an across-the-board defeat of the opposition party, Stalin's power in the party had been unprecedentedly strengthened. Senior positions in the party, the 139 government, and the army originally assumed by Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamina, and Bukharin were all taken by the confidence of Stalin. A highly centralized political system took shape. The Central Committee, the Political Bureau, and the Secretariat had great power, and Stalin personally had extremely high prestige in the party. The Soviet Union also made corresponding cultural and ideological adjustments to the system to support the political struggle and the economic shift. After dismissing the Bukharin clique from leadership of the culture, Stalin reshuffled across the board the CIR cliques of philosophy and social sciences, the People's Commissariat of Education, and the cultural and academic groups. He began to create an institution of culture, ideology, and propaganda and an academic arena completely obedient to the new central authorities. In 1934, the 17th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolshevik, decided to reorganize, according to the principle of production, the 7 central authorities subordinate to the Secretariat of the Central Committee into more than 10 ministries, including, among others, Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Planning, Finance and Trade, and Ministry of Political Administration, thus further strengthening the power of the Secretariat of the Central Committee in its control over the economic sector. In 1936, the promulgation of a new constitution of the Soviet Union, which fully confirmed the highly centralized economic, political, and cultural system, marked the formal establishment of the Stalin model. In 1938, Stalin proposed an outline, and wrote in person some of the chapters in a concise textbook of the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolshevik, further settling and theorizing about his model. After the implementation of the Stalin model, the Soviet Union had become the most powerful country in Europe and the second in the world in less than 2 decades. With this incredible achievement, the Stalin model exerted a huge influence on the whole world at that time. For a long time, the Stalin model had been an archetype for backward countries in building socialism. Even Brzezinski, who has a strong hostility toward communism, had to admit this trend inevitably encouraged dozens of former colonial countries to adopt a variety of state socialist approaches. Many sought inspiration from the experience of the Soviet Union and used it as a model for emulation. In the 1950s and 1960s, many Third World countries celebrated the Soviet model as the best and fastest way to modernization and social justice. 157. The Stalin model indeed has considerable reference value for the large number of backward countries in the process of modernization. Implementation of the Stalin model, despite its many inherent disadvantages, created remarkable achievements. On the one hand, as the first model for backward countries in building socialism, it vigorously promoted the modernization process in backward countries. On the other hand, it brought about a difficult period of stagnation after its rapid economic development, and needed to be reformed constantly according to the changes in then current situations. The disintegration of the Soviet Union in late 1980s was not directly caused by the Stalin model but by deviation from the socialist road in its reform. 4.4.2 From the New Democratic Revolution to Socialism with Chinese Characteristics. 4.4.2.1 Mao Zedong's exploration of the transition from Neo-democracy to socialism. Mao Zedong assumed to use the new democratic capitalism to prepare the material base for building socialism in China. This idea is different from the assumptions of both Marx and Engels and the theory of Lenin. In line with China's reality, Mao Zedong proposed a new model for taking the socialist road in economically and culturally backward countries. The proletariat could, by leading a democratic revolution, first build a new democratic society and then develop it into a socialist society. In the early days after the founding of the PRC, Mao Zedong and other communist leaders said that the transition from new democracy to socialism would take about 10 to 15 years. Mao Zedong clearly opposed the ideas of industrialization first and collectivization second and consolidating new democracy put forward by Liu Shaoqai and other leaders. In 1952, Mao Zedong said on many occasions that from now on, not after 10 years, we will spend 10 to 15 years to basically finish the transition to socialism. 158. In the summer of 1953, Mao Zedong put forward a general line and major tasks, with industrialization and three transformations as the core, for the party in the period of transition. To be specific, we will spend 10 to 15 years or even more to basically finish state industrialization and the socialist transformation of agriculture, the handicraft industry, and capitalist industry and commerce. The task of industrialization and 141. Three transformations is the creation of the CPC made according to the basic tenets of Marxism, especially Lenin's theory about the transition to socialism after accomplishing a democratic revolution in backward countries, and in line with the specific conditions of China. The prominent feature of the general line of the party in the period of transition lies in the simultaneous development of socialist industrialization and a socialist transformation. The former provides a material base for the latter, while the latter constitutes the prerequisite for the former. In essence, their simultaneous development is the close integration of China's social system revolution and its production and technology revolution, and the emancipation and development of China's productive forces. No doubt, the general line of the transition successfully opened up a path for socialist transformation in a large Oriental country with a backward economy and culture. From the original idea of the development of the new democratic society to the formulation of a general line for the period of transition, the CPC had finished a great leap in understanding socialism. In fact, this was a process of emancipating the mind, transcending self in theory, and constant breakthroughs in the constraints of the Soviet model. It was a process of further understanding China's national conditions and unique features in pursuit of a road of socialist transformation suitable for the actual situation in China. It was a new leap in promoting the Sinicization of Marxism, as well as a process of the realization of another historical change in the Chinese society in the 20th century. In this process, the CPC made the following 5 breakthroughs in theory and practice. In the relationship between the development of national industrialization and socialist transformation, the CPC broke through the doctrine of building foundation first and making transition second and created a new approach of the simultaneous development of national industrialization and socialist transformation. In the way of transition to socialism, the CPC broke through the doctrine of total transition in one stroke and made the transition step by step when the conditions matured. In the socialist transformation of agriculture, the CPC broke through the doctrine of mechanization before collectivization and created new ways of transition, such as elementary and advanced collectives, in line with the regional features and different levels of productivity. 142. In the socialist transformation of capitalist industry and commerce, the CPC aided various forms of transition, ranging from a low degree to a high degree of state capitalism, realizing a peaceful redemption of the bourgeoisie. In the forms of the public ownership, the CPC broke through the doctrine of a solely state-owned system, and created a new pattern with the coexistence of state-owned, joint public-private-owned, and collective-owned economies. The focus of the 5 breakthroughs is that, in a large agricultural country with a backward Warred economy and culture, the CPC broke through the doctrines of the Soviet model and opened up a new road of transition to a socialist society in line with the concrete realities of China, and solved the problems of peaceful transition, class struggle, and the material base for social change. 4A.2.2 Blazing the Trail of Socialism with Chinese Characteristics in Reform and Opening Up. The third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee re-established the ideological line of seeking truth from facts, decisively stopped using the slogan of taking class struggle as the key link as it was unsuitable for China's socialist society, and made an official strategic decision to shift the focus of the work of the whole party and the attention of all Chinese people to social modernization, thus setting the party's political line back to the right course. After the session, China put forward the idea of building socialism with Chinese characteristics, initiated a market-oriented reform, and opened up a successful road of building socialism in an economically and culturally backward country by using the market to take advantage of the latest achievements of the capitalist world and develop China's productivity. The party's third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee is a great turning point of far-reaching significance in the history of the CPC, marking the beginning of a new era for the development of China's socialist modernization drive. In September 1982, in the opening speech at the 12th National Congress of the CPC, Deng Xiaoping pointed out, "We must integrate the universal truth of Marxism with the concrete realities of China, blaze a path of our own, and build socialism with Chinese characteristics. That is the basic conclusion we have reached after reviewing our long history." In October 1987, the 13th National Congress of the CPC summarized the theoretical achievements in the exploration of the question of what is socialism and how to build 143 it since the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee, and named it, for the first time, as the theory of building socialism with Chinese characteristics. This summary comprehensively and systematically put forward the theory for the primary stage of socialism and expounded the connotation, basic features of, and basic lines for this stage. This theory provides a key to understanding the success and failure since the founding of the PRC, and a theoretical basis for the implementation of reform and opening up, and for further exploration of the road of socialism with Chinese characteristics. Apart from the Soviet Union and China, Vietnam, Cuba, and some other countries have also made a series of explorations in line with their own realities on the road of socialism, enriching from different aspects the theory and practice of building socialism in backward countries. 4.4.3 Historical meditation on embracing socialism in economically and culturally backward countries. Since the 20th century, the realities of the world's socialist revolution movement are as follows: Russia, China, and some other countries with relatively backward economies and cultures achieved the victory of a socialist revolution before the Western capitalist countries. Meanwhile, these countries have all experienced the glory of success and the pain of setback and even failure in the process of building socialism. Therefore, it is of great significance for China, and for the healthy development of the socialist revolution in the world, to think about and sum up the experiences and lessons from these countries in their socialist endeavors over the past century. 4.4.3.1 Unity of the particularity and necessity of historical development. Thanks to the interaction between the national and international natures of the contradictory movement of productivity and forms of communication, backward countries can surpass the typical or complete stage of capitalism and stride directly into socialism before the developed countries do so. This historical phenomenon has not only the particularity but also the necessity of historical development. As is known to all, A certain level of productivity requires a certain form of production relations, and production relations and the superstructure constitute the shell of a society. When established productive relations and the superstructure are adapted to the requirements of the productive forces, they will inevitably play a positive role in promoting their development. However, once enhanced to a new level, productivity needs 144. To break the old shell of the society and build a new structure of productive relations and superstructure at a high level. At this time, the original shell will inevitably confine and constrain the development of productivity. The more developed and perfect the original society, the harder the shell and the more difficult to break. On the contrary, in backward countries or regions where the shell of the society is not very hard, the new requests of the productivity can easily result in the break of the shell and the establishment of a new social form. This is an economic as well as a historical materialist explanation of the phenomenon that the revolution always breaks out first in backward countries. It is in this sense that Marx said, "No social order is ever destroyed before all the productive forces for which it is sufficient have been developed, and new superior relations of production never replace older ones before the material conditions for their existence have matured within the framework of the old society." 159. Some scholars, both at home and abroad, argue that the Marxist theory on socialist revolution is based on the principle of backwardness. The more backward the society, the easier the transition to socialism. This is undoubtedly a distortion of Marxist theory. In fact, backwardness refers to the relative backwardness compared to developed countries, not an absolute one. Lenin pointed out that, without a certain degree of the development of capitalism, it is impossible for us to be successful. 160. In fact, neither Russia nor China has surpassed the stage of capitalism. What they have surpassed is a typical or complete stage of capitalism. They were on the road of capitalism or had achieved certain degree of development of capitalism when they started the socialist revolution. Historical development is promoted by the unity of law and purpose, the unity and diversity. The orientation of development is fixed. The historical development of a country or nation may surpass a certain historical stage, but not in a reverse direction to historical laws and the general process of world history. 4.4.3.2 Compared with developed capitalist countries, building socialism in the relatively backward countries is easy at first and hard to continue. Generally speaking, it is easier for a revolutionary movement to break out in countries with backward economies and cultures. In the late 18th century and early 19th century, 145 great changes took place in the class struggle and economic situations in Western countries. Through exploitation and plunder, the ruling class of these countries had adopted a series of measures to alleviate social and class contradictions. However, in the backward countries, such as Russia and China, the moderate development of a capitalist economy was overwhelmed by the backward feudal economy. Associated with such a backward economic system were low social productivity, a serious lack of social resources, and a reactionary political system. People were living a miserable life in a society with extremely sharp social and class contradictions. They had no access to lawful means to demand their rights and needed a revolution to liberate themselves. After the October Revolution, Lenin said, "We say it is easier for a movement to start in countries that are not among those exploiting countries that have opportunities for easy plunder and that are able to bribe the upper section of their workers. I have had occasion more than once to say that it was easier for the Russians than for advanced countries to begin the great proletarian revolution, but that it will be more difficult for them to continue it and carry it to final victory in the sense of the complete organization of a socialist society. 161. It is easier to launch and win the victory of the proletarian revolution in backward countries. This can be attributed to their extremely powerful revolutionary forces. In Western capitalist countries, such as Great Britain and France, the bourgeois revolution destroyed the feudal system. The farmers are very conservative and content with small plots of land. They are therefore not revolutionary, but conservative. Nay, more, they are reactionary, for they try to roll back the will of history. 162. However, in Russia and China and other backward countries, the peasantry and the urban petty bourgeoisie can ally with the proletariat, and under the leadership of the proletariat and its political party, join its mighty revolutionary army. Lenin said. Russia's backwardness merged in a peculiar way the proletarian revolution against the bourgeoisie with the peasant revolution against the landowners. That is what we started from in October 1917, and we would not have achieved victory so easily then, if we had not. 163. 146. We should also see the other side of the problem. Although backward countries may skip over the full development stage of the capitalist relations of production and step directly into socialism, the low level of productivity and the remnants of backward thinking and cultural concepts of a pre-socialist society will inevitably become huge obstacles to socialist construction. These countries will meet enormous difficulties when building socialism. Therefore, after seizing state power or establishing a socialist system, the proletarian political parties in these countries must learn from the advanced achievements of developed capitalist countries. This is also a main theoretical basis of China's opening up to the outside world since the end of the 1970s. 4.4.33 The route and model for economically and culturally backward countries to take the socialist road must be diverse. In the history of the world socialist movement, the idea that there is only one model of socialism has long preoccupied people's minds. It has become even more deep-rooted and firmly established with the formation, consolidation, and development of the Stalin model in the 1930s. In 1950, Yugoslavia's autonomous socialism was labeled revisionist by leaders of the Soviet Union and other socialist countries. In October 1956, at its 8th plenum, the Polish United Workers' Party emphasized the diversity of the forms of socialism and proposed to follow the Polish socialist road featuring democracy. This proposal was also severely suppressed by the leading body of the Soviet Union headed by Khrushchev. One reason for the misconduct is that they insisted that all socialist countries must follow the Soviet model. As a matter of fact, the belief that there is only one socialist model does not conform to the thought of Marxist classical writers. As for what political and economic measures the proletariat should take after seizing political power, Marx and Engels wrote in Manifesto of the Communist Party, these measures will, of course, be different in different countries. 164. They emphasized the diversity of the forms of socialism. In a preface to the 1872 German edition of Manifesto of the Communist Party, they answered the question of how to correctly apply the manifesto's basic principles. Practical application of the principles will depend, as the manifesto itself states, everywhere and at all times, on the existing historical conditions. 165 They stressed that the basic principles of the manifesto should be applied in accord with the historical conditions, meaning that the CPC must respect the diversity of the forms of socialism and formulate different policies and measures according to the different conditions. Lenin's idea in this respect is even more explicit and clear. During the World War I, Lenin wrote in articles analyzing the situations, perspectives, and road of revolution that all nations will arrive at socialism. This is inevitable, but all will do so in not exactly the same way. Each will contribute something of its own to some form of democracy, to some variety of the dictatorship of the proletariat, to the varying rate of socialist transformations in the different aspects of social life. 166. 166 Complete Works of Lenin, Volume 28. Beijing, People's Press, 1990, p. 163. 167 Collected Works of Lenin, on Marxism. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 201. He meant that each nation would have its own way, form, and model of socialism, and that there would be more than one model. After the success of the October Revolution, especially during the period of the new economic policy, Lenin attached great importance to the problem. In the spring of 1921, he wrote, "There is no doubt that in a country where the overwhelming majority of the population consists of small agricultural producers, a socialist revolution can be carried out only through implementation of a whole series of special transitional measures that would be superfluous in highly developed capitalist countries where wage workers in industry and agriculture make up the vast majority." 167. That is to say that the approach and form of Russia's socialist transition, or the socialist road and model of Russia, were different from those of Western capitalist countries. It is impossible for there to be only one socialist model. Socialism with Chinese characteristics is a socialist model different from the Stalin model. Deng Xiaoping always advocated that different countries must explore their own socialist road and build socialism in line with their national conditions. On May 18, 1988, Deng Xiaoping said, in a talk with President Joaquim Alberto Chissano of Mozambique, "Given the conditions in your country, you should consider whether a headlong rush to socialism is advisable. Choosing a socialist orientation is a good idea, but first of all you have to know what socialism is. Socialism is certainly not poverty. When you speak of socialism, it can only be socialism suited to conditions in." 148. Mozambique. The world's problems cannot all be solved in the same way. China has its own way, and Mozambique must also find its own way. 168. Obviously, he believed that China had its own model and Mozambique should have its own model. In this way, he advocated that there must be diversified models of socialism. 4.4.3.4 Building socialism in economically and culturally backward countries is a long process with hoists, turns, and theoretical debates. Productivity development in countries with relatively backward economies and cultures cannot be accomplished in one day but is destined to be a long process. Meanwhile, even after arriving at socialism, the remnants of the old system and cultural ideas of the feudal and capitalist societies in these countries cannot be eliminated in a short time. Not long after the victory of the Russian Revolution, based on the reality of its backward economy, Lenin thought that Russia needed 1 or 2 generations to complete a basic socialist system. He said, "Even the more developed generation of the immediate future will barely achieve a complete transition to socialism." 169 We know that we cannot establish a socialist order now. God grant that it may be established in our country in our children's time, or perhaps in our grandchildren's time. 170. Similarly, Deng Xiaoping thought China needed an even longer period of time to consolidate and develop socialism. In his talks given in South China in 1992, he pointed out that, it will take a very long historical period to consolidate and develop a socialist system, and it will require persistent struggle by many generations, a dozen, or even several dozen. We can never rest on our oars. In a word, Lenin's retreat from wartime communism to the new economic policy and socialism with Chinese characteristics are both wise steps taken at the height of historical materialism. The world socialist movement is currently at a low ebb or in a process from a low ebb to high tide. Since the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the drastic changes in Eastern Europe, the international situation, the world economy, and global politics have undergone 149 profound changes. The remarkable achievement China has made since reform and opening up does not change the overall depression of the world socialist movement. It takes some time for socialist countries to overcome their shortcomings through reform, fully demonstrate the superiorities of a socialist system, and attract and influence people. In capitalist countries, as a global system, capitalism has the upper hand in influencing and controlling the world. Due to uneven economic and political development, there are still a large number of underdeveloped countries with backward economies and cultures. The situations in these countries, however, are quite different from those in the middle of the 20th century. New colonialism and interventionism promoted by Western countries headed by the United States have exerted a profound and extensive impact on these backward countries, making it even harder for them to realize socialism. At the same time, we also see that the structure of the working class in contemporary capitalist countries has changed. With the adjustment of the industrial structure, the internal class structure of capitalist countries is becoming more complex and multilevel. There are more and more transitional strata between the working class and the bourgeoisie. It seems that it is very difficult for these countries to take a socialist road. In a word, we must be fully aware of the historical inevitability for backward countries to take the lead in realizing socialism and to shoulder the hardships, twists, and turns in this historical process. Chapter 5. The Sinicization of Marxism and the Theoretical System of Building Socialism with Chinese Characteristics. During more than 80 years of arduous exploration in combining the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with China's specific realities, two historic leaps have been made, producing two great theoretical systems. The first is the theoretical system of the new democratic revolution, the correct theoretical principles and the summarization of experiences in the Chinese Revolution formed during the new democratic revolution. The second is the theoretical system of building socialism with Chinese characteristics, the correct theoretical principles and the summarization of experiences in China's socialist construction developed during socialist construction. Both systems are the outcome of the practical experiences and collective wisdom of the party and the people and constitute its invaluable political and spiritual wealth. As early as April 1956, Mao Zedong pointed out at the enlarged meeting of the Central Political Bureau that the most important thing for us is to think independently, to combine the tenets of Marxism-Leninism with the specific realities of China's revolution and construction. During the democratic revolution, we suffered severely until we realized this combination and won the victory of the new democratic revolution. Now, in the socialist revolution and construction, the CPC must combine Marxism with China's reality for a second time to find a path for building socialism in China. 171. At the new stage in the new century, President Hu Jintao further pointed out, as the latest achievement in adapting Marxism to Chinese conditions, the theory of building socialism with Chinese characteristics belongs to the theoretical achievements made during the second historic leap in combining Marxism-Leninism with China's specific realities. 172. These important statements reveal the history of the theoretical system of building socialism with Chinese characteristics, from its origin to its development, and they determine its historical position in adapting Marxism to Chinese conditions, providing an important basis for us to learn and research the theoretical system. Therefore, deepening our understanding of the historical process and development law of the Sinicization of Marxism, and to further learn and research Mao Zedong thought and the theory of building socialism with Chinese characteristics is of great significance for us to keep to the path of building socialism with Chinese characteristics and create a new situation in reform, opening up, and socialist modernization. 5.1 Essential requirements and historical process of the Sinicization of Marxism. As a scientific world outlook and methodology, Marxism is a powerful theoretical weapon to guide any proletarian political party to understand and transform the world, and to accomplish man's historical mission of liberating the proletariat and all mankind. In building a proletarian political party, Marx and Engels pointed out that the theoretical system consisting of dialectical and historical materialism, political economics for the working class, and scientific socialism is the guiding ideology of the party, and emphasized that having a scientific world outlook as theoretical basis is one of the big advantages of the proletarian political party. 173. Since its birth in 1921, the Communist Party of China has established Marxism as its basic guiding ideology, and through the education of Marxist theories within the party, overcome all kinds of non-proletarian ideology and transformed the majority of the party members of peasant and small bourgeois origin into firm communist fighters. 153. As Mao Zedong said in a political report to the 7th National Congress of the CPC, from its very beginning our party has based itself on the theory of Marxism-Leninism, for Marxism-Leninism is the crystallization of the most correct and most revolutionary scientific thought of the world proletariat. 174. In the course of more than 80 years of eventful and arduous struggles, our party has always maintained a vanguard nature in leading the people of all ethnic groups to win the victories of the socialist revolution, construction, and reform. The principal reason for our success lies in our adherence to the principle of building the party ideologically, creatively applying Marxism to the specific practice in China, and making Sinicized Marxism the common ideological foundation for the unity and struggle of the Chinese people. 5.1.1 Scientific attitude and fundamental principles in adhering to and developing Marxism. To guide our practice with Marxism, we must take a scientific attitude toward it, consciously combine the basic principles of Marxism with the features of the times, solve the new problems of the new era with a Marxist standpoint, viewpoint, and method, and constantly update Marxism to ensure that it keeps up with the times. Marxism plays a pivotal role in guiding the social practice of the party and the people because it is a scientific theory developing with the changes of the times, is the essence of the spirit of the times, and has the theoretical quality of keeping pace with the times, always maintaining its vitality. As early as 1872, Marx and Engels wrote, of the preface in the German version of the Communist Manifesto, that the general principles laid down in the manifesto are, on the whole, as correct today as ever. The practical application of the principles will depend, everywhere and at all times, on the historical conditions for the time being. This program has in some details been antiquated. In his talk on reading a textbook of political economics published in the Soviet Union, Mao Zedong pointed out, first of all, the books of these ancestors, such as Marx, must be read, and their basic principles must be observed. However, the Communist Party of any country, the 154 ideological and political circles of any country, must create new theories, write new books, and produce their own theorists to serve their current politics. We can't just rely on the ancestors. Now, we have entered the socialist era and are facing a series of new problems. On practice and on contradictions are not enough. We must adapt to the new needs, write new works, and develop new theories. 175. 175 Collected Works of Mao Zedong, Volume 8. Beijing, People's Press, 1999, p. 109. 176 Selected Works of Lenin, Volume 1. Beijing, People's Press, 1995, pages 274 to 275. Deng Xiaoping also emphasized that, now we are engaged in building socialism with Chinese characteristics. Different eras and tasks require us to master the basic Marxist theory in line with new realities and promote the development of both our cause and Marxist theory. The Chinese Communists with Mao Zedong, Deng Xiaoping, Jiang Zemin, and Hu Jintao as the representatives made scientific judgments on the themes and features of the times, reached a new realm in the development of Marxism, and created, respectively, such major strategic theories as Mao Zedong thought, Deng Xiaoping theory, the important thought of the three represents, and the scientific outlook on development. Thanks to their great insight and outstanding contributions, our party is able to march in the forefront of development of the times. Under the leadership of the party, the Chinese PLE have made remarkable achievements in socialist revolution, construction, and reform. Our great achievement provides a striking contrast to some communist countries in which the Communist Party failed to keep up with the times, stuck to an outdated theory and rigid system, and ended up in the downfall of the party and subjugation of the country. Adopting a scientific attitude toward Marxism, the CPC must consciously combine the tenets of Marxism with China's specific realities, guide our practice with nationalized and localized Marxism, and constantly promote the Sinicization of Marxism. Lenin said, "What the Marxist theory provides are the general guiding principles. The specific application of these principles varies in different countries. England is different from France, France is different from Germany, and Germany is different from Russia." 176. Mao Zedong clearly put forward the proposition of the Sinicization of Marxism. As early as 1938 at the 6th plenary session of the 6th Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, he pointed out, the great strength of Marxism-Leninism lies precisely in its integration with the concrete revolutionary practice of all countries. For the Chinese Communist Party, it is a 155 matter of learning to apply the theory of Marxism-Leninism to the specific circumstances of China. For Chinese communists who are part of the great Chinese nation, flesh of its flesh and blood of its blood, any talk about Marxism in isolation from China's characteristics is merely Marxism in the abstract, Marxism in a vacuum. Hence, to apply Marxism concretely in China so that its every manifestation has an indubitably Chinese character, i.e., to apply Marxism in the light of China's specific characteristics, becomes an urgent problem for the whole party to understand and solve. 177. In terms of content, the Sinicization of Marxism means that we must enrich and develop Marxist theory and use the Marxist position, viewpoint, and method to study and solve China's practical problems. In terms of the form, Sinicized Marxism refers to Marxism with Chinese style, elaborated in plain and simple Chinese language and used to reveal the nature and laws of Chinese revolution and construction. Deng Xiaoping said to Mike Wallace, "We have Marxism or the communist ideal. It is through the integration of the tenets of Marxism with the realities of China that we won revolutionary victory. Since this victory, in the course of construction, we have again integrated the fundamental principles of Marxism with the concrete practice of China." 178. Practice has proved that, when we break away from China's reality, apply mechanically the Marxist classics or copy blindly other countries' theories and practice, we will inevitably cause great harm to the cause of the party and the country. Therefore, grading the basic principles of Marxism with the concrete realities of China to promote the Sinicization of Marxism is key to the prosperity of the party and the country. Adopting a scientific attitude toward Marxism, we must constantly promote the popularization of Marxism, elaborate on its fundamental principles and basic viewpoints in plain and explicit language so that they can be easily understood, accepted, and flexibly applied by the people. Marxism is not a profound and obscure theory confined to studies and monopolized by a few elites. Instead, it is a simple and down-to-earth theory serving people's needs and should be mastered by the majority of the people. What is particularly worth mentioning is that Marxism is not a spontaneous product of the workers' movement. Rather, it is a scientific theoretical system created by the outstanding intellectuals Marx and Engels on the basis of their summarization of the history of social development and the critical absorption of all fine achievements of 156. Human civilization. To be accepted by the majority of the people, it must go through an arduous process of popularization to be mastered by the people. Without the work to popularize the theory, it is impossible for Marxist theory to be transformed into material power to destroy the exploitation system, or for it to be tested, enriched, and developed in the practice of millions of people. It would be limited to the studies and brains of the aurists as Marxism that is not understood or used by the people and a doctrine that could be neither realized nor developed. Its ability to be popularized is an essential attribute of Marxism, it is also an inherent requirement of its function, development, and innovation. Marx said that ideas cannot carry out anything at all. In order to carry out ideas, men are needed who can exert practical force. 179 Engels put forward some effective ways to promote and spread Marxism. In practice, he suggested rewriting the main chapters and viewpoints of Das Kapital into several popular pamphlets to popularize Marxist theories and gave some specific advice on their content and writing. Lenin emphasized that with persistent efforts the CPC must penetrate the Marxist principle into the brains, habits, and life routines of the people 180 to transform it into a firm belief. Another incisive saying of Lenin is maximum Marxism equals maximum popularization. 181 Mao Zedong also pointed out clearly that we must liberate Marxist philosophy from books and classrooms and turn it into a sharp weapon in the hands of the broad masses of the people. Rather than degrading and vulgarizing Marxism, the tight integration of Marxism with the life of the people is the inevitable way for Marxism to win the hearts and guide the practice of the people. During the period of the new democratic revolution, without the popularization of Marxism and Mao Zedong thought that won the support of millions of people, it would have been impossible to overthrow the three mountains of imperialism, feudalism, and bureaucrat capitalism, and turn the semi-feudal and semi-colonial old China into a socialist new China. During periods of socialist modernization and reform, without the popularization of Mao Zedong thought and the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics that won the support of billions of people, it is equally impossible for our party to have registered the great achievements in socialist modernization and reform and opening up in a large Oriental country with a backward economy and culture within such a short period of time. 157. The modernization, Sinicization, and popularization of Marxism are interrelated and constitute an organic unity with Sinicization as the core. Vertically, temporally, Marxism keeps developing with the times with its application and innovation adapting to the features of the proletarian liberation movement in different eras. Horizontally, spatially, it suits the local conditions with its application and innovation in line with the concrete realities of different countries. Practically, main body, it wins the hearts of the people through publicizing and popularizing the scientific theory of Marxism in lively and flexible ways to turn itself into a powerful ideological weapon for the people to understand and transform the world. For Marxism to grasp the pulse of the times and to be believed by the people, it must adapt to the basic national conditions of various periods in China. Therefore, the process of the modernization and popularization of Marxism must be accompanied with the Sinicization of Marxism. Deng Xiaoping pointed out that we have profound faith in Marxism, but we must integrate it with Chinese realities. Only Marxism that is integrated with Chinese realities is the genuine Marxism we need. 182. Hu Jintao also stressed that upholding and consolidating the status of Marxism in China provides the basic guarantees for unity between the CPC and the people and ensuring our country always takes the correct course. Meanwhile, only when Marxism is closely integrated with the actual conditions of China, with the trend of the times, and is constantly enriched and developed through practice, can its role of guiding practice be brought into fuller play. 183. In the past 90 years, the CPC has persistently integrated the basic principles of Marxism with the features of the times, the concrete realities of China, and the practice of the people, constantly promoted the Sinicization of Marxism, and guided the Chinese Revolution, construction, reform, and opening up by the theoretical achievements made in adhering to and developing Marxism. 5.1.2 Arduous exploration and theoretical achievements in the Sinicization of Marxism. From the historical situation and social reality of China, the Chinese Communists, with Mao Zedong as their chief representative, creatively applied a Marxist standpoint, viewpoint, and method to the study of the characteristics and law of the Chinese Revolution, answered a series of major questions about how to carry out the new democratic revolution and 158. Take the path of socialism in China, and created Mao Zedong thought. At the 7th National Congress of the CPC, Mao Zedong thought, established as the guiding ideology of the party, provided a powerful guarantee for building a united, disciplined, and heroic work in class vanguard to lead the people of the nation to win the war against the Japanese invasion and the victory of national liberation. Under the guidance of Mao Zedong thought and the leadership of the CPC, the Chinese people accomplished the historical tasks of national independence and people's liberation, founded a socialist new China, and laid a sound political and institutional foundation for development in contemporary China. After the establishment of a socialist system, China was faced with the new task of building and consolidating a socialist country with a backward economy and culture. Drawing on the experiences and lessons of the Soviet Union in building socialism, Mao Zedong began to think about how to build and develop socialism in China, and gained invaluable ideological insights in how to guide China's socialist construction. For instance, he suggested that in order to realize industrialization, the CPC must properly balance the relationships among agriculture, light industry, and heavy industry, consolidate the worker-peasant alliance, and achieve greater, faster, better, and more economical results in building socialism. He comprehensively expounded the basic contradictions in the socialist society, pointing out that the CPC must distinguish between the two kinds: contradictions between party members and the enemy, and contradictions among the people. Mao Zedong said that correctly dealing with contradiction among the people is the theme of political life in China. Due to the complexity of domestic and international situations and for various reasons, some of the correct ideas of Mao Zedong on the construction of socialism had not been implemented, and he had made serious mistakes, such as the Cultural Revolution. However, his painstaking exploration in building socialism and the invaluable achievements he had made in this respect will go down in history and never be denied. The second generation of party leadership with Deng Xiaoping at its core correctly evaluated the merits and demerits of Mao Zedong and the historical position of Mao Zedong thought as follows. In many ways, we are now trying to accomplish what Mao Zedong had proposed, but not finished, correct his mistakes, and do a good job in what he failed to do well. We will continue to do so for quite a long time. Of course, we have developed Mao Zedong thought and will go on developing it. 184. In his report to the 17th National Congress of the CPC, Hu Jintao also emphasized that the ongoing reform, opening up, and socialist modernization drive undertaken by the people of all ethnic groups under the party's leadership are a continuation and development of the great cause of socialist construction since the founding of the People's Republic, and the great cause of the Chinese people's struggle for national independence, prosperity, and strength since modern times. 185. If we negate completely Mao Zedong's theory and practice in building socialism and the historical status of the 30 years from the founding of New China in 1949 to initiating reform and opening up in 1978 in the development of socialism in China, the system of the theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics would become water without a source and a tree without roots. The Chinese Communists with Deng Xiaoping as their chief representative summarized the historical lessons and experiences since the founding of the People's Republic of China, restored and developed the party's ideological guideline of emancipating the mind and seeking truth from facts, transferred the work center of the party to economic development, adhered to the four cardinal principles, carried out reform and opening up, and created a new situation in the socialist modernization drive. They gradually formulated the guidelines, principles, and policies of building socialism with Chinese characteristics, expounded the basic problems in building, consolidating and developing socialism in China, and developed Deng Xiaoping theory. From the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee through the 15th National Congress of the CPC, Deng Xiaoping theory was established as the guiding ideology of the party, providing a powerful guarantee for building a Marxist political party armed with the theory of building socialism with Chinese characteristics and able to stand the test of various risks to lead China in opening up a new path of reform, opening up, and socialist modernization. In his speech to celebrate the 80th anniversary of the founding of the Communist Party of China, Jiang Zemin pointed out that Mao Zedong thought and Deng Xiaoping theory constitute Chinese Marxism, which embodies the basic principles of Marxism-Leninism and the fine philosophy of the Chinese nation and the practical experience of the Chinese Communists. It is exactly because we have had the guidance of Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong 160 thought, and Deng Xiaoping theory that our party has been able to lead the people in overcoming all hardships and setbacks and winning one victory after another. 186. Our party and nation are facing new opportunities and challenges in the 21st century. as China has entered a new stage of building a moderately prosperous society in all respects and accelerated the socialist modernization drive. In terms of national conditions, remarkable achievements have been made in reform and opening up, and China's overall strength has been significantly increased. The economic composition, forms of organization, means of employment, interests of different sectors, and modalities of distribution have increasingly diversified. The people have become more independent, selective, changeable, and diverse in thinking. Consequently, the contradictions and problems the CPC faces in economic and social development are becoming more complicated and prominent. In terms of the conditions of the party, after more than 80 years of development, the position, environment, and the tasks of our party have undergone tremendous changes. The number of new party members has increased by a big margin, while cadres of the younger generation have been replacing the older ones, and many young cadres have taken leading positions. On the basis of summarizing the practical experiences gained since reform and opening up, especially since the fourth plenary session of the 13th Central Commission of the CPC, the Chinese Communists with Jiang Zemin as their chief representative scientifically and accurately sized up the international and domestic situations and our party's historical position and created the important thought of the three represents. With the collective wisdom of the CPC, this theory elevated the development of China's advanced productive forces, the promotion of China's superior culture, and the realization of the fundamental interests of the overwhelming majority of the Chinese people to the height of the nature, principle, and guiding ideology of the party. The theory of three represents reflected the new requirements for the work of the party and the nation, arising from changes and development in contemporary China and beyond, and it creatively answered the questions of what socialism is, how to build it, and what kind of party to build, and how to build it with a series of new ideas and viewpoints. It is there for a continuation and development of Marxism-Leninism, Mao Zedong thought, and Deng Xiaoping theory as the third major theoretical achievement in adapting Marxism 161 to Chinese conditions. To maintain the vanguard nature of our party in theory, at the 16th National Congress of the CPC, the important thought of three represents was established as a guiding ideology of the party that must be followed for a long time to come to ensure that our guiding ideology will keep pace with the times. Since the 16th National Congress of the CPC, the Chinese Communists with Hu Jintao as their chief representative have kept up with new developments and changes in and outside China, grasped the strategic opportunities of this important period, vigorously improved the socialist market economic system, promoted scientific development and social harmony, practiced core socialist values, and resolutely carried forward the great cause of reform, opening up, and the socialist modernization in building a moderately prosperous society in all respects. In light of the basic reality that China is in the primary stage of socialism and the current features of development in China, the Central Committee of the CPC with Hu Jintao as General Secretary proceeded from the overall situation of the development of the cause of the party and the nation, and put forward the scientific outlook on development that advocates people-oriented, comprehensive, balanced, and sustainable development. From 8 aspects, namely, economic development, economic system, people's living standards, coordinated development, democratic and political progress, cultural progress, social progress, and opening up to the outside world. The report to the 17th National Congress of the CPC expounded the current features of development in China, described the extensive and profound changes taking place from productivity to relations of production, from the economic base to the superstructure, and a series of new Contradictions and problems that the CPC faced in economic and social development. Meanwhile, CPC members must realize that the basic reality that China is still in the primary stage of socialism and will remain so for a long time to come has not changed. Nor has Chinese society's principal contradiction, the one between the ever-growing material and cultural needs of the Chinese people and their low level of social production. A large population, weak economic foundation, unbalanced development between urban and rural areas, and an underdeveloped productivity status are still the biggest problems. In China, the contradictions and problems the CPC encountered in development are rare in the world in terms of size and complexity. The current reality requires that we must always bear in mind the basic fact that China is in the primary stage of socialism, be fully aware of the protracted and arduous nature of building a moderately prosperous society. In all respects, basically realize socialist modernization, discover and solve problems, and 162. Make decisions according to the principle of seeking truth from facts. As the concrete manifestation of that basic reality at this new stage in the new century, the current feature of development in China is the foundation of the scientific outlook on development. In line with the Marxist standpoint, viewpoint, and method, and focusing on development, the top priority of the party in governing and rejuvenating the country, the scientific outlook on development summarized the experiences and lessons of development at home and abroad, and further answered major theoretical and practical questions, such as what socialism is and how to build it, what kind of party we must build and how to build it, and what kind of development China should achieve and how to achieve it. It is a new theoretical weapon to strengthen and improve party building and promote the self-improvement and development of the socialist political system of our country. As a product of the integration of Marxism with the current features and China's practical reality, the scientific outlook on development is, in essence, the latest theoretical achievement in the modernization, Sinicization, and popularization of Marxism, an important guiding principle for China's economic and social development, and a major strategic thought that must be followed and implemented in building socialism with Chinese characteristics. At its 17th National Congress, the CPC summarized the invaluable experiences gained in the historical process of reform and opening up, creatively put forward and expounded the system of the theories of building socialism with Chinese characteristics, and incorporated it, together with taking the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics, into the general category of holding the great banner of socialism with Chinese characteristics. Taking the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics means we will, under the leadership of the CPC and in light of China's basic conditions, take economic development as the central task, adhere to the four cardinal principles, persevere in reform and opening up, release and develop the productive forces, consolidate and improve the socialist system, develop a socialist market economy, socialist democracy, an advanced socialist culture, and a harmonious socialist society, and make China a prosperous, strong, democratic, culturally advanced, and harmonious modern socialist country. The system of the theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics is the concentrated reflection and scientific generalization of the great practice and basic experience of building socialism with Chinese characteristics, the embodiment of the wisdom and hard work of several generations of Chinese communists leading the people in carrying 163 out tireless explorations and practices, and the invaluable political and intellectual asset of the party and the people. The great banner of socialism with Chinese characteristics is the organic unity of the path and theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics. It guides the correct direction of development and progress in contemporary China, and lays a sound foundation for a common ideology and political program that unites the party and the people. Holding high the great banner of socialism with Chinese characteristics, the CPC must, on one hand, continue to explore the development path of socialism with Chinese characteristics under the guidance of the system of the theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics, and, on the other, keep enriching and developing the system in practice along the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics. 5.2 Scientific connotation and essential features of the theory of building socialism with Chinese characteristics. Marx and Engels once wrote that all epoch-making systems have as their real content the needs of the time in which they arose. Each one is based on the whole of the antecedent development of a nation, on the historical growth of its class relations with their political, moral, philosophical, and other consequences. 187. The system of the theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics was formed to tackle the historical task of how to build, consolidate, and develop socialism under the conditions of reform, opening up, and a socialist market economy in an economically and culturally backward country. It is a science for the systematic study of the nature and law of the socialist construction in China. 5.2.1 Logical structure of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. Any theoretical system must have a strict logical structure, that is, an intrinsic link between concepts and principles. Otherwise, it cannot constitute a theoretical system. 164. And it is very hard for people to grasp it completely and systematically. Based on the objective facts and the practice of reform, opening up, and the modernization drive, the system of the theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics reflected, with complete logical form, the theme of how to understand and build socialism in such an economically and culturally backward country as China, and revealed profoundly the essential features and development law of socialism in China. An in-depth study of the logical structure and distinct features of this theoretical system is indispensable for us to comprehensively grasp the scientific connotation and essential features of the system through the integration of theory and practice. 5.2.1.1 Philosophical foundation and quintessence of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. The system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics is based on Marxist philosophy, dialectical and historical materialism. The Marxist philosophical viewpoints on objectivity, connection, development, practice, and the masses are the standpoint, viewpoints, and methods always adhered to in the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. They not only guided the conception, birth, and development of the system, but also permeated every part of the system and contributed to the establishment of this scientific T-system. Therefore, Marxist philosophy is both the foundation of the world outlook and methodology and is the supreme level of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. As a fundamental viewpoint and method of Marxism, emancipating the mind and seeking truth from facts constitutes the essence of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. Crystallizing the essence of Marxism, particularly its philosophy, dialectical and historical materialism, into the principle of seeking truth from facts is the theoretical innovation of the Chinese Communists with Mao Zedong and Deng Xiaoping as their chief representatives. It is, as well, a shining example of adapting Marxism to Chinese conditions. As early as June 1968, Deng Xiaoping pointed out in his speech at the All-Army Conference on Political Work, the principle of seeking truth from facts is the point of departure, the fundamental point, in Mao Zedong thought as well as the fundamental Mental viewpoint and method of Marxism. 188. Later on, he expounded, from the height of a philosophical world outlook and methodology, the theoretical significance and ideological guideline of seeking truth from facts on several important occasions. In December 1978, he pointed out at the closing meeting of the Working Conference of the Central Committee that seeking truth from facts is the basis of the proletarian world outlook as well as the ideological basis of Marxism. Just as in the past we achieved all the victories in our revolution by following this principle, so today we must rely on it in our effort to accomplish the four modernizations. 189. In February 1980, reiterated at the 5th plenary session of the 11th Central Committee of the CPC, the third plenary session laid down, or more precisely, reaffirmed the party's Marxist ideological line. Marx and Engels propounded the ideological line of dialectical and historical materialism, a line that Mao Zedong summarized in the four Chinese characters: seek truth from facts. To seek truth from facts, we must proceed from reality in all things, link theory with practice, and hold practice to be the touchstone of truth. That is the ideological line of our party. 190. Early in 1992, in his historic tour in South China, he emphasized again that the essence of Marxism is seeking truth from facts. That's what we should advocate, not book worship. The reform and the opening up policy have been successful, not because we relied on books, but because we relied on practice and sought truth from facts. 191. One of the salient features of our party in adhering to the Marxist ideological line is to unite emancipating the mind and seeking truth from facts in a dialectical way and constantly open up new realms in the cause of building socialism with Chinese characteristics. In the late 1970s, the CPC Central Committee gave top priority to the emancipation of the mind of the party to restore the ideological guideline of seeking truth from facts. Deng Xiaoping pointed out, when it comes to emancipating our minds, using our heads, seeking truth from facts, and uniting as one in looking to the future, the primary task is to emancipate our minds. Only then can we, guided as we should be by Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, find correct solutions to emerging as well as inherited problems, fruitfully reform those aspects of the relations of production and of the 166 superstructure that do not correspond with the rapid development of our productive forces, and chart a specific course and formulate specific policies, methods, and measures needed to achieve the four modernizations under our actual conditions. 192. In his eyes, emancipating the mind and seeking truth from facts are interrelated and integral parts of an organic unity. Emancipating our minds means making our thinking conform to reality, making the subjective conform to the objective, and that means seeking truth from facts. When we want to be practical and realistic in all our work, we must continue to emancipate our minds. 193. The 17th National Congress of the CPC summarized the practical experiences in reform and opening up and called the principle of emancipating the mind a magic instrument for developing socialism with Chinese characteristics. 194. From the philosophical perspective, the powerful vitality of the system of the rise of socialism with Chinese characteristics lies in its adherence to the cognitive line of dialectical and historical materialism and the basic principle of emancipating the mind and seeking truth from facts to adapt to the changes and development of international situations and the concrete realities of China, overcome idealism and metaphysics that divorce theory from practice, and keep consolidating and developing socialism with Chinese characteristics. The system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics uses, in a creative way, materialist dialectics to analyze and solve problems emerging in the process of reform, opening up, and modernization, and enrich and develop the world outlook, including the historical view and methodology of dialectical materialism and historical materialism. In 1985, Deng Xiaoping said sincerely and earnestly at the National Congress of the CPC, "Times have changed and our tasks have changed. We are now building socialism with Chinese characteristics. There is indeed much new knowledge we need to master, but that makes it all the more necessary for us to study basic Marxist theory in light of the new situation. Because that is the only way we can become better able to apply the basic principles and methods of Marxism to solving the fundamental questions arising in the political, economic, social, and cultural fields. And that is the 167. Only way we can advance both our cause and the theory of Marxism and also prevent cadres, particularly the newly promoted young and middle-aged cadres, from losing their bearings in the increasingly complex struggle. That will enable them to become well versed in basic Marxist theory, and thus they will adhere more strictly to principles and work more systematically and with greater foresight and creativity. Only thus can our party keep to the socialist road and go on to build socialism with Chinese characteristics until we reach our ultimate goal, communism." 195. Marxist philosophy is not only the philosophical foundation of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics, but it is its central component. As the fundamental view and method of Marxism and the central content of the party's ideological guideline, emancipating the mind and seeking truth from facts is the quintessence of every aspect of the theoretical system throughout the whole process of its development. The CPC must study and grasp the historical position and guiding significance of the system from the altitude of Marxist philosophy. 5.2.1.2 Important cornerstone of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. The so-called theoretical cornerstone refers to the most fundamental principle of a scientific system or theory that is vital, fundamental, and decisive to the birth and development of a system or theory. In expounding the theory of scientific socialism, Engels believed that Marx had made two major discoveries. The first is a new view on history. That is, historical materialism, which revealed the law of the development of human history and was extremely important to the concept of socialism. The second is the theory of surplus value, which completely clarified the relationship between capital and labor, revealed the special law of motion governing the present-day capitalist mode of production, and the bourgeois society that this mode of production has created, and led to the scientific conclusion that socialism and communism will inevitably replace capitalism. Therefore, modern scientific socialism is based on these two major facts. 196 Lenin further illustrated that historical materialism and the theory of surplus value are the corner stones of scientific socialism. These two theories turned socialism from utopia to science. Similarly, the theories of the essence of socialism, the primary stage of socialism, and the socialist market economy illustrated the current stage of the development of China's socialism, the forms of our socialist practice in light of the realities of China, laying 168. A sound foundation for the establishment of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. The other parts of the system are the specific demonstration and extension of this system, serving as the most fundamental theoretical content in the system, without which the establishment of the system would be out of the question. The theory of the essence of socialism is the generalization of the major properties and features of socialism and profoundly embodies the socialist ideals and goals. In the Talks during his inspection tour in southern China in 1992, Deng Xiaoping pointed out that the essence of socialism is liberation and development of the productive forces, elimination of exploitation and polarization, and the ultimate achievement of prosperity for all. 197. This statement revealed the long-term goals of socialism to eliminate exploitation and polarization to ultimately achieve prosperity for all, and stressed the basic task of liberalizing and developing the productive forces. China's socialist society, reflecting the degree of our understanding and realization of socialism at the present stage. The two aspects are interrelated and constitute a comprehensive understanding of the essence of socialism. The theory on the essence of socialism must be implemented in all respects, and in the whole process of China's socialist revolution and construction. The insight of our party into the essence of socialism laid a sound foundation for all the theories and viewpoints on socialism with Chinese characteristics, and answered the questions of what socialism is and how to build it. The theory of the primary stage of socialism is the scientific understanding of the stages and process of socialism and the historical position of Chinese socialism, and the correct judgment made by our party on the development law of human society and the basic conditions of China. Since the third plenary session of the 11th CPC Central Committee, the Party Central Committee has made a correct analysis of the national conditions and drawn a scientific conclusion that our country is still in the primary stage of socialism. It has two connotations. The first is that our country has already entered a socialist society, and the CPC must adhere to but cannot leave socialism. The second is that, as China is in the primary stage of socialism and will remain so for a long time, the CPC must face this reality and know it cannot skip this development stage. In the report to the 15th National Congress of the CPC, it was pointed out that socialism is the primary stage of communism, and China is in the primary stage of socialism, that is, a stage of underdevelopment. In this large eastern country, it is a 169 great victory for us to take the socialist road after a period of new democracy. But at the time when China entered socialism, it lagged far behind developed countries in terms of productive force development. China is, therefore, destined to go through a rather long primary stage of socialism. During this stage, China will accomplish industrialization and the socialization, market orientation, and modernization of its economy. 198. In a general sense, it is not the initial phase, a phase that every country goes through in the process of building socialism. Rather it is, in a particular sense, the specific stage China must necessarily go through while building socialism under the conditions of backward productive forces and an underdeveloped commodity economy. As the saying goes, every long journey begins with the first step. To build socialism in China, we must start from the reality of the primary stage of socialism rather than from a subjective desire, by blindly copying foreign models, or with a dogmatic understanding of a particular Marxist theory or erroneous arguments with the label of Marxism. The theory of the primary stage of socialism is both the starting point of the practice of socialism with Chinese characteristics and the foothold of the theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics. It is the important foundation and integral part of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics, and it is the realistic basis and theoretical proposition for our party to formulate its line, guiding principles and policies. The theory of a socialist market economy revealed the law governing the contractative movement between socialist productive forces and relations of production and the essential features of the economic form of the Chinese economy. Integrating socialism With the market economy, it is one of the most important ideological achievements made in the history of economics for hundreds of years, as well as a great innovation and pioneering work of our party. Since the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee, Deng Xiaoping made an in-depth analysis of the changes and development of the international economy, summarized the experiences and lessons of China's economic development, and asserted that a market economy is also applicable in a socialist country. The 14th National Congress of the CPC clearly set the goal for the reform of China's economic system to establish a socialist market economic system that is in line with both the objective law of the World Economic Development and objective requirement of the development of China's 170 productive forces. The 15th and 16th National Congresses of the CPC summarized the theoretical and practical experiences in building a socialist market economic system, answered some of the deep-seated questions concerning the development of the socialist market economy, and followed the direction of the reform of the socialist market economy. Since the socialist market economy is combined with the basic economic system of socialism, the basic political system, and the socialist spiritual civilization, the CPC must address such complicated problems as how to integrate a market economy with socialist public ownership, state regulation, state control, the socialist democracy and legal system, and with socialist moral and ethical progress. Therefore, as a foundation of Chinese economics and an important principle of the theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics, the theory of a socialist market economy has an important bearing on the overall situation of China's reform, opening up, and socialist modernization drive. 5.2.1.3 Main framework of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. The theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics is both abstract and concrete. It expounds not only the world outlook, methodology, and general laws and principles for building socialism with Chinese characteristics from the abstract perspective of philosophy, but it is also a series of important principles for economic, political, cultural, and social development, foreign strategy, and party building with Chinese characteristics, all in line with the reality that China is at the primary stage of socialism, revealing the essential attributes, the form of realization, and the law of development of socialism with Chinese characteristics from a concrete dimension. These important principles embody the basic program and strategic deployment of building socialism with Chinese characteristics, and are the concrete implementation of the party's basic line and important theories in all aspects of economic and social development. In light of Deng Xiaoping theory and the party's basic line, and aiming at the goal of building China into a powerful, prosperous, democratic, and highly civilized socialist country, the 15th National Congress of the CPC further clarified the questions of what are the economy, politics, and culture with Chinese characteristics at the primary stage of socialism and how to build them, and formulated the basic program of the party in the primary stage of socialism. The 16th National Congress of the CPC clearly set social harmony as an important goal of building a moderately prosperous society in all respects. At its fourth 171 plenary session, the CPC Central Committee put forward the strategic task of building a harmonious socialist society. It made continuously improving its ability to build a socialist harmonious society an important content in strengthening the party's governance capability. The sixth session of the 16th Central Committee further clarified the position of the task of building a harmonious socialist society in the overall arrangement of the cause of socialism with Chinese characteristics, and it issued a special decision on several major issues concerning the building of a harmonious socialist society. In light of the changes in both international and domestic situations and the current features of China's development in the new era, the 17th National Congress of the CPC made a comprehensive deployment for a socialist economy, politics, culture, and for social development, national reunification, and national defense, army building, put forward a clear requirement for advancing the great new undertaking to build the party in the spirit of reform and innovation, and solemnly declared to the world the CPC's steadfast belief in an action program for building socialism with Chinese characteristics from a new historical starting point. Interrelated and organically united, the basic objectives, policies, experiences, and principle formulated for the accomplishment of the tasks in all these respects constitute the major framework and main content of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. 5.2.1.4 Basic category of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. Category: a basic concept revealing the contradictive relationships among matters. Refers to the reflection and generalization of the essence of matters in the human mind. Lenin defined it as steps in the process of human understanding of the world and the nodes on the net for a human being to understand and grasp natural phenomena. Similarly, the basic category of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics is the reflection and generalization of the major issues and contradictive relationship the CPC has made in understanding socialism and socialist construction, as well as nodes in the net of understanding and grasp of socialism with Chinese characteristics. In other words, the indispensable steps on the road leading to the understanding of socialism with Chinese characteristics. The concept of category is, therefore, a basic element and vital link in the study of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. 199. The basic category of socialism with Chinese characteristics embodies the forms of practice and important achievements of the party and the people in the exploration of 172. The path of building socialism in China. It is the crystallization of historical experience and collective wisdom of the party and the people in adhering to and developing socialism with Chinese characteristics. Mao Zedong's on 10 major relationships, Jiang Zemin's correctly handling some major relationships in the socialist modernization drive, and the 10 integrations on reform and opening up summarized in the report to the 17th National Congress of the CPC, among others, are all invaluable materials for party members to study the category of socialism with Chinese characteristics. The CPC has refined 8 pairs of major categories, namely, 1. The tenets of Marxism and the sinicization of Marxism, 2. The 4 cardinal principles and reform and opening up, 3. The basic system of socialism and the specific institution of socialism, planning and market, 4. Efficiency and fairness, 5. The people's democracy and the rule of law, 6. The leadership of the party and the grassroots mass autonomy, 7. Independence, 8. And opening up to the outside world. The CPC will research these categories to assist people to better grasp the dialectical materialism in China's reform, opening up, and socialist modernization drive. This will generate a deeper understanding of the basic principles of socialism with Chinese characteristics and its theoretical system. The 4 parts mentioned above: the philosophical foundation and quintessence, the important cornerstone, the main framework, and the basic category of the system of the theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics comprehensively reflect the rich connotation, spiritual essence, and intrinsic logical structure of the great cause of building socialism with Chinese characteristics. They embody correct answers to a series of basic questions concerning the understanding and building of socialism in contemporary China, and constitute an extensive and profound scientific system. Of course, any mature theory has a corresponding system that must be correctly understood, one that shows the integrity and the scientific nature of the theory but does not mean the end of theoretical understanding. Only by adhering to the system of the theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics and continuing to enrich and develop the system in practice, can the CPC constantly promote the vigorous development of socialist theory and movement. 5.2.2 Distinct features of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. The dominant idea in a society should be not only the essence of the spirit of a nation in an era, but also a symbol of the spirit of the nation and of the times. The fundamental 173 reason for the system of the theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics to be established as the guiding principle of the party and the ideological foundation for the solidarity and endeavor of the Chinese people of all ethnic groups lies in the theoretical coherence, strong sense of reality, and high degree of openness of the theory. Reflecting the development trend of the times and the requirements of the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, it is the spiritual pillar for the Chinese people to successfully carry out reform and opening up and realize socialist modernization. The system of the theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics is coherent, always based objective facts, and has a scientific standpoint, viewpoint, and method. It reveals the essence of the law of the development of socialism in China in scientific and theoretical expression in the form of rigorous logic. Mao Zedong once pointed out that there is only one kind of true theory in this world, theory that is drawn from objective reality and then verified by objective reality. 200 The system of the theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics is such a theory. It is not a scholastic divorce from a reality in China that can be interpreted arbitrarily. Rather, it is a scientific system that follows the objective law of the development of human society, adapts to the requirements of contemporary China's basic national conditions and development. It is produced in, tested by, and constantly enriched and developed in the practice of reform, opening up, and in the socialist modernization drive. Therefore, the CPC must treat and study the theoretical system with a scientific attitude and method, then arm the party and educate the people with it. The major task for theorists is to establish, with painstaking research and processing, a scientific theoretical system in line with the ideas and mentality of the founders and successors of the theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics to help China's people fully and accurately grasp the essential law of socialism with Chinese characteristics, then strive to build our country into a powerful socialist country and achieve the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. A strong sense of reality means that, in the system of the theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics, it always starts from reality. It integrates the basic principles of Marxism with the reality in China and the features of the times in formulating new ideas and viewpoints to open up a new realm of Marxism and a new path of socialist construction. Such a pragmatic spirit indicates that the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics is not a theory of pure abstract reasoning isolated from the 174 development of the times and the reality in China. It is instead a theory that respects the fundamental interests of the masses of the people and their pioneering spirit, that respects the objective requirements of the socialist practice, and that keeps enriching and advancing with the development of the times, practice, and science. Adhering to the unity of standards for practice and productivity, and adopting the Marxist standpoint, viewpoint, and method, this theory determined the line, program, principles, and policies based on scientific analysis and judgments made on current features and international and domestic situations. The success or failure of other socialist countries in the world, the gains and losses of the developing countries in seeking development, and the contradictions and problems faced by developed countries. A high degree of openness means that the system of the theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics is complete but not self-satisfied, rigorous but not conservative, and it constantly opens up a new road to seek the truth and enrich and develop itself with new theoretical achievements and practical experiences. Oriented to practice, the theory extracts an inexhaustible theoretical vitality and development dynamic from the great practice of building a socialist economy, politics, culture, and society with Chinese characteristics. It is oriented to the world, draws on the experience and lessons of the success or failure, rise and fall of other socialist countries, and it actively absorbs the fine civilization achievements of the capitalist society, oriented to the future, realistic and innovative, pioneering and enterprising. It strives to create a new situation with the socialist modernization drive and a new realm of the development of Marxism. Our party has consistently adhered to the dialectical materialism and the historical materialism viewpoint and method to solve problems. On one hand, the CPC affirms that the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics has taken shape and that it requires it be used to guide our entire cause and specific work. On the other hand, we object to turning it into an absolute doctrine. The theory is an open theoretical system that keeps developing. It demonstrates the great vitality of contemporary Marxism in China, and opens up a broad space for us to continue to make theoretical and practical innovation. The report to the 17th National Congress of the CPC pointed out that all party members must cherish the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics, and the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics, which the party explored and created after going through all the hardships, and must keep to the path and uphold the system for a long time and constantly develop them. The CPC must 175. Continue to emancipate our Chinese minds, seek truth from facts, keep up with the times, make bold changes and innovation, stay away from rigidity or stagnation, fear no risks, never be confused by any interference, broaden our path of socialism with Chinese characteristics, and ensure that the truth of Marxism of contemporary China shines even more brightly. 201. The report pointed out the right direction and put forward higher requirements for us to apply and develop a system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. 5.3 Theoretical value and practical significance of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. The system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics has very important theoretical value and practical significance. It is the product of the combination of the tenets of Marxism-Leninism with the contemporary features of the times and China's specific conditions, as well as the latest achievement of the Sinicization of Marxism. Its three major elements: the tenets of Marxism-Leninism, the features of the times, and the reality of China are unified in an organic way in the system and run through all aspects and parts of the theory. From a new historical starting point, the 17th National Congress of the CPC summarized the basic experience of reform and opening up in a historical process of nearly 30 years, and profoundly expounded the scientific connotation, historical status, and guiding significance of the system, marking the establishment of the theoretical system as spiritual pillar and action guide to the development and progress in contemporary China. 5.3.1 Creative application and development of the Marxist theory. It is well known that socialism, unlike the prediction of the founders of Marxism, has come to pass not in the advanced and developed capitalist countries but in economically and culturally backward countries. Thus, communists are required to explore the effective forms of the realization of socialism from the concrete realities of their different countries, in different historical periods, while adhering to the basic principles of scientific socialism. 176. Lenin was unable to solve the problem due to his premature death, but he had realized that manifesting socialism in developed capitalist countries was difficult to start but easy to move on, while in economically and culturally backward countries, on the contrary, easy to start but difficult to move on. 202. Stalin fought with the erroneous tendency against building socialism in backward countries and built the first socialist system model in practice. The Stalin model of socialism, historically inevitable and reasonable, had played an active role in the transformation of the world pattern through building the Soviet Union into a powerful country. With the changes of the times and the development of the practice in building socialism, however, this model increasingly hindered further development of productivity in socialist countries and the improvement of people's living standard, gradually revealing its limitations and transitional nature. After founding the People's Republic of China, the Chinese Communists, with Mao Zedong as their chief representative, began to explore their own path of socialist construction and made great achievements and had invaluable experiences. Of course, they have also had serious setbacks and made mistakes. After the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee, with the full swing and great momentum of reform, opening up, and the socialist modernization drive, the CPC officially proposed a conceptual category and theoretical system of building socialism with Chinese characteristics. Party members earnestly studied and addressed the major topic in contemporary China: how to build and develop socialism in an economically and culturally backward country. Naturally, the great practice of building socialism with Chinese characteristics became the research object of this theoretical system. To build socialism with Chinese characteristics, the CPC must correctly understand and answer three basic questions: what is socialism and how do we build it? What kind of party must we build and how do we build it? What kind of development should China achieve and how does China achieve it? The degree of understanding of these basic questions determines the level of development of the theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics. So far, Deng Xiaoping theory, the important thought of the three represents, and the scientific outlook on development in the system of the theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics, focusing on the three basic questions, preliminarily and systematically revealed, from different perspectives, the ideological 177 line, development path, stage, strategy, basic tasks, development drivers, reliable forces, international strategies, leading force, and fundamental goals of building socialism with Chinese characteristics. These theories, with a series of new ideas and viewpoints, have deepened the CPC's understanding of the laws governing the building of socialism, the governance of communist ruling parties, and the development of human society, raising our understanding of socialism to a new and scientific height. This is a significant contribution our party has made to Marxist theory and the great cause of socialism. The integral parts of this scientific theory are both in the same line and keep up with the times. In terms of the theoretical theme, they are in line with the common theme of building socialism with Chinese characteristics. In terms of theoretical foundation, they are in line with Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought. In terms of practice, they are in line with the primary national condition that China is still in the primary stage of socialism and will remain so for a long time, and in terms of a theoretical goal, they are in line with the fundamental interests of the overwhelming majority of the people. By keeping up with the times, we mean that these theories start from practical reality. They focus on summarizing practical experiences, they address the new contradictions and problems in various periods and stages of reform and opening up, and they make unique contributions to the generation and development of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. After the third plenary session of the 11th Party Central Committee, the Chinese Communists, with Deng Xiaoping as their chief representative, adhered to the ideology principle of emancipating the mind and seeking truth from facts, shifted the focus of party work onto economic development, carried out reform and opening to the outside world, and preliminarily and systematically answered, for the first time, the question of what socialism is and how to build it, thus creating Deng Xiaoping theory, marking the official birth of a system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. After the fourth plenary session of the 13th Party Central Committee, the Chinese Communists, with Jiang Zemin as their chief representative in responding to the various tests of international and domestic political turmoil, economic risks, and natural disasters, and on the basis of an accurate grasp of the development and changes in global, national, and intra-party conditions, acquired a deeper understanding of the primary question of what socialism is, how to build it, creatively answered the question of what kind of party the CPC must build and how to build it, and formed the important thought of three represents. 178. After the 16th National Congress of the CPC, the Chinese Communists, with Hu Jintao as their chief representative, in order to meet the requirements for development, summarized the development practice of China while drawing on the development experience of other countries. He generated the scientific outlook on development, which puts people first and calls for comprehensive, balanced, and sustainable development. The scientific outlook on development further answered the two primary questions of what socialism is and how to build it, and what kind of party must the CPC build and how to build it, and creatively answered the basic question of what kind of development China should achieve and how to achieve it, hence enriching and improving the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. As a theory in line with China's reality and as the Marxism that guides the trend of the times, the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics is a correct theory, one able to guide development and progress in contemporary China. The basic reasons for this argument lie in the fact that it not only eliminates a dogmatic understanding of Marxism, it also resists the erroneous tendency against the socialist system. It not only adheres to the basic principles of scientific socialism, it also bears distinct features of the times and Chinese characteristics. It not only inherits the fine achievements of its predecessors, it also opens up new realms for theoretical development. Theoretically, the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics (SYS) thematically and initially addressed the historic subject in contemporary China of how to build, consolidate, and develop socialism in an economically and culturally backward country, and it enriched and developed Marxism with a series of new ideas and new viewpoints. Its achievements and contributions are as follows. It expounded the idea of the essence of socialism. The essence of socialism is to emancipate and develop productivity, to eliminate exploitation and polarization, and ultimately to achieve common prosperity, thus enriching and developing a Marxist theory on the essential features of socialism. It expounded the idea of the primary stage of socialism. It emphasized that the primary stage of socialism is a specific and inevitable stage that China must go through in building socialism under the conditions of its backward productive forces and commodity economy, thus enriching and developing a Marxist theory on the stages of socialist development. 179. It expounded the idea of reform and opening up in a socialist country. Reform is the self-improvement of a socialist system. Opening up is an indispensable external condition for building socialism. Reform and opening up are sources of vitality for the development and progress of the party and the country, thus enriching and developing a Marxist theory on the dynamic of socialist development. It expounded the idea of a socialist market economy. It proposed the idea of integrating the basic system of socialism with a market economy to establish a socialist market economic system, thus enriching and developing a Marxist theory on socialist political economics. It expounded the idea of socialist political civilization. The leadership of the party, the position of the people as masters of the country, and the rule of law should be well integrated to develop a socialist democracy and build a socialist country under the rule of law, thus enriching and developing a Marxist theory on politics and law. It expounded the idea of cultural and ethnic progress. It advocates for developing an advanced socialist culture, building up the system of socialist core values and a harmonious culture, and setting up the socialist maxims of honor and disgrace, thus enriching and developing a Marxist theory on ideology. It expounded the idea of a harmonious socialist society. It proposed to build a harmonious socialist society in accord with the general requirements for democracy and the rule of law, equity, justice, honesty, fraternity, vigor, vitality, stability, order, and harmony between man and nature, thus enriching and developing a Marxist theory on social construction. It expounded the idea of socialist peace development. It emphasized that peace and development are the themes of the times, that the CPC must pursue an independent foreign policy of peace, and strive for peaceful development in the course of which China develops itself by safeguarding world peace and contributes to world peace by developing itself, thus enriching and developing a Marxist theory on international relations. It expounded the idea of building a Marxist ruling party. It proposed to strengthen the governance capability and maintain the vanguard nature of the party, and to follow the requirement of scientific, democratic, 180, and law-based governance to effectively improve the party's art of leadership and governance capacity, enriching and developing a Marxist theory on party building. It expounded the idea of socialist scientific development. It takes development as the top priority of the party in governing and rejuvenating the country, puts people first, and calls for comprehensive, balanced, and sustainable development, thus enriching and developing a Marxist theory on social development. The CPC must correctly grasp innovation in the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics as a development of Marxism, while at the same time properly understand what it inherited from Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, and not separate them or even put them in opposition. First, the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics comprehensively inherited Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought from its philosophical base, its essence, and its basic principles. It is the inheritance relationship that makes them intrinsically connected and highly united. Second, development, rather than simply inheritance, is the main element of their relationship. Development does not mean deviation from Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought. On the contrary, it was made under their guidance. In terms of the essence and significance, such a development is not reflected on specific and individual issues, but rather on a series of basic issues. It is not ordinary temporary fixes in the theory and practice, but rather historic development. It is not the increase or extension in quantity to pure theoretical viewpoints, but rather a qualitative leap to the theoretical system. So far, we can conclude that the system of theories of socialism with Chinese Characteristics belongs to the general system of Marxism and as a relatively independent ideological system, it is the Marxism in contemporary China. Third, the system is a continuation and development of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought under new historical conditions, enriching the treasure house of Marxist and socialist theories with new ideas and viewpoints. In interpreting Leninism, Stalin pointed out that Lenin is a Marxist and, of course, his world outlook is founded on Marxism. However, we cannot conclude simply that expounding Leninism should start from expounding Marxism. Rather, we should start from those unique new contributions that Lenin added to the treasure house of Marxism in his works and are naturally 181. Inseparable from the name Lenin. 203. The same can be said today that expounding the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics means to expound the unique new contributions that the Chinese communists with Deng Xiaoping, Jiang Zemin, and Hu Jintao as their chief representatives have added to the treasure house of Marxism in their works and are naturally inseparable from their names. 203. Selected works of Stalin, Volume 1. Beijing, People's Press, 1979, p. 184. 204. Selected works of Marx and Engels, Volume 1. Beijing, People's Press, 1995, p. 9. Generally speaking, the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics adhered to and further developed Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, and is the latest achievement in the Sinicization of Marxism. In contemporary China, to stay true to Marxism means to adhere to the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics. 5.3.2 Powerful ideological weapon guiding the practice of socialism. Practically, the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics plays an important guiding role in China's reform, opening up, and socialist modernization drive. It has exerted and will continue to exert a huge impact on these endeavors for a long time. Marx once said that, theory becomes a material force as soon as it has gripped the masses. 204. The function of theory is to guide and serve social practice. Without the theory of socialism, there would be no socialist movement. For a socialist theory to become a reality, the CPC must rely on the party's line, principles, and policies to implement the theory, and implementation means the practice of the masses. But the realization of a socialist theory relies on the implementation of the party's guiding line, principles, policies, and the practice of the Chinese people. Nowadays the CPC must inspire the enthusiasm and creativity of the overwhelming majority of the people to build socialism, and more importantly, ensure that they further recognize and grasp the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics, have a more profound understanding of the fact that the party's basic theory, line, and program represent the fundamental interests of the people of all ethnic groups and strive to put these theories into practice. Under the guidance of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics, the CPC has gone through a glorious course of 30 years of reform and opening up, and socialist modernization. Looking ahead, to accomplish the great cause of building. 182. Socialism with Chinese characteristics, the CPC's task is arduous, the road long and tortuous, and all kinds of difficulties and challenges must be dealt with. To arm the people with scientific theories, the CPC must adhere to the guidance of the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics to unite the thought and action of the party and all the Chinese people. This is the most reliable guarantee for our socialist cause to stand various tests and ultimately achieve its goals. Although produced under specific historical conditions in China, and bearing national features, the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics, as a theoretical system, has global significance and international influence because it was formulated and developed on the basis of a scientific observation of the world via a Marxist standpoint, perspective, method, and correct analysis of the current features and international situations, the experience and lessons of other socialist countries, the success and failure of the developed countries seeking development, and the difficulties and challenges faced by the developed countries in their further development. The issues it addresses are common ones in the face of all socialist countries, and what the law and essence of socialism is attempting to reveal is the understanding of universal truth. Therefore, it has both the particularity of Chinese socialism and the universality of world socialism. It is Marxism in contemporary China, marking a new stage in the development of Marxism in China, and will surely spread beyond China's borders and have extensive and profound influence on world socialism. The political upheaval in the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe caused serious setbacks to the socialist movement, throwing the region into long-term turmoil, recession, and stagnation, and it greatly reduced the number of world socialist countries. On the contrary, China has made remarkable achievements in reform, opening up, and in its socialist modernization drive, attracting the attention of progressive people and the media all over the world. It was reported by some media that the theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics has created one of the most spectacular economic miracles in the 20th century. It reversed the trend of the world socialist move. Meant in the late 20th century, it saved the socialist ship from crashing, and it is the most important contribution to the international socialist movement in the 20th century. In fact, since the 1980s, the achievements and experiences of China's reform, opening up, and socialist modernization drive have exerted an increasing influence on the situation in Asia and beyond, particularly on developing countries, the former Soviet Union and East European countries, and all other socialist countries, and it 183 promoted the development and innovation of socialist theory and practice. Just as Deng Xiaoping said, our reform is an experiment not only for China but also for the rest of the world. We believe the experiment will succeed. If it does, our experience may be useful to the cause of world socialism and to other developing countries. 205 If we assume that by the mid-21st century our population will have reached 1.5 billion and that we shall have a per capita GNP of $4,000, then our total annual GNP will be $6 trillion, and that will place China in the front ranks of nations. When we reach that goal, we shall not only have blazed a new path for the peoples of the Third World, who represent 3/4 of the world's population, but also, and this is even more important, we shall have demonstrated to mankind that socialism is the only path and that it is superior to capitalism. 206. The Communist Party of China has 70 million members. Socialist China is a large developing country with a population of more than 1 billion, and the CPC is engaged in the grand cause of building socialism with Chinese characteristics and realizing the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Such a big party, a large country, and a grand cause require the CPC to unswervingly arm the party and educate the Chinese people with theory of socialism with Chinese characteristics, and to consolidate the theoretical foundation and spiritual pillar for the solidarity and endeavor of the party and the PLE. As early as July 1977, addressing the phenomenon of fragmenting, distorting, and tampering with Mao Zedong thought, Deng Xiaoping pointed out clearly, we must acquire a correct understanding of Mao Zedong thought as an integral system instead of just citing a few specific words or sentences, and we should be proficient at studying it, mastering it, and applying it as a guide to our work. 207. In March 1973, he emphasized again at a meeting on the party's theory work that what we consistently take as our guide to action are the basic tenets of Marxism, Leninism and Mao Zedong thought, or, to put it another way, the scientific system formed by these tenets. 208. In this way he proposed a way of thinking as well as an important principle for the theoretical circles to correctly understand and study Marxism in a scientific and systematic way. 184. In the past 30+ years of reform and opening up, it is because we persistently adhered to the Marxist standpoint, viewpoint, and method, and constantly open up new realms for adapting Marxism to Chinese conditions in line with the theoretical system constituted by the basic theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics, that we are able to rule out interferences of both left and right tendencies and resist the influence of the erroneous thoughts of dogmatism and empiricism. At a new stage in a new century, China has entered a critical juncture of deepening reform and speeding development in a comprehensive way. China has made tremendous achievements in economic development and social progress. At the same time, however, uncertainties and risks are also on the rise. In this new situation, enhancing the learning and study of the essential law of the Sinicization of Marxism and its theoretical achievement, Mao Zedong thought, and the system of theories of socialism with Chinese characteristics will undoubtedly have important theoretical and realistic significance for the CPC to correctly understand and solve the complicated contradictions and problems in reform, opening up, and the socialist modernization drive, adhere to the correct direction of reform, have more scientific decision-making and better coordinated measures for reform, and be more conscious and determined in following the path of socialism with Chinese characteristics. Chapter 6. The Marxist Class Theory and New Changes in the Current Condition of Chinese Social Classes. As an important part of historical materialism, Marxist class theory is central to Marxism. The theory, warmly welcomed, severely criticized, and resulting in both success and failure in practice since its formation, is worth the CPC's profound review and scientific reflection. The CPC must at the beginning of the 21st century, further reveal the scientific nature of this theory and profoundly analyze and explore the realistic value of the theory for the cause of building socialism with Chinese characteristics, whose future development is closely related to the party's handling of relevant issues. 6.1 Comparison between the scientific system of Marxist class theory and other Western social stratification theories. 6.1.1 The scientific system of Marxist class theory. Although the word class generally bears the mark of Marxism, and is considered to be one of the core concepts of Marxism, Marx is definitely not the first person to use the word class or study class problems. In a letter to J. Wade Meyer dated March 5, 1852, Marx wrote pertaining to the issue: "Now as for myself, I do not claim to have discovered either the existence of classes in modern society or the struggle between them. Long before me, bourgeois historians 185, 186 had described the historical development of this struggle between the classes, as had bourgeois economists their economic anatomy. 209. The contribution of Marx is that, on the basis of historical materialism, he made a scientific explanation of the concept of class, a complicated social phenomenon. As for class, he continued to write in the letter that, what I did that was new was to prove 1. That the existence of classes is bound up only with particular historical phases in the development of production, 2. That class struggle necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat, and 3. That this dictatorship itself only constitutes a transition to the abolition of all classes and to a classless society. 210 Obviously, it is precisely these three aspects that constitute the basic framework of Marxist class theory. The general context of historical evolution of Marxist class theory is as follows. The first stage is the formation of Marx and Engels' concept of class, marking the beginning of Marxist class theory. From their theoretical contributions at this stage, Marxist class theory had taken shape with all the basic viewpoints, except that the standard for class division was yet to be further improved. The second stage of the formation and development of Marxist class theory is Lenin and Stalin's outlook on class. The outstanding contribution of Lenin to the theory lies in his scientific definition of class and general standard of class division. The third stage of the formation and development of Marxist class theory is Mao Zedong's class outlook. Mao had made unique and theoretical explorations about class contradictions, and class struggle after completing socialist transformation of production materials. In the new historical conditions, Deng Xiaoping and Jiang Zemin put forward a series of new ideas and viewpoints pertaining to the problem of class in the primary stage of socialism. The main content of Marxist class theory can be summarized as follows. The relationship between class phenomenon and productivity. Marxist class theory holds that class is a historical category. The phenomenon of human society divided into classes is closely associated with the stages of development of productivity. Marx believed that human development in the past was based on limited social productivity that was not able to satisfy the whole society. Consequently, some 187 people relied on others to meet their needs, while others, the majority, often had to struggle to meet their most pressing needs. As long as productivity fails to reach a level that meets the needs of all members of society, and as long as work accounts for all or almost all of the time of most members of society, class division is inevitable. Engels pointed out in Manifesto of the Communist Party that so long as it is not possible to produce so much that there is enough for all, with more left over for expanding social capital and extending the forces of production, so long as this is not possible, there must always be a ruling class directing the use of society's productive forces, and a poor, oppressed class. Therefore, to explore the origins of class, it is necessary to include economic factors. 211 Marxist class theory also holds that, as a result of developing productive forces to a certain stage, class is based on a production shortage and will be destroyed by the full development of productive forces. Engels pointed out that the abolition of classes in society presupposes a degree of historical evolution at which the existence, not simply of this or that particular ruling class, but of any ruling class at all, and, therefore, the existence of class distinction itself, has become an obsolete anachronism. It presupposes, therefore, the development of production carried out to a degree at which appropriation of the means of production and of the products, and, with this, of political domination, of the monopoly of culture, and of intellectual leadership by a particular class of society has become not only superfluous but economically, politically, intellectually, a hindrance to development. 212. Therefore, class is not an eternal phenomenon but a historical category. Just as Marx said, the existence of class is related only to a certain historical stage of the development of production. Standards for class division. The meaning of class varies with different usages. Since the time of Aristotle and Plato, political theorists in different historical periods have clearly noticed the obvious difference between the ruler and the ruled in the social structure. People can be 188. Divided into classes by property ownership, by the exercise of power and authority, or simply by the allocation of surplus labor. Marx wrote in Manifesto of the Communist Party, in the earlier epochs of history, we find almost everywhere a complicated arrangement of society into various orders, a manifold gradation of social rank 213. But different from other standards of class division, Marxist class theory holds that classes are divided by economic relationships, first of all, from the relationship between people and production materials, and ownership of production materials is central to class division. Engels pointed out that these warring classes of society are always products of the modes of production and of exchange, in a word, of the economic conditions of their time. 214. Lenin also clearly pointed out that the basic sign to distinguish the various classes is their position in social production, that is, their relationship with production materials. It is the particularity of the standard for class division that distinguishes Marxist class theory from other social stratification theories. Class struggle. Marxist class theory holds that class struggle originates from material interests. Marx believed that the very moment civilization begins, production begins to be founded on the antagonism of estates and classes, and finally on the antagonism of accumulated labor and actual labor. No antagonism, no progress. This is the law that civilization has followed up to the current era. Till now, productive forces have been developed by virtue of this system of class antagonism. To say now that, because all the needs of all the workers are satisfied, men could devote themselves to the creation of products of a higher order to more complicated industries would be to leave class antagonism out of the picture and turn all historical development upside down. 215. In 1879, Marx and Engels made a solemn declaration by criticizing the tendency within the proletarian movement that attempted to eliminate class struggle. For almost 40 years, we have stressed class struggle as the immediate driving force of history, and in particular the class struggle between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat as the great lever of the modern social revolution. It is therefore 189. Impossible for us to cooperate with people who wish to expunge this class struggle from the movement. 216. 216 Collected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 3. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 484. 217 Collected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 2. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 40. 218 Collected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 10. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p.106. As for the question of what class struggle is, Lenin believed that it is the struggle of a part of the people against the other part of the people, the struggle of the powerless, oppressed, and workers against the privileged and oppressors, and the struggle of hired workers and the proletarian against the private asset owners and the capitalists. Although class struggle appeared after the disintegration of primitive society, it is fully demonstrated only in a capitalist society. After the emergence of a working class political party, the struggle of the working class against the bourgeois class is carried out in economic, political, and theoretical arenas, thus assuming three forms of struggle: economic, political, and theoretical. Marx and Engels hold that, although the interests and demands of each class are an objective existence, they are not universal in any form. Only when they rise to the height of politics can they be universal and representative of a whole class. only. Political struggle has the nature of whole class struggle. On this issue, Marx and Engels pointed out in Manifesto of the Communist Party that every class struggle is a political struggle. 217 The direct goal of class struggle is for political power. Only when a workers' movement develops into a political movement can it be called a class movement. Proletarian dictatorship. Marx pointed out that class struggle necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat. 218 According to Marxist class theory, a fundamentally successful proletariat class struggle must lead the dictatorship of the proletariat, which means that the proletariat occupies the dominant position in policy-making and decision-making in state affairs. The necessity of the existence of the dictatorship of the proletariat lies in, first, the existence of a hostile and overthrown bourgeoisie class and its resistance against the proletariat, and second, in the fact that economic conditions for the existence of the class and class struggle have not vanished. Marx said, as long as the other classes, especially the capitalist class, still exist, so long as the proletariat struggles with it, for when it attains government power its enemies and the old organization of society have not yet vanished, it must employ forcible 190 means, hence governmental means. It is itself still a class, and the economic conditions from which the class struggle and the existence of classes derive have still not disappeared. They must forcibly be either removed out of the way or transformed. This transformation process being forcibly hastened. 219. 219 Collected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 3. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, p. 403. 220 Ibid, p. 445. Consistent with the necessity of a dictatorship of the proletariat are its two main tasks. One is to suppress the resistance of the opposing classes, namely, the bourgeois class that has been overthrown, and the other is to transform the social and economic relations to create conditions for a communist society. From the perspective of social development stage, Marx wrote in Critique of the Gotha Program, an important document on scientific socialism, that, between capitalist and communist society there lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of the one into the other. Corresponding to this is also a political transition period in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. 220. Marxist class theory believes that this dictatorship is a necessary transitional stage in the elimination of all class distinctions. All the relations of production brought about by these distinctions, and all the social relations adapted to these relations of production, so as to ultimately change all the ideas generated by these social relations. 6.1.2 A comparison between the Marxist class theory and other Western social stratification theories. Class analysis and stratification are two classical research paradigms with distinctive differences on the social structure of Western society. The debate about the two paradigms simply boils down to a debate between Karl Marx and Max Weber. Outlook on history. Marx argued that the history of all past society has consisted of the development of class antagonisms. Antagonisms that assume different forms in different epochs. Whatever form they 191 may have taken, one fact is common to all past ages, viz., the exploitation of one part of society by the other. 221. Both class analysis and stratification studies recognize that society is divided into the ruler and the ruled, the exploiter and the exploited, but there are fundamental differences in their outlooks on history. Adhering to the scientific attitude of historical materialism, Marx believes that this inequality is not an eternal phenomenon. Through economic analysis of the structure of capitalist society, he has revealed not only the origin and essence of the class contradictions of the capitalist society, but also the historical trend that communist society will inevitably replace capitalist society. In Marx's opinion, capital and class are both historical phenomena, and class will be eliminated with the termination of capital. However, stratification analysis holds that social inequality is a kind of structural form that meets the needs of the whole society and that fundamentally determines the formation of social inequality and its internal logic. Therefore, it is impossible for any society to eliminate the phenomenon of social inequality. Social stratification is not only inevitable, but also beneficial to the society and every individual. Max Weber pointed out that social inequality was developed unconsciously, a means for society to consciously ensure that the most important positions are to be held by the most qualified people. Weber's successors have always insisted on this idea. In 1945, Kingsley Davis and Wilbert E. Moore pointed out that, from a so-called social need with universal necessity, that any society faces the same problem, put the individuals in the social structure, and inspire them. Therefore, inevitably, a society must first provide some kind of reward as an inducement, and secondly, it must provide a way to assign the rewards discriminatively to different positions. Social inequality is an instrument unconsciously developed to consciously ensure that the most important positions are to be assumed by the most competent persons. 222. Joseph Louis Schumpeter argued that essentially, social inequality is universal in any human society. This is determined by an individual's different talents and abilities that 192 guarantee promotion and success in different times. On this point, the understanding of French sociologist Raymond Aron is correct. According to Marx, class always exists because until now, ownership of production materials has always existed. However, Schumpeter thinks it is due to the difference between people and society and the ever-changing society. 223. Stratification standard. A stratification standard always remains a key issue for both class and stratification analysis. In Marxist theory, the social structure of a society is determined by its economic structure. He confirms the social structure from the economic structure, and then derives the historical nature of the social structure from that of the economic structure. Therefore, class analysis first introduces the relationship between people and production materials, which serves as the basis and premise of the discussion of social stratification. This is a fundamental difference between class analysis and stratification research. Wright pointed out that for the Weberists, the concept of class structure is not necessarily related to the mode of production. On the contrary, the category of stratification is connected with a market society. 224. Specifically, the key to Marx's study lies in the field of production because he regarded exploitation relationships as the essence of class antagonism, and in the field of exchange and distribution, it is impossible to find a key to unlock the mystery of exploitation. The theory of social stratification in the West mainly discusses the status of individuals and groups from the surface layer of the society. It holds that, although class is a concept determined by the economy, it is a reflection of commodity or labor market conditions, with its emphasis in the field of market and exchange, and with its interest in how to avoid the exhaustion and disintegration of the capitalist system by class contradictions. The focus of class analysis is on determination of its nature, while that of stratification analysis is on difference in quantity. Marx seeks to reveal the deep nature of class antagonism. as is pointed out by some scholars, in class analysis, qualitative rather than quantitative difference is essential in social inequality. 225. 193. Therefore, for class analysis, qualitative analysis is in a dominant position and quantity analysis is in a subordinate position. In this regard, those who hold that class analysis is based on a grand narration grasp the essence of this theory. It can be seen that what class analysis confirms at first is that class is an economic concept. This primary attribute of class analysis determines that class division must be based on economic factors. Many Western scholars argued that, on this point, Marx is a monodeterminist while they advocate polydeterminism. Generally speaking, they are basically right. It is based on this logic that class analysis and stratification research are marked as two opposite stratification paradigms. Of course, monodeterminism and polydeterminism are put forward to distinguish the fundamental difference between the two. Monodeterminism in Marxist class analysis highlights the fundamental significance of economics in the theory, but does not mean it is the only factor. In the article The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, Marx wrote that, insofar as millions of families live under conditions of existence that separate their mode of life, their interests, and their culture from those of the other classes, and put them in hostile opposition to the latter, they form a class. 226. This means that for various classes, the difference is not only in economy, but also in other aspects, which are only of secondary importance. 226. Collected Works of Marx and Engels, Volume 2. Beijing, People's Press, 2009, pages 566 to 567. 227. Ronald H. Chilcote. Theories of Comparative Political Economy. Beijing, Social Sciences Literature. Press, 2001, p. 434. Theoretical value. Ever since Marx claimed that the philosophers attempt to explain the world from different perspectives, but the problem is to change the world, nearly every basic idea in his own theory has acquired a significant feature of duality with its particularity in changing the world. First of all, class analysis holds that there are at least two classes in any class society that are dialectically contradictory, and their contradictory interests may result in conflicts. What is different from stratification analysis is that Marx analyzed society by dividing it into a dominant or ruling class and a subordinate class. 227. Raymond Aron, who also had an accurate understanding of this idea, believed that Marx's class theory includes two aspects: one is practical, almost empirical, the other lies in his historical philosophy with the concept of class as its central content, according 194. To which all social characteristics are determined by a leading class that owns the production materials and rules and exploits other people. 228. According to Marxist class theory, a struggle between the basic classes is inevitable. The struggle between the working class and the bourgeoisie determines the economic, political, and social life of a capitalist society. From a functional perspective, many people believe that class analysis is clearly oriented to revolutionary struggle. This is an objective fact because, for the working class, the revolutionary significance of Marxist class theory is self-evident. Weber's theory is directed to a common base of consensus through bargaining, while Marx's concept, however, means struggle. Historical facts show that class struggle had existed before the birth of Marxist class theory, but this kind of struggle was often spontaneous and did not reach the level of overall class struggle. As an ideological weapon for the proletariat to defend itself and, at the same time, launch attacks against the bourgeoisie. Marxist class theory has been fully applied in the history of the international communist movement for more than 100 years. On the contrary, stratification research argues that, with personal talent and initiative, an individual can seek promotion to become a member of a higher social stratum through training, education, and lifestyle change. Based on these differences, the relationship between the two theories is often understood by some social scholars as opposition between conservative and aggressive positions, and there has been a tradition that simply grafts them with the theories of conflict and function, respectively. What is particularly worth mentioning is that it is not fair to simply boil down class analysis to a theory of conflict. The function of the Marxist class theory of changing the world does not exclude its function of understanding the world. In other words, the theory has both the value of calling for struggle and the significance of analyzing reality. In Marxist historical philosophy, Marx clearly expounded not only the unique function but also the general function of the state in relation to class analysis. Therefore, Raymond Aron is not right in saying that the key to the reasoning of Marxism lies in its confirmation that there is a ruling class in all societies, and a country is nothing but an instrument for this class to exercise its powers. 229. Although, compared with revolutionary significance, descriptive significance is not the 195 most important in class analysis. The CPC cannot, however, completely deny the existence of the latter with the former. In contemporary Western countries, it is an indisputable fact that class analysis has been on the decline. The line between Marxism and non-Marxism has been blurred, with a focus on the study of the middle class, while the research agenda of the left is not much different from the general study of this class. 230. Ecobedo Laca and Jean Talmouf, representatives of post-Marxism, also argued that it will be impossible to keep a Marxist concept of class, which has given place to concepts emphasizing political pluralism and interest groups. In most cases, Weber's model is more popular in comparative politics. The focus of their research is not on class differences, but the personal and institutional categories that distinguish the nature of power among different countries. 231. A universal truth is that the mainstream of humanities and social sciences does not avoid the concept of class, as Richard Wolff, professor of economics at the University of Massachusetts, pointed out, partly because of the long history of the concept of class. In contemporary social criticism, even people who don't know much about its history will also use the concept of class, whose connotation, however, has been dissolved into a synonym for social group. Nevertheless, this fact does not cover the contemporary value of class analysis. The CPC must see that today's world of economic globalization and political multipolarization is still a world of class opposition. Alejandro Colas pointed out that the contradiction between abstract capital and labor is still the main form of opposition. For capitalism in the era of globalization, the modem stage of global capital accumulation continues to provoke social and political divisions between particular states and societies, and within countries, which appear as a form of class. 232. In defending Marxist class theory, Ronald H. Chilcote pointed out that in today's world of economic globalization, nowadays, as long as the accumulation of capital penetrates into every aspect of our lives, the phenomena of institutional inequality, such as poverty, unemployment, and homelessness, continues to exist. Class politics and theory will still be pertinent. 233. 196. In recognition of the contemporary value of class analysis, We should also note that, with the deepening development of globalization guided by capital, and increasing complexity in class relationships is an objective reality. Arif Derlich, an American left-wing scholar, believes that, in the context of capital-led globalization, class relations are mixed with race and gender relations, giving rise to gender and race problems in class and race problems in gender and class problems in race. 234 These new phenomena provide an opportunity for us to further enrich and develop Marxist class theory. After the end of the Cultural Revolution, the Chinese Communists, represented by Deng Xiaoping, began to rethink the problems of the road of building socialism in China. Deng Xiaoping pointed out, to sum up, it is as follows. First, we should not adopt leftist policies by divorcing ourselves from reality or skipping over necessary stages. Otherwise, the task of building socialism will not be accomplished. We have suffered losses from leftist policies. Second, whatever we do must contribute to developing productive forces. 235. In the eyes of the Chinese Communists, one basic error of New China in the 30 years of socialist construction is that the socialist relations of production the CPC had established were, to a certain extent, beyond the stage of social development, hence hindering, to a certain extent, rapid development of China's productive forces. If the CPC cannot correctly understand the stage of China's societal development, it is difficult to formulate a correct line, principles, and policies of socialist construction. Therefore, where China is in terms of its social development stage has become a major theoretical issue of top priority for the party. At the 6th plenary session of the 11th Central Committee in 1981, the Communist Party of China clearly put forward, for the first time, the basic statement that China is still in the primary stage of socialism. In resolution of the CPC Central Committee on some historical problems of the party since the founding of the People's Republic of China passed at the session, it is expounded that although we are still at the primary stage of socialism, 197, there is no doubt that we have established a socialist system and entered a socialist society. Any idea that denies this basic fact is wrong. The 13th National Congress of the CPC held in October 1981 systematically expounded the idea that China is in the primary stage of socialism, that Chinese society is already a socialist society. It is not the initial phase in a general sense, a phase that every country goes through in the process of building socialism. Rather it is, in a particular sense, the specific stage China must necessarily go through while building socialism under the conditions its backward productive forces and an underdeveloped commodity economy. After 30 years of reform and opening up, the report to the 17th National Congress of the CPC still pointed out that, through unremitting efforts we have made since the founding of the People's Republic in 1949, particularly since the introduction of the reform and opening up policy, China has scored achievements in development that have captured global attention, and has experienced far-reaching changes in its productive forces and the relations of production, as well as in its economic base and superstructure. However, the basic reality that China is still in the primary stage of socialism and will remain so for a long time has not changed, nor has Chinese society's principal contradiction, the one between the ever-growing material and cultural needs of the people and China's low level of social production. Stressing recognition of the basic reality is not meant to belittle the party, wallow in backwardness, or encourage unrealistic pursuit of quick results. Rather, such recognition will serve as the basis of the CPC endeavor to advance reform and plan for development. 236. Based on the reality of China's productive forces, Deng Xiaoping made the judgment that China is still in the primary stage of socialism. He pointed out that in pondering the problems of building socialism in the new historical conditions, we must take into account two important features. 1. We are starting from a weak base. It is true that since the founding of the People's Republic we have achieved signal successes in economic development, established a fairly comprehensive industrial system, and trained a body of technical personnel. The average annual rate of growth in our industry and agriculture is fairly high by world standards. Nonetheless, because of our low starting point, China is still one of the world's poor countries. Our scientific and technological forces are far from adequate. Generally speaking, we are 20 to 30 years behind advanced countries in the development of science and technology. 198. 2. We have a large population but not enough arable land. Of China's population of more than 900 million, 80% are peasants. While there are advantages to having a large population, there are disadvantages as well. When production is insufficiently developed, it poses serious problems with regard to food, education, and employment. 237. The report to the 13th National Congress of the CPC made a preliminary summary of the overall characteristics of the primary stage of socialism in China. The backwardness of China's productive forces determines the following aspects of the relations of production: socialization of production, which is essential for expanded social public ownership, is still at a very low level. The commodity economy and domestic market are only beginning to develop. The natural economy and semi-natural economy constitute a considerable proportion of the whole, and the socialist economic system is not yet mature nor well developed. In the realm of the superstructure, a number of economic and cultural conditions one's necessities. Sorry if the CPC is to promote a high degree of social democracy are far from ripe. And decadent feudal and capitalist ideologies and small producers' force of habit still have widespread influence in society and often corrupt party cadres and public servants. All this shows that China still has a long way to go before it can advance beyond the primary stage of socialism. At present, which development stage is our society in? The answer to this question must involve profound meditation over the question of what kind of relations of production are needed to match the current level of productive forces. In practice, the theory of the primary stage of socialism first of all requires the CPC to adjust the relations of production to better develop China's productive forces. The core problem of the theory of the primary stage of socialism is to make a correct judgment and analysis on the principal contradictions in this historical stage, followed by exhaustive research on and detailed determination of the central tasks for this stage. 238. Given the reality that our country is still in the primary stage of socialism, productivity is not high enough to eliminate a private economy, which will still exist within a limited scope, contributing to the development of productivity under certain circumstances. Therefore, in theory, a deepening understanding of the primary stage of socialism will inevitably be reflection on the adjustment of and policy arrangement for the original relations of production. 199. New changes in China's social and economic structure since reform and opening up are mainly reflected in the recovery and development of a private economy, an individual economy, and other non-public economies. Production relationships are consistent with class relations, and the class structure will inevitably change correspondingly with a change in the economic structure, specifically, with the following three basic features: 1. Comprehensive and profound differentiation of the in all social classes and strata, with that of the farmers being the most remarkable. 2. Rapid growth of the private enterprise owner strata, the self-employed, and the employed workers, and 3. Rapid widening of the gap between rich and poor based on class differences. The two prominent social groups at the rich pole are corrupted officials and private enterprise owners, while the two outstanding social groups at the poor pole are laid-off workers and farmers. Because of space constraints, this chapter focuses on analysis of two new social strata, namely, private enterprise owners and workers employed in private enterprises. 6.2.1 The stratum of private enterprise owners. 6.2.1.1 The recovery and development of a private economy. Revival and recovery stage, 1979 to 1991. The Cultural Revolution, which lasted for 10 years, ended in 1976. With huge social demands and the dynamic for the development of productive forces through reform of the relations of production, great social and economic changes were about to take place in China. Under the specific historical conditions at that time, the policy direction of the ruling party and government had a decisive effect on how to change the relations of production. In 1979, when China was under huge pressure of the return of a great number of educated urban youth who had gone to work in the countryside and more than 7 million unemployed urban laborers, the ruling party and the government proposed that the local government could approve idle labor to engage in repairing, services, and the individual handicraft industry, but they were forbidden to hire workers. With the development of an individual economy, the phenomenon of hired work soon appeared. Practice proved that a certain degree of private economy development, as a necessary and beneficial supplement to the public ownership economy, was conducive to the production, market, employment, and satisfaction of the people. In 1989, the private ownership economy was included in China's national statistics, with 200. The number of private enterprises, investors, and hired workers reaching 90,214,000 and 1,426,000, respectively. Rapid development stage, 1992 to 2000. Deng Xiaoping delivered several important talks when he visited the South in the spring of 1992. In October of 1992, the 14th National Congress of the CPC clearly stated for the first time that the goal of China's economic system reform is establishing a socialist market economy. So far as the ownership structure is concerned, for a long time the CPC needs to allow diverse sectors of the economy to develop side by side. The public sector, which includes enterprises owned by the people and enterprises owned by collectives, is to remain predominant, with the private sector, which includes individually owned and foreign-owned enterprises, as a supplement. In September 1997, the 15th National Congress of the CPC further clarified that it is China's basic economic system for the primary stage of socialism to retain a dominant position for public ownership and to develop diverse forms of ownership. Side by side, the non-public sector, including self-employed and private businesses, is an important component of China's socialist market economy. By the end of 2000, the number of private enterprises had reached 1.762 million, with 3.953 million investors. The number of employed workers had amounted to 20.111 million. Not including self-employed and employed persons working in foreign invested and other non-public enterprises, accounted for 5.65% of the total number of non-agricultural labor in China in the same period. Although the revival and recovery of the private sector of the economy was only part of the changes in China's social and economic structure in more than 20 years, it reflects the policy changes of the ruling party and the essence of the transformation of the social and economic structure triggered by China's reform and opening up. Mature and stable stage, 2001 to present. In March 2004, the National People's Congress approved the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution of the People's Republic of China, which revised Article 13. The state protects the right of citizens to own lawfully earned income, savings, houses, and other lawful property to citizens. Lawful private property is inviolable. The Constitution protects not only the means of subsistence, but also the private means of production of 201. The citizens, hence bringing private capital under its protection. In March 2005, several opinions of the State Council on encouraging, supporting, and guiding the development of individual and private economy and other non-public sectors of the economy was issued. To effectively address the difficulties and problems in developing the non-public SEC tour of the economy, the 8th National Private Enterprise Sampling conducted jointly by the Central United Front Work Department, the All China Federation of Industry and Commerce, the State Administration for Industry and Commerce, and the Chinese Private Business Research Institute shows that the number of registered private enterprises, including affiliates, totaled 6,239,000 by June 2008. 2. 6.2.1.2 Political participation and attitude of private enterprise owners. Politics is the concentrated expression of economy. The accumulation of economic interest is bound to lead to a political requirement, and economic interest groups will inevitably enter the political sphere to express, strive for, and defend their own rights and interests. Private enterprise owners are no exception. At the present stage of Chinese society, the political participation of private enterprise owners is mainly reflected in the following forms: participation in the Federation of Industry and Commerce, Private Enterprise Association, and various trade associations. Surveys show that, out of consideration to safeguard their own rights and interests, private enterprise owners expect to set up autonomous trade associations or private entrepreneurs associations, and 85% of private enterprise owners think that such autonomous organizations are important or very important. Election of representatives to the People's Congress and all levels of membership in the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, CPPCC. This is the most important and standardized means of their political participation. In the new National People's Congress and the CPPCC in 2003, the number and proportion of members representing the non-public sector of the economy both exceeded those of the last term, with at least 65 members, accounting for 2.9%, in the CPPCC. Yinming Shan, chairman of Life and Industry Group, was elected vice chairman of the 202 Chongqing Municipal People's Political Consultative Conference, and Su Guanju, chairman of Transfar Group, was elected vice chairman of the People's Political Consultative Conference of Zhejiang Province, the first time for private enterprise owners to rank among provincial leadership. Joining the Communist Party of China. Surveys show that the proportion of private enterprise owners with CPC membership has risen in recent years. The main cause for this phenomenon is that many cadres, government officials, and persons in charge of state-owned and collective-owned enterprises became private enterprise owners. Another important social phenomenon that needs to be analyzed deeply in the study of the political participation of this stratum is the alliance of private enterprise owners with the political elite and cultural elite. This social phenomenon not only reflects the basic characteristics of China's progressive reform, but also, more importantly, symbolizes the gradual maturity of private enterprise owners as a social stratum. Political elites here refers to cadres of the ruling party and government officials. The alliance took two forms: alliance of groups inside the system and alliance of individuals outside the system. The former is open cooperation between private enterprise owners and cadres and officials established for their respective interests, out of consideration for local interests. In dealing with labor disputes, some local governments consciously stand on the side of private enterprise owners, some even absorb those with outstanding economic achievements into the political system by granting them political honors or even posts. Cultural elites refers to a legal transaction of power for money between officials and private enterprise owners. The two parties make use of and cater to the needs of each other, and both can be active. In China, almost every successful entrepreneur has a fully woven social network with cadres of the ruling party and government officials at all levels, functionaries in various administrative departments and persons in charge of the state-owned enterprises as the central nodes. Some private enterprise owners think the only way to solve the problem is to talk with Big Brother, number one of the party and government. Surveys show that 41.1% of private enterprise owners maintain intimate relationships with government officials at all levels, and 25% of them believe that 203. The most important way to improve their political status is to make friends with leaders at all levels. Making an alliance with the cultural elite to serve their interests has become a conscious action of Chinese entrepreneurs who have real insight. The fierce debates at present between different viewpoints on some hot issues actually reflect the contest among intellectuals representing the interests of different social groups. Division within the intellectuals is now an indisputable fact. Some famous scholars have, consciously or unconsciously, become political spokespersons for the stratum of private enterprise owners. They exert influence on the ruling party and the decision-makers in the government for private enterprise owners, who, they say, do not have the ability to or find it inconvenient to speak out. In China today, there is a consensus among private enterprise owners that the political environment is essential to the operation of private enterprises. It can be said, in a sense, that the 30 years reform and opening up is a process of the steady improvement and completion of political conditions for the development of the private sector of the economy. This is a point unanimously agreed upon by private enterprise owners. A relevant survey shows that most of them believe that without the party's reform and opening up policy, it would be impossible for them to be successful today, and they thank the party for its policy to enrich the people. This is the base of the political attitude of the social stratum. What needs to be further analyzed is the fact that, although the private enterprise owners are satisfied with the political environment today, they remain cautious and take a low-profile stance in political participation and deliberately keep an appropriate distance, thus showing a sharp contradiction in their attitude toward political participation. The sample survey jointly made by the United Front Work Department of the CPC Central Committee and the All China Federation of Industry and Commerce in 2004 shows that the number and proportion of private enterprise owners who give priority to business only are far more than those who seek to join the party and the political organizations the National People's Congress, NPC, and the CPPCC. The deeper reason for this phenomenon is that although the party's policies are more liberal for the development of a private economy, private enterprise owners generally believe that the situation is irreversible, and as a new social stratum, they are getting stronger and their voice in the political arena is much louder than decades 204 ago. Most of them prefer to choose their own agents and pin their hope on them, feeling that it is safer to keep an appropriate distance from politics. even if their representatives participate in political affairs in NPC and CPPCC politics, their main purpose is still economic rather than political. In other words, at this stage, it is from an economic perspective that private enterprise owners assess the effects of political participation. In reality, private enterprise owners are characterized with a typical dual personality of subjective dissatisfaction with and objective dependence on the ruling party and the government. On one hand, the dissatisfaction of private enterprise owners is an objective existence, because the party and the government control important resources and key economic departments, and also due to policy arrangements of the party and the government, it is difficult for private enterprise owners to directly obtain important economic and political resources. On the other hand, to make a fortune and obtain political status, private enterprise owners must find relationships to seek support and help within the system. This feature will not change much in the future for a period of time. An American scholar named Bruce Dixon wrote the book Red Capitalists in China: Prospect of the Party, the Private Sector, and Political Reform in 2003. In this book, quite opposite to traditional Western political theory, that is, privatization and economic modernization, if not directly will indirectly promote the democratization process. The author argued that, in China's unique circumstances, integration of private enterprise owners with the CPC will only strengthen the current regime rather than promote liberalization. The reason for this argument, Dixon believes, is that private enterprise owners are not likely to try to use their own power to influence the authorities at present, but, on the contrary, they will choose more in-depth integration into the existing system. Chinese private enterprise owners like order more than democracy. The contradiction between the overall estimate and the realistic attitude of private enterprise owners toward corruption is a typical reflection of their dual political character. The breeding and spreading of corruption has become a major problem in current political and social life in China. The overall estimate of private enterprise owners' corruption is basically similar to that of the other social strata. However, unlike working people who hate corruption so much that they call for its elimination, private enterprise owners assume an ambiguous attitude toward it. As early as more than 10 years ago, private enterprise owners said in an investigation report that corruption can neither be too serious nor completely eliminated. This is rather thought-provoking. Even today, 205. The number of private enterprise owners who choose agree is nearly the same as those who choose don't agree, or hard to say. 2/3 of the respondents clearly pointed out that in the transaction between money and power, the power side should bear more responsibility. To sum up, the stratum of the private enterprise owners has developed to a mature and stable stage in which it is able to realize and maintain its economic interests through their influence on the policies of the ruling party and the laws of the country. 6.2.2 The stratum of employed workers. 6.2.2.1 Long working hours and poor working conditions. In China's private enterprises at the present stage, it is a common phenomenon for employed workers to work overtime, often continuously, and for the private enterprise owners to raise the quota for piece rate wage in a disguised way to prolong working hours. In fact, many workers have not enjoyed a 40-hour work week nor the statutory rest days and holidays stipulated in the labor law. Mr. Xia Xiaolin, a researcher in the Macroeconomic Research Institute of the National Development and Reform Commission, pointed out in a survey report of Zhejiang Province in 2003. The private sector of Zhejiang Province, called the benchmark of China's private economy by state media, has great influence in the country. Wenzhou City, known as the pioneer and model in Zhejiang province, has been a holy land for pilgrims all over China to seek experience in private economy development. In 2003, Zhejiang province ranked first in China with a total private enterprise employment of 4.84 million. With its highly developed private sector, the problem of working overtime is very popular. For their extra work, employees are paid only a piece rate wage, without overtime pay, which is even lower than the statutory minimum wage. Relevant reports show that working extra hours without overtime pay is a very serious phenomenon. In Wenzhou, the most privatized city in China, for instance, less than 1% of the enterprises, mostly state-owned and collectively owned, strictly observe the laws and regulations relating to working hours. The problem of serious overtime labor is very prominent in most small and medium-sized enterprises, especially in labor-intensive enterprises such as leather making, electrical appliances, knitting, and garments, with a daily work time exceeding 12 hours and almost no free weekends. A random questionnaire survey in 206. The Lukeng district of Wenzhou City shows that 41% of the employees work more than 12 hours per day, 52% work 8 to 12 hours, and only 7% less than 8 hours. The survey reflects the overall situation in the province. Moreover, long-term overtime labor and excessive fatigue is the main cause for safety accidents. 240. 240 Xiaozilan. Analysis on labor-capital relationship behind the development of private economy. Internal reference of private economy, July 16, 2004. 241 workers daily, September 25, 2003. In general, labor protection in private enterprises is far worse than that in the state-owned enterprises of the same trade. Driven by market profits, many private enterprises start operation hastily, completely neglecting the issue of labor protection. Even when production gradually stabilizes, they are reluctant to invest in the improvement of labor protection facilities and the elimination of hazardous production processes. Insufficient investment in labor protection, poor production equipment, backward technology, and a shortage of protective facilities make working conditions in private enterprises far from satisfactory. Working conditions in a considerable number of enterprises, especially those engaging in mining, textile, machinery, or chemical industry, is abominable. Dust, noise, high temperature, toxic and harmful gases and frequent accidents seriously damage the health and even endanger the lives of the employees. At a CPPCC National Committee meeting in 2005, a member said that about 60% of deaths and 70% of accidents in the past 2 years occurred in small non-public enterprises. In Yuqing City, Zhejiang Province, poor quality punches with no safety protection device are widely used in some private enterprises. The punches cut off the fingers of 5,000 workers in 2002, requiring more than 10 hospital operations daily to reattach the fingers. However, most of these injured migrant workers were hastily dismissed, without getting full compensation in accord with the law. 241. Even worse is conditions in private coal mines. At present, despite the repeated efforts of authorities to tighten production security, fatal accidents occur frequently. Rapid economic development led to a sharp increase in China's dependence on coal, which accounts for about 70% of the country's energy mix. Director General of the State Administration of Production Safety admitted that China produced 31% of the coal of the world, but the number of deaths of the miners accounted for 79% of the world's total, with an average of 3 miners' deaths per million tons of coal. 30 times as many as in Poland and South Africa, and 100 times more than in the United States. More than 6,000 miners died in these accidents in 2004. That means at least 15 lives daily for enough coal. 207. To support economic development. In fact, the real number of deaths might be much larger than government statistics because businesses conceal a considerable number of accidents. For instance, in Hejian County of Shaanxi Province in the past 5 years, of the 14 coal mine accidents causing 95 deaths, only 5 that caused 11 deaths were reported. Ed. 242 most fatal accidents occurred in small, private coal mines. In the first half of 2005, 2,672 coal miners have been killed in China, 2,195 in private coal mines, accounting for 82% of the total. 243 The owners of these private coal mines invest very little in safe production processes, never provide safety training, and even worse, often force the miners to go down the mines even though they know it is very dangerous. 242 Xinhua ed. May 29, 2002. 243 China Youth Daily. July 20, 2005. 244 Daiji Unzhong. Coordination of labor relations is an important part of the healthy development of non-public enterprises. Forum of the Chinese Party and Government Cadres, 2005, 4. 6.2.2.2 Low level of salary income and social security. A survey shows that the average wage of workers in private enterprises in Shanghai and Jiangsu is 14,527 yuan, 30% more than that in Guangdong, 11,297 yuan, and 20% more than in Zhejiang, 12,173 yuan. Their conditions are polar opposites of that of private enterprise owners. In Chinese private enterprises, most employees are peasants. In accord with the provisions of national policies, enterprises of all types of ownership, including non-public enterprises, must pay the 3 social insurances, medical, endowment, and unemployment, for the employees. However, a survey made jointly by the United Front Work Department of the CPC Central Committee and the All China Federation of Industry and Commerce in 2004 shows that only 33.4% of the respondents, enterprises, participate in medical insurance, 38.7% in endowment insurance, and 16.6% in unemployment insurance. Even worse, these enterprises paid insurance only for a few workers. Permanently employed skilled workers and the relatives of the owners, not for all the long-term employees. In fact, the proportion of employees who have participated in medical, endowment, and unemployment insurance are remarkably low, accounting for only 14.5%, 22.7%, and 6%, respectively, of the total employees of the surveyed enterprises. 244 Once injured, sick, or fired, they will have no statutory social assistance. And when disabled, they will become a burden on their family or society. 208. A survey by the National Development and Reform Commission made by Xiaoxiaolin corroborates the one conducted by Zhejiang Province. According to Zhejiang Provincial Bureau of Statistics in 2002, Social Security cover age in private enterprises is much lower than that in public ownership enterprises. By the end of 2001, the number of employees in urban private enterprises and the self-employed in Zhejiang Province reached 2.36 million. However, it is a common phenomenon for their rights and interests to remain unprotected, with their participation Padion in all types of social security lower than that of the employees in state-owned and collective-owned enterprises. According to a sample survey, rates of participation in basic old age insurance for the employees in state-owned, collective, and PRI VAT enterprises in Zhejiang province are 93.1%, 88.9%, and 53.7%, respectively. The rates of participation in unemployment insurance for the three types of enterprises are 72%, 58.7%, and 24.1%, respectively, and the rates of participation in medical insurance are 79.9%, 60.9%, and 37%, respectively. Residents do not want to be employed in private enterprises because of the low social security. Therefore, to improve the social security of the employees of private enterprises is a basic requirement of a law pertaining to the protection of the rights and interests of the workers. In Wenzhou City, the problem of social security is particularly serious in private enterprises. Only 50% of private enterprises have participated in endowment insurance. The insured persons are mostly executives and shareholders, and practically no workers are COV. Aired 245 by the third quarter of 2003, the rate of participation of non-public enterprises in social insurance was 40%. 246. 6.3 Theoretical problems concerning new changes in China's current class situation. In the 1980s and 1990s, while trying to prove that private enterprise owners are a new social stratum, some theorists questioned the realistic value of Marxist class theory. The call for the return to class analysis in sociology at the beginning of the 21st century proves that Marxist class theory is not out of date. Feng Shizhong argues in The Return to Class Analysis on the shift of the paradigm in the study of Chinese social inequality that after 20 years of prevalent social stratification research in sociology, given 209. The increasingly intensive social situations in China in late 1990s, some social scholars proposed that only from the perspective of class analysis can we make a more insightful and forward-looking analysis on the structure and formation of social inequality in China. This argument, from one side, reflected a continued debate between the two basic paradigms of class analysis and stratification studied since reform and opening up. Obviously, the shift of the research paradigm in the field of sociology has extremely profound enlightening significance. On the one hand, highlighting the value of Marxist class theory in analyzing the reality today should not be regarded as a subterfuge for retreat. On the other hand, only under the guidance of Marxist class theory can we provide correct ideas and methods to deal with the class contradictions and conflicts in the present stage of Chinese society. 6.3.1 Private enterprise owners. Since reform and opening up, the debate about Marxist class theory has focused on cognition of the social attributes of private enterprise owners in China. Some people in the theoretical circle called private enterprise owners a stratum rather than a class for two reasons. First, theoretical discourse must be subordinated to political necessity. Second, political necessity is embodied in two aspects as follows. Deng Xiaoping, chief architect of China's reform and opening up, had repeatedly emphasized that the CPC will not allow the emergence of a new bourgeoisie. It is very difficult for our socialist system to produce millionaires. If our policies lead to polarization, it will mean the CPC has failed. If a new bourgeoisie emerges, it will mean that the CPC has strayed from the right path. 247. The recognition of China's private enterprise owners as a class is tantamount to admitting that the reform has failed. The word class in Chinese often refers to the Marxist concept of class in the traditional sense, that is, social groups with conflicting interests, opposite to, and struggling with each other, and divided by the possession of production materials. The word tends to remind people of serious social conflicts, turbulence, and struggle among the people, and some scholars and people have a negative emotion toward or even an aversion to the word. The word stratum 210 is often regarded as a group concept with a hierarchical nature not associated with conflict. 248 It is a relatively neutral concept for analysis that can be used to explain the appearance without having to pursue the essence. It is out of the above-mentioned two considerations that Chinese private enterprises owners are generally labeled as a stratum. In another view, some scholars also insist on calling them a stratum instead of a class, but for different reasons. They do not recognize the scientific nature of Marxist class theory and think that it is a bit too rough to divide a class only by an economic structure with production materials as the core. Because social, political, and cultural factors are individual variables, such as politics or power, occupational prestige, education, and knowledge. In other words, the scholars holding this view believe that class is not determined only by economic factors, but by multiple factors, including economy, politics, and culture, and from the reality of China. Private enterprise owners have not formed a class, but still form a stratum. It can be seen from Lenin's definition of class that the criteria of Marxist class division is mainly for self-existing classes. The state of self-existence marks the formation of a class. This is remarkably different from Western Marxism. In the preface to the first German edition of Das Kapital, Marx pointed out, but here individuals, capitalists, are dealt with only insofar as they are personified cations of economic categories, embodiments of particular class relations and class interests. My standpoint, from which the evolution of the economic formation of society is viewed as a process of natural history, can make the individual responsible for relationships among the people within the class to which he belongs, however much he may subjectively raise himself above them. Therefore, defining Chinese private enterprise owners as a class is not out of subjective preferences, but an objective and scientific judgment based on social fact. More than 10 years ago, Mr. Li Pilin, professor of the Institute of Sociology of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, pointed out in a report on China's classes and strata in the new era, what worries a socialist country most is whether the trend of capital accumulation will lead to the emergence of a new class with a large amount of wealth and production materials and claiming independent political interests. 211. The analysis at that time was, judging from the proportion of resources and total social resources they have accumulated, the social influence of private enterprise owners is still very weak. However, in areas where they have a larger share of resources, their influence is quite powerful. At the same time, due to their strong motivation and suitable means, their influence is much greater than that of other groups in terms of their proportion to the total population. Today, after more than 10 years, they are powerful enough to exert influence not only at the community level, but also at higher levels. Determined by a basic economic system in the primary stage of socialism, private enterprise owners are bound to exist and will achieve corresponding development. Whether in the field of social consciousness or in the field of political superstructure. Engels had such a profound exposition, an historical factor, once it has been brought into the world by other ultimately economic facts thereupon also reacts upon its surroundings and even affects its own causes. Examining the political relationship with the social group of private enterprise owners from the perspective of maintaining its ruling status, improving and developing the socialist system has become a major practical problem that the Communist Party of China cannot avoid. As a Marxist ruling party, the CPC must have a clear and long-term understanding of the profound structural changes of China's social classes and strata as well as their political consciousness and behaviors, and make corresponding strategic arrangements with a clear understanding of the basic direction of social development. Some foreign political forces and scholars tend to apply the experiences of the Third Estate in European bourgeois revolution and the liberal bourgeoisie in developing the new continent of America to China's private enterprise owners, regarding them as embracers of ideas of sovereignty in people. Everyone was born equal and free with a right to the pursuit of happiness and property, the subversives of the existing regime, and the base of political democracy. They believe that once this class matures, the democratic movement will be successful. Although China's private enterprise owners are becoming more and more mature, their judgment has not yet come true in China. Professor David Schwickott of the Department of Philosophy, Loyola University, Chicago, argues that China initiated reform in a social context without the bourgeoisie. This is a very significant objective fact, he believes. There was no bourgeoisie class. 212. That might hinder the massive structural changes. Moreover, the emerging bourgeoisie, whose existence is allowed and whose development is encouraged, tends to play a more positive role as capitalist entrepreneurs than the bourgeoisie that occupied the dominant position for a long time, thus, generally speaking, are more beneficial to society. 249. 249 Yu Keping, and Huang Ping. China Model and Beijing Consensus, Beyond Washington Consensus. Beijing, Social Sciences Literature Press, 2006, p. 89. Therefore, it is a basic attitude to face the political demands of the social stratum of private enterprise owners. Socialist politics with Chinese characteristics does not exclude political participation by private enterprise owners as long as they follow the basic principles of the leadership of the CPC, people as the masters of the country, and the rule of law. Therefore, the ruling party should allow the private enterprise owners to participate in politics within the framework of the system with Chinese characteristics, and grant them full expression of their economic needs and political will. Of course, their political participation should be conducive, rather than detrimental, to safeguarding the purity and vanguard nature of the ruling party and the healthy development of socialist modernization with Chinese characteristics. Bruce Dixon pointed out in Red Capitalists in China, Prospect of the Party, the Private Sector, and the Political Reform that it is possible for private enterprise owners to become a dominant social group in China in the future, depending on the degree of their integration with the existing regime and the strength of their willingness to participate in politics. In this regard, the attachment of private enterprise owners in the present stage might be a political expediency, as this social group is not yet full-fledged in all aspects. In the face of this problem, the Marxist ruling party needs to make a thorough analysis and corresponding arrangements. Generally speaking, to promote the healthy development of a socialist democracy, an important political means is to encourage workers and farmers to participate directly in politics. Today, since the educational level of China's workers and farmers has been greatly improved, they already have the ability to participate in government and political affairs, and there is no need to rely on professional trade union cadres, enterprise managers, and administrative cadres to speak for them. Protecting and expanding the right of speech of the laborer group must be an urgent consideration and top priority in the CPC discussion of the problem. 213. 6.3.2 Bureaucratic bourgeoisie. At the end of the 1950s, in his talk on reading political economics textbook of the Soviet Union, Mao Zedong pointed out that in the process of the development of a socialist society, there is a problem worth noting, the problem of the vested interest group. Since reform and opening up, based on China's historical conditions of opening up to the outside world and creating a socialist market economy, our party has repeatedly reiterated that we will never allow the existence of any CPC vested interests. The objective fact is that the recovery and development of a private economy in the ownership structure and the substitution of a planned economy with China's socialist market economy provided the soil for the generation of a new special social stratum. Some party and government cadres, public enterprise managers, and figures with power over the management of personnel, financing, and property want to be both officials and capitalists. They use the powers in their hands to support their agents to do business and make a lot of money, or abuse their powers to seek personal gain, solicit and accept bribes, trade power for money, and establish intimate relationships with the capitalists, such as private enterprise owners. If we refer this special social stratum as a vested interest group, the meaning of the term is obviously quite different from what Mao Zedong meant, though they do have all the features of a vested interest group in its original sense. As an outcome of corruption, their corruption is different in principle with that in a general sense. The profits made by means of power are not spent on consumption, but transformed to capital, bringing about a new capital stratum different from the private enterprise owners. As early as late 1990s, Wang Yunkin, former governor of Jilin province, pointed out the importance of vigilance against breeding bureaucratic capital while addressing the problem of obtaining corporate shares by some local officials. He said, "I have read a lot of materials on the issue of bureaucratic capital and put forward some suggestions. When an officer has a certain power, he will have the temptation to do business. If he does business, he is bound to mix with the capital. We did not have this problem before launching the reform of a shareholding system. At that time, there were a handful of officials who did abuse their power to seek personal gain, but I have never seen an official with capital. After reform of the shareholding system, however, there appeared the signs of this new type of corruption. In the shareholding reform of some corporations, officials with power were given the so-called dry share, which could easily give rise to bureaucratic capital. 250. A large number of typical cases of corruption show that many corrupted officials either ganged up with the tycoons or were official capitalists themselves, with their children as bosses of newly established companies, private enterprise owners, or other types of big shots or tycoons of the new rich stratum. Some scholars pointed out that the essence of such corruption is the external manifestation of development and the spread of the new bourgeoisie from outside to inside the system, as well as a way of budding and development of the bureaucratic bourgeoisie. 251. Since the beginning of the new century, the frequent exposure of major and serious corruption cases characterized by the integration of officials and business proves that the bureaucratic bourgeoisie, no longer the fiction of the Mao Zedong period, have become a living objective existence. Of course, the group does not constitute a fundamental part of the social structure in the primary stage of socialism. However, as a special group, it reflects, from one aspect, the complexity of the social structure in this stage. As for the main cause of its formation, Jiang Zemin pointed out at the fourth plenary session of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection on January 12, 2001. Our country is in the primary stage of socialism and will remain so for a long time. We need to undergo a process to build and improve the institutions, mechanisms, legal system, and management regulations that adapt to the socialist market economy. Inevitably, there will be some gaps and loopholes, objectively providing opportunities for the emergence and spread of corruption. 252. This phenomenon was often seen on the eve of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, and during the drastic changes in Eastern Europe. Russian scholars have pointed out, when analyzing the phenomenon of bureaucratic bourgeoisie in the reform of the Soviet Union and Russia, that the bureaucratic bourgeoisie did not consume all their wealth, but increased its value by capitalist means. They transferred their illegal incomes to foreign accounts, invested them in real estate, or at best, in trade and finance industries, bought the shares of the enterprises and financial institutions with good profits, or made direct investments in industry through proxy companies, relatives, or third parties. 253. 215. The Chinese theorists summarized it as the transformation of power. They argue that, in the process of system transformation, corporate managers and government officials holding important positions can transform their management power over state assets into right of ownership through informal channels, or take advantage of their favorable position to fish in the troubled water of the period of transition. Taking advantage of social resources in their hands, they have a much better chance than any other social strata to make maximum profits in the process of privatization. It must be pointed out that China's reform that aims to improve the socialist system is different in principle with the reform of privatization in the Soviet Union, and so is the understanding and treatment of bureaucratic capital in the two countries. In October 2003, the third plenary session of the 16th Central Committee approved decision of the CPC Central Committee on some major issues concerning the improvement of the socialist market economy. It pointed out that strengthening the party's working style, building a clean government, and fighting against corruption are important guarantees to establish and improve the socialist market economy, ones that must be carried out in the entire process of reform, opening up, and socialist modernization. The two important tasks to improve the socialist market economy and to resolutely combat corruption must complement each other and interact with each other. Only in this way can we steadily eliminate bureaucratic capital and prevent it from breeding and spreading. It should be clearly recognized that effectively inhibiting and overcoming the influence of this special stratum on the direction and policy of the reform is a significant issue having a great bearing on whether our reform can be carried out on the right track. In analyzing the causes of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, a foreign scholar put forward a viewpoint that the reform attempt resulted in the formation of a social group and class alliance that inclined itself to a transition to capitalism. He argued that in this pro-capitalist alliance were senior officials who no longer believed in the official ideology and turned to believe that the transition to capitalism could enable them not only to manage and own the production materials but also to make public the huge personal wealth they had accumulated. Obviously, the optimal choice for this special stratum is to give up socialism to embrace capitalism. Therefore, the ruling party, as the vanguard of the proletariat, must hold a high degree of vigilance in this regard. 216. 6.3.3 Class contradiction. Since reform and opening up, the great change in China's social structure has inevitably been reflected in the complex situation of its social relations. Class struggle will exist within a certain range for a long time in the primary stage of socialism. As early as the beginning of reform and opening up, Deng Xiaoping pointed out, class struggle exists objectively in socialist society. It should be neither underestimated nor exaggerated. Otherwise, as practice has shown, we shall make serious mistakes. but we must recognize that in our socialist society there are still counter-revolutionaries, enemy agents, criminals, and other bad elements of all kinds who undermine socialist public order, as well as new exploiters who engage in corruption, embezzlement, speculation, and profiteering. And we must also recognize that such phenomena cannot all be eliminated for a long time. The struggle against these individuals is different from the struggle of one class against another, which occurred in the past. These individuals cannot form a cohesive and overt class. However, it is still a special form of class struggle or a special form of the leftover, under socialist conditions, of the class struggles of past history. 255.